Hello, everyone. Welcome back to day 2 of the 2023 Temtem World Championships. The best and brightest from around the Temtem world are competing for $30,000 in prizes, with the champion taking home $10,000. I'm East, going to be joined by two other excellent casters over the course of day 2 as we bring you this action live on stream. Today, we're going to continue to cover the upper bracket round 1. 4 players have already been eliminated in the lower bracket, so make sure, if you want to follow along with the double elimination tournament, check out TemCS.gg. You can also spectate matches and join the audience in the stands in-game, in Temtem, or Temtem Showdown, the latter of which is free to play on Steam. And a final reminder that there are Twitch drops for this event. Go to link.playtemtem.com for more information on that. And with that said, we're going to preview our first match of the day. Luluchroar is going up against KSK, and I am joined by to discuss this match. HKen, how do you feel about the events today?
Happy Worlds Day 2, everybody. How we doing? I got my foam finger, East. I got my Twitch drops. I'm ready. I'm ready to go. Speaking about with Luluch and KSK, right? So that's where we are today. I like Luluch a lot in this matchup, especially in day 2. I think the jitters settled down at this point. I think you see a lot of that in day 1, but it is the first match of the day. So my question for you, East, is what does KSK need to do to be able to stand toe-to-toe against a real strong Titan in Luluch?
I think one of the easiest things to do when you're playing a big tournament like Worlds or any of these big sorts of tournaments is to kind of just like look past the name of who you're playing against. Like, every player that you play is just presenting you with a problem that you have to overcome. And in KSK's case, it's like looking at Lulu's team, which, I mean, we'll get to take a look at pretty quickly here. It is a bit of a strange one. And definitely one of the more experimental teams in the tournament. Solid ideas, solid fundamentals behind it, but it's a little bit strange. And that is sort of the advantage that Luluchroar brings to this tournament, is that creativity and sort of unpredictability with how his teams function. Very few players can kind of get a read on what he's doing, and that is like a pretty big challenge for KSK to be able to deal with. They're going to have to sort of put together a strategy that can give them an opportunity out of the draft, like kind of weather whatever storm Lulu's going to throw at them.
East, I had the opportunity to actually speak with Luluch last night, and to hear their pre-game sort of ritual and how they free their mind up explains a lot to me on how they're able to, reach the levels of the game they're at. They like to let their mind go, let their mind be free to release, I guess the full blast on this full tournament. So I'm excited to see what Luluch is able to do here in round 1.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think Lulu is definitely, along with, Kunders, Argon, Invincible, Prody, snrplat, like many other players, someone that I think no one would be surprised if he ends up kind of taking it home, winning the championship here. So that's something that KSK is going to have to not think about, right? If you look at the two different teams, though, we can see KSK playing Triple Wind on their side, a bit more of like a standard bulky team. And those are the sorts of teams that Lulu will be very prepared for, that players in general will be pretty prepared for. It's one of the main teams that is like considered one of the strongest in the game. And so you have to at very least have the game plan for it. And I'm sure Lulu is going to be able to do that as we get into game number 1 of this set.
Absolutely. I'm looking at KSK's team. Do me a favor here, East. What speaks to you in this matchup where KSK really is going to absolutely need them in order to have a chance against Luluch?
It does. There is some things that are depending. Like, we've seen Yaller Mimit a couple times throughout the last few tournaments. Often it's going for like a Yaller Mimit opener, where they're trying to like go ahead and like trap something in and go for the late torment onto it. That's something that Lulu will probably be prepared for, but it is something that these bulky teams have like sort of adapted, this assassin Yaller that lets them sort of take out major threats early on.
Absolutely, East. And I got backstage yelling at me. They're telling me we got to talk about the prize pool, East. Let's talk about that.
All right. Well, I mean, you can see it in very big numbers and letters right there. The prize pool, first taking home $10,000. Second place going home with $4,500. and third in 2,500.
Ooh, that's a lot of Novas.
Yeah, that's a lot of glow in the dark dyes. That's a lot of organized bookshelves. If you so choose. So now we're gonna get back into our pre-show here. Yeah, so we can look until we get the draft ready to go for game number 1. We can look past this a little bit here into future games. Oh no, we're there.
Ooh,
never mind. We got the teams. We got the teams. Now. Before we go talk about the teams, I just want to talk about the absolute drip show that KSK's got going on in the avatar here. Like this is like the bad guy from a video game.
They're ready for the tournament. they're ready for it. They're ready for war.
Wow. Lulu is up against a literal demon here. It looks like the Endless Night season cosmetics looking good as we get into the mind games. Draft here.
The mind games start already. Let me dress intimidating. See if I can shake Lulu out of this out of their rhythm a little bit.
Yeah, and you can already look and see on Lulu's team. There's definitely some stuff that's a little bit weird, right? Like it's definitely different. Did not expect to see very many, if any at all, electric Koish in this tournament. And the one Tem to watch. There are 2 Tems to watch, I think, on Lulu's team. Not just in this game, but in like future sets throughout the tournament. One of them is Cycrox. Lulu swears up and down that Cycrox is broken and that he thinks it's the best Tem, one of the best Tems in the game. Totally underappreciated.
Oh, here we go.
And he's going to bring it. And then the other one on the opposite end of the spectrum, I know he is not particularly confident in his Lowali. So I wondered if that will be something that he's going to find more confidence in throughout the tournament. As we see the draft starts out, and already we've got Scunch leading off. This is a really good Tem into teams like KSK's, bulky without any mentals.
Ooh, it didn't take long to click that Scunch button there, East. Lulu knew he wanted Scunch going into this matchup, bans the Turok, and now KSK is saying to himself, oh my gosh, I'm already feeling the Scunch pressure here. See what he responds with. He is going to bring the Yowler, starting it off, and now he's going to go with Mimit to pair it with.
Yeah, so this is, like we talked about in the pre-show, that kind of like standard Assassin Yowler lead potentially from KSK. It's not necessarily guaranteed to be that, but it's highly likely to be that. So if Lulu has any options to deal with that, he can go for them. But instead, we see he goes just for the Koish. This is something we also talked about. Electric Koish's power in this game is going to be a lot based off of Synergy Adept. We know that the Iridescence trait is currently bugged, it's currently banned, it's not allowed, so we know it's Synergy Adept Koish. And what that means is that it has multiplicative scaling on its damage. So anything that you can do, like a Scunch Perfect Jab or a Koish Zen Meditation, is going to mean that any synergy technique that the Koish does is going to be amped up in terms of damage. And this is a really nice opener for Lulu, because if Scunch has Haito Uchi and Koish has Hypnosis, it actually gives him a lot of control as well as a lot of damage. For those of you who have been following the game since early access, you'll know that Fire Koish was actually a very popular lead with Scunch in like Kisiwa, and this is a very similar sort of deal, with the Koish being a little slower with Sparkling Bullet.
I'm a big fan of the electric Koish here as well. I do think it's more or less could be the heart of the team of Lulu, so he definitely wanted to confirm that it saw play here in the first round. We do see the hedging there you talked about. We also see a move flank. Lulu going to bring it home with the Lowali. Now KSK looking for where they're going to go with the final puzzle piece. Giving a look to Nidrasil, or also giving a look to Saku, taking the rest of the clock, taking a breath, saying, okay, I'm here now. This is Worlds. Let me focus up.
Very interesting to see if Luluchroar's Hedgen will go for like Kaleidoscope Generify with double neutral, or if he's kind of taking a more traditional approach with double fire move to go with Zen Meditation and a Digi technique. On the other side, Nid is going to be picked up, so we do see lots of Toxics as we get into game number 1 here on KSK's side.
We'll
see how this opener goes. So one thing we'll want to look out for right away here is, do we see any morale boosting whips? No, they would have been faster than the Yowlers, so the Scunch will be able to be trapped in.
All right, here we go now. Lulu trying to figure out where they're going to start things off. Mom's Lunch did proc from the Yowler, give an exhaust to Scunch, the Electric Koish, and the Mimit. Lulu taking their time, trying to figure out, okay, this is I want to get that control that you were speaking about earlier, East. Potentially looking to make sure that this match doesn't come up to chance. I want to be in control of the situation. I want to be in control of the outcome. So how can I set myself up to do that? We are going to see the action here with a DNA extraction coming from KSK into the Scunch. KSK saying, listen, I want some of that Scunch action. And then here we go with the following attack. Mimit Handcuff's going to proc, locking that Scunch into place now. Perfect jab going to go into the Yowler, dropping that defense by 2 stages. I like that. Just setting things up for future down the line. War Drum going to proc on the Scunch as well. Go ahead, East.
Watch this from the Koish. It's shotgun time. Kaboom! Into the Yowler. On top of that, the Taser's going to go ahead and burn it. That late Torment's going to do way less to the Scunch now because of the burn inflicted by the Taser. Lulu probably pretty happy with that. It looks like Scunch is in such a position that it should be able to survive a Savage Suplex from the opposing Scunch. But if you're KSK, you're not entirely too upset with how this has gone. Lulu does have 1 digital attacker, but other than that, a max speed Scunch with +1 speed is actually quite strong here, I think, for KSK. So Lulu, not like cleanly in the lead here, but definitely a very strong opening barrage there from the perfect jab into the Sparkling Bullet.
Absolutely, East. And as we see the 2 stages of the defense dropped on the Yowler, as well as KSK taking over that Scunch with the Mimit and now +1 speed, what do you think Lulu's trying to figure out on how he wants to proceed ahead here, East?
The biggest problem for Luluchroar is going to be the Mimited Scunch at this point. He's got wind and digital options from a Shyrk. He's got like strong physical hitters to run down Gazuma. The Nid is a bit of a concern, but HKen looks very, very strong here if Yowler goes down. So that's kind of Lulu's win condition at that point, is keeping HKen away from Gazuma. We are going to see them just go for the Oshidashi instead, the Mimit targeting the Koish here, maybe feeling like they want to have a Yowler take care of Scunch, but if either of these Temps have a sleep move, it could be tough. Instead, it's just the Oshi. The Yowler just gets absolutely pounded by the Scunch there, taken down. And that's not good when your Yowler goes down in just 3 hits. You want it to be able to take at least 4, so that's a big advantage for Lulu there. And the Sparkling Bullet, look at that damage. This is a high HP Mimit taking almost, over 1/3 of its health from the Sparkling Bullet.
Ooh, they're starting to throw hands at each other here, East. They let those, okay, let me throw a couple perfect jabs, let's feel each other out. But now they're starting to let their hands go. KSK going to bring the Mashuk out, applying some pressure over here, potentially to that Electric Koish. Scunch is looking okay over on Lulu's side, a little bit in the danger zone with that 37% HP. Electric Koish with the 61%. The Mimit sitting at 65, and the Mashuk coming in brand new, ready to go, also with Reactive Vial equipped. Let's see where we go from here.
Yeah, I like this double stay in here from Lulu. I think he could lose his Scunch here. No, not quite. Just bulky enough on that side. We should see the Ninjajutsu's trade out here. He's going for this chip on Musha, kind of hoping that either Scunch or Koish will go down this turn, so that he doesn't get a free turbo. Or he might just go run over this Mashuk here. This is so much damage being threatened, but no, the Mashuk does outspeed, so a little bit of speed on that for KSK, but it's not enough. Koish hangs on. Lulu's got that mix of speed, power, and bulk working for him, and that bullet is going to shred the Mashuk. This puts it in no doubt about it range for the HKen, which can come in now for free off the Koish expiring here.
I think that was huge for Lulu there, East. They lived a couple of attacks that they probably weren't sure if they were going to, but the value that they got out of doing it has now positioned him to a high pressure situation. Now we see HKen come out, applying pressure to both the Scunch and the Mashuk on the field. And that one Scunch, I mean, they might be able to do something before they go on Lulu's side.
Yeah, it is checked. Like the Mimited Scunch is absolutely faster than it, which is definitely a problem for Lulu in terms of getting value out of the Scunch. He's also committed Ninjajutsu. I think he fully expected to go down that turn on the Scunch, and it surviving does create a bit of an issue for him. But at this point, he's content to let the Mimited Scunch basically exhaust itself, let it run out of stamina. kind of putting it on an island, so to speak, and continuing to run down the other slot with Hedgen's attacks. He's going to try and save the Scunch for later. The Lawali coming in. This makes sense with Mashuk being threatened. And you will just take it down with Microwaves. So Lulu gets a +1 to his turn economy, not letting that Tem attack. And Mimit throws Oshi, so KSK is likely going to overexert on the Scunch to get that done.
Interesting turn there with the Oshi. Yes, interesting turn with the Oshi into the hedging there. It looks like, exactly like you said there, East, it looks like Lulu's just going to say, hey, listen, your Scunch can do whatever you want. I imagine KSK swaps it at this point. But Lulu is saying, hey, I'm going to let you throw that Oshi. I'm not too concerned about it because I'm going to focus on that right spot now. We did see KSK respond with the Gazuma in that place. That Scunch lives another turn, and it did get swapped out for the Lawali. KSK gonna retreat the Mimit that we talked about, bringing the Nidrisil into that spot. And let's see how we move with the action. Hellfire coming out from the hedging, doing a fair amount of damage, bringing the Nidrisil down to 68%, and the Gazuma down to 83. Lawali following it up with a Resin Trap, locking that Nidrisil down for next turn.
Yeah, a bit of interesting cooking from Lulu there, going for the Resin Trap on the swap, maybe anticipating the other Tem would come in. This is like quite dangerous for him to be kind of playing with the Hedgen's HP in this way. It does get lowered its speed down, but it will be able to attack again. You see, it's a Diabolo Nid, so at the very least, Fire Tornado from Hedgen should force a KO here onto Nid. However, there's a decent chance that Hedgen is now outsped. Kind of curious. I suppose Lulu believes that he can use the Scunch in the move flank to sort of punch its way through the Gazu. Instead we're going to see Zen Meditation here. This is nice. If the Lawali can then... He gets the outspeed too, which is really good. So Hedgen will go down here, which you would think would be good news for KSK, but unfortunately this Nid trapped in is going to eat a heck of a hit here from Hypoxia.
Ooh, and it's enough!
And it goes down.
Oh, man! I tell you what, as soon as you think, Lulu might be on the ropes, he drops the Zen Meditation, boosting that Lawali up to +2, knocks that Nidrisil down in one shot. I like Lulu heading down the rest of the stretch here, East. How about you?
Yeah, I think... Whoa. We got a bit of a slowness on the stream here, but yep. I do like things for Lulu here. Basically, KSK just doesn't have enough HP to play with. He's kind of going very slowly about it in terms of being able to hit back. So Lulu just kind of has to get over the line here. And Move Flank is a really good Tem at just getting you over the line. As we see, Plague's going to hit the Mimit, drop its HP low. We want to see a follow-up here from the Move Flank if possible. Yeah, there's the double kick. Going to go ahead and take it down.
Brilliant double kick there from Lulu, just trying to confirm the outcome here. Listen, I've got this under control. Looks like it might be downhill. I'm not going to let KSK get anything crazy off on me. I'm going to go for the final here, looking at Gazuma versus Move Flank, Lawali, and Scunch. I'm assuming Lulu has this one wrapped up as Gazuma's stressed for stamina at this point, and we're going to see Move Flank fire back along with that Lawali in just a second here.
Yeah, exactly. I think one of the things that you've really learned from this game is, like, I think I'm just going to call it the shotgun Koish at this point. The huge damage amp, like, that is a big Yowler, and it went down in 3 hits, which is exactly what you want to see if you're Lulu. Just the fact that it only took him 3 turns of investment to KO the Yowler is a big strike against those sort of like heavy, tanky, assassin Yowler kind of counter builds to a lot of these faster, aggressive teams. So KSK is going to have to completely switch up the draft now because they, as we all just found out, the Taser Koish just completely invalidates that strategy as Lulu takes the game 1 win here.
Huge win there for Lulu, starting things off, getting there, relaxing a little bit. All right, I've got round 1 now. Just got to take 1 more and I move on. My question for you, East, is you talked about KSK needing to mix things up, needing to change up the draft. What do some of those changes look like, and how is KSK going to be able to dig out and hopefully bring this to 3 rounds?
Well, I mean, one of the things that we kind of went over when snrplat was kind of playing this assassin Yowler strategy is that, like, it's not something you're supposed to just, like, bring into every game. Like Scunch is definitely a Tem that you do not want to bring that into, because Scunch can completely break down the math involved with your Yowler. Like the survivability that you have can get completely shredded. So I think I would like to see KSK maybe try to get away from that in game number 2 and like try to develop more things with Toxics, try to find lines that are more focused around using stuff like Nidrasil, which can get access to Bark Shield, and Mashuk, which has a decent physical bulk, like naturally, and can fight back. Going for the Mimit late Torment play when your opponent has Perfect Jab and Taser is just like, you're getting beaten to death by a calculator at that point. Like the math is just not in your favor. So going to be interesting to see if KSK can like figure a different strategy out, like maybe going for some true damage Toxic ticks, going for other ways to like influence the game other than relying on that opener.
Yeah, it sounds like Lulu's going to be well prepared against that Yowler. If you're going in on the late Torment, you're going to have to do better than that against a Lulu who is well-versed, well-experienced, and well-prepared, seemingly both in matchup and experience against that strategy. I'd like to see the Toxic ticks that you talked about, East. I'd like to see KSK create something different this match, and I hope they're able to do that.
Yeah, oftentimes when you're playing Assassin Yowler, what you're trying to do is it's called the Assassin because its job is to take down very specific threats. Like it's things that my team normally does not like do well into, that I want this Yowler to like eliminate from the game for me. As you see, we get into the draft and KSK is going for something different. We see Gazuma Turok right off the hop here. It's very interesting that KSK has counterpicked on blue side. He's counterpicked Turok into Moonflank Lowali. So he's probably going for some sort of particular plan here.
Absolutely.
And I want to see what it is.
East, if I may, I'm taking a look at the bans here. Looks like Lulu didn't want to see any part of the Scaravolt. Can you explain that to me? What would prompt a Lulu to say, listen, I don't want any part of that Scaravolt today?
That Koish is a fake water HKen, right? Like it might not even have a water move at all. There's like a decent chance that it just doesn't have like water jet or ice cubes. And so if you have no waters and no earths, how do you KO Scaravolt?
You don't. You don't.
Right, exactly. So that's why one of the big differences between a game like this and a game like Pokemon is that you do have that big X button, right? You do have the ability to ban things that your team can't beat in draft. And so you can build teams that are a little bit more creative and a little bit more like lopsided towards one type or the other. You don't have to be able to check every single one of the top meta threats. You just need to be able to check enough of them that you can use your ban to kind of leverage your position in that way.
Well, if nothing else here, East, it looks like KSK is trying to mix things up. We do see the Yowler Mimit again, so he potentially might be going for that Assassin play this time around, but at least the start off is different with the Gazuma followed by the Turok. Does it look like KSK is looking to mix things up at all to you, East, or does it look like I'm just trying to do the same strategy maybe in a different way?
Well, the Yowler and Mimit are actually much different coming from the back, right? Like, Mimit is one of the best Tems to bring in when a Tem has been knocked out on your side. It's one of the best things to bring in the game, because it acts before anyone else, and it can completely change the flow of the game. As we get into the start of the game here, I think KSK is leaning more into these wins to try and create advantage, but, like, if Lulu finds themselves low on stamina, they now have to, like, respect the Yowler swap in Mom's Lunch overexertion play, which is one of the ways that aggressive teams like his can sort of lose out to more defensive teams like KSK's.
Absolutely, and as we head into round 2 here, KSK looking to see if he can make some noise, potentially creating some upset energy against the EMEA Invitational winner of Lulu. And Lulu trying to figure out, all right, listen, I want to close the door here. I don't want KSK to come crawl his way back into this by any stretch. So Lulu trying to take care of business. KSK seeing if he can extend this to go to 3. We are going to see the aarrggnn swapping in the second spot for Lulu. Chamomile going to proc. KSK saying, listen, I'm getting the Turok out of here. I'm going to bring in Saku. Saku going into that first spot. Presumably we see some action here. Base jump coming out from the move flank, going into the Gazuma, dropping it to about 60%. And then Tesla Prison as the response, and the E-Custodian. aarrggnn going to take a turn of speed down, a stage of speed down, but I think he was ready for that with the unnoticed proc.
Yeah, and this is like classic, great play here from Luluchroar. So he identifies that, okay, Lawali's probably not getting targeted by Gazuma Turok. The Turok is likely to swap out. So if I swap Lawali for Ragnet, I'm guaranteed an unnoticed proc. Gazuma can't hit Mooflank with Tesla Prison. So if the Turok is leaving, I just get free unnoticed on my Mooflank. So instead of pressing the advantage that he had immediately presented to him by going for a nature move into Turok, he goes for the longer term incremental advantage, and Lulu loves to do this. He's one of the big believers in Chamomile on Ragnet, so that Ragnet can take Tesla Prisons and then leave, and the Chamomile will wipe the minus speed off of the Ragnet, so he's then able to bring it in at full speed later in the game to continue to do things. Very, very smart play by Lulu. He is dancing early on in Worlds today.
Lulu's focused in 100%. I think we saw almost the same strategy is done differently, right? So the Scunch threw a perfect jab in the last turn. I thought that set up the Yowler to get KO'd early, and now we see the unnoticed proc with the intentional Ragnet swap in. Lulu's locked in, ready to go, and ready to potentially slam the door on KSK here, but we'll see.
Yeah, the one thing that'll be interesting about this game for KSK is that he really wants to copy Lulu's Hazrat. I think that's a very fast Hazrat can be quite good for him, or the Hedgen as well. And the Turok is very valuable for KSK. Hedgen, Hazrat, Ragnet, none of them can really fight Turok very well in an endgame scenario. So KSK is going to try to protect that for as long as he can. You see him going for the Mooflank now. He's going to go ahead and throw it down the Tornado. And Ragnet and Mooflank will respond. Base jump back into the Gazu. Can it survive another hit here? It will, because he's going for perfect jab onto Saku instead. How will KSK respond?
Ooh, the narco hit going into Mooflank, doing enough damage to drop that unnoticed proc Mooflank down. Talk to me about that turn, East. Do you like KSK responding in that way? Did KSK maybe gain an upper hand there, or do you think the -2 on the Saku was worth the upfront cost?
I think it's going to depend, right? That was, I think, again, another play for longer term benefit for Lulu. He can bring Hedgen in here. There's going to be some things that people aren't entirely sure about on either side. In Lulu's case, if Gazuma has Electric Storm, this is not a great board for Hedgen to be on turn 1 because it doesn't have a fire move available. On the other hand, if Gazuma doesn't have Electric Storm, or if it just goes down to Hedgen's harmful microwaves here, then all of a sudden Lulu can create some more advantage. Nothing really wants to swap into an attack from the Ragnet, and the Saku is now ill-positioned to take a hit from Hazrat later on in the game. Lava Wave or Wastewater will deal pretty big damage to it.
We are going to see KSK retreat that Gazuma, saying, listen, I'm not playing that game. I'm getting Gazuma out of here. I'm putting Turok in that spot. We are going to see the harmful microwaves go into the Saku, looking like Lulu's trying to say, listen, I'm not trying to deal with that Saku for too long. Electro Punch also making its way into the Turok, dropping it down to about 73%. Boomerang as the response into Hedging, dropping it down to 66%. Both tamers here starting to say, all right, it's damage time. Let's start throwing hands at each other and feel this out.
It is a bit dangerous to take that extra chip on Turok if you're KSK, but I don't mind their board position here. We know this is a fairly fast Turok, so it likely gets ahead of Ragnet now. You can see Lulu was trying to go for the E-Punch on Gazuma to try and maybe shut down a turbo choreography or just kind of polish off the Gazuma, but I really like KSK's position in this game compared to last one now, because he's really wearing Lulu down of resources here and has Yowler Mimit still available to him in the back. The Turok is likely going to get checked by a Lawali swap in here, but it's still a decent position for KSK.
Looks like we might be having some backstage issues here, East. If you're seeing something that I'm not, it looks like I might be stuck on the
yeah, we've got some visual freezing. We got some visual freezing on our end. We did see the Lawali come in for the Hedgen, though. Oh, we got the turn playing out here now.
Yeah, it looks like
Mimit swapped in for KSK towards the end of the turn here. So Lawali and Mimit coming in, and the Soil Steam going to be absorbed by the Lawali.
I like what Lulu's doing here, East. I do think that KSK was starting to make some moves here, starting to create some advantages, but Lulu staying experienced, staying composed, bringing in Lawali to eat that soil steam, saying, listen, this is round 2 here. I'm not trying to go to 3, and managing to create a board state that looks fairly well for them going down the stretch. What do you think?
Yeah, the Mimit swap in from KSK is like very, very interesting to me. Like it was definitely still threatened by Ragnet, Lulu going the other way and hitting the Turok. But now that it's in, I'm not entirely sure it is like super beneficial for KSK. We'll see. Lulu is running very low in reserve time. He's going to have to make some decisions a little bit quicker here.
Clock time, yes indeed. We are going to see the DNA extraction go into the Ragnet. KSK saying, listen, I want some of that Ragnet action. Let's see if I can make something happen with it. We are going to see KSK now retreat the Turok, bringing Saku in, potentially maybe reading that there's going to be a play going that way, or a Resin Trap. Indeed, we do. Resin Trap going into the Saku. Not going to do a whole lot of damage, but locking it down. What do you think, East?
I like the defensive play here in terms of like the Ragnet no longer being able to hit the Saku, but Lulu just rests on Ragnet, not wanting to get the attack absorbed. Gets a bit of stamina going for next turn. We're going to see some of Ragnet's other techniques this turn, whether it's got Charged Iron Filings or Hypnosis or something like that, because either KSK or Lulu will want to use those moves. I really like the fast Ragnet for KSK. If it's got Turbine, it's very good into Hazrat. Otherwise, it's very good into HKen. But this is the board state where it is probably the least effective. We'll see. KSK is trading a lot of HP on a lot of different targets to try and kind of finagle this board, but I think they've kind of got the board state that they want now, as we see Hazrat come in for Ragnet.
We are going to see a perfect jab from the Mimit, heading into the Lawali, dropping it down 2 stages. Turbo choreography, Lulu saying, all right, let's speed this up a little bit. Let's find out. Lifeful Sap going on to the Saku now, trying to generate some HP back, saying, listen, I'm not comfortable being down here with the orange color. I'm getting back up to green. Hazrat's energy drink coming in with an energy drink, rather. And it looks like on the surface, East, and what I'm seeing in the match, it looks like Lulu's playing a pretty solid defensive game this time, and KSK trying to decide, all right, when am I going all in here?
The turbo onto the E-Drink Hazrat is a very big problem for KSK. He can no longer sleep it if he's got a sleep move on Ragnet. This is a fair, I want to say a reasonably free heat-up read, but we'll see. The reserve time, yeah. Oh, both players actually, sub 30 seconds reserve time. Lawali's going to go for the Plague. Maybe a Wastewater follow-up here to clear the regen tick.
We're going to see the Turbine make its way into the Hazrat. Now we know that. I think that's the first time we saw a Turbine come out from the Ragnet. Is that true, East? We are going to see the Lava Wave coming in from the Hazrat going into the Saku. Let's see what it does. Oh, it's got some juice on it. That Saku's going home. And now KSK going to have to live without that one. Lulu's starting to let his hands go heading down the stretch.
Yeah, the Saku KO, big to get value from Hazrat. Bit of a concern, though, definitely with the Yowler still available here. Also, bear in mind, this is still Handcuffs Mimit, so if this Ragnet is able to land an attack on either of these Tems, it will trap it and prep it for late Torment next turn, so Lulu is going to have to be heads up about that. I wonder if his plan is to just try and strand the Mimit. We saw that its Turbine did like less than 40% to a Hazrat, so it's definitely not dealing the most damage, and Lulu can now start to maybe target down this Yowler. The Lawali is going to be in a bit of a difficult spot, though. Very high stamina cost move, so we will see it swap out here.
Lulu going to retreat that Lawali, bringing in the HKen here. Lulu mixing up the board entirely with a double swap. I like that for a few different reasons. I think KSK was starting to figure out Lulu's rhythm to an extent. So a double board swap this late, mixing things up and creating, maybe some confusion on KSK's side. I like that play, but we are going to see a clinch from the Yowler going into that HKen, doing some decent damage, dropping it potentially in the danger zone. Certainly for a Tesla prison, I would contend. What do you think, East?
Yes, but I think it is protected from the Gazama in the sense that it has Fire Tornado available if possible. It also has Zen Meditation Electro Punch, which looks really good into the Gazama here. Although in that case, Lulu has to watch out for the Mimit swapping in for the Yowler to redirect the Ragnet's attack. Hellfire, likely close to enough on the Gazu, but we'll see. Maybe Microwaves is just enough. Lulu's going to swap out the Ragnet, so I think he is going for some sort of strong fire attack here. Maybe Synergy Hellfire.
We are going to see KSK now retreat the Kazuma, bringing in Turok, maybe anticipating the swap there. We are going to see here comes the Synergy Hellfire going into it. Doing not a ton of damage on either 10, bringing the Yowler down to 80% as well as the Turok down to 40. Savage Suplex going to be the answer. KSK starting to let his hands go with Hedging going home at 0%. Let's see what Hazrat's able to... Oh, no, Hazrat. Yeah. Let's see what Hazrat's able to do here as well.
Yeah, it just swapped in. But that's a decent swap for Lulu. I think he was kind of banking on the Suplex being livable if he burned the Yowler. But now the Turok is absolutely in range of Plague, which means Hazrat is fairly protected here to start, throwing Wastewaters at Yowler. Yowler's committed Suplex, so it can't really do much in terms of damage here. Anything that KSK brings into the Turok slot is going to take a fair bit of damage from Plague. This is probably Ragnet, I would imagine. Yeah, the Mimited Ragnet coming in. And again, continuing to sort of work on the Lawali here, if you're KSK. Can keep clinching it, keep throwing hands.
Correct me if I'm wrong here. It does look like... So we are going to see a Wastewater going into that Yowler, doing decent damage, as well as some true damage with the Toxic Tick. And East, if I may, we are going to see the clinch going into that Lawali, dropping it down with... That had some meat on it, 44.4%. It looks like KSK might have created the Yowler situation they were hoping for in match 1. What do you think?
Yeah, we're close to it, right? I think there is some, problems. It's just man, the Lawali is still not taking that much from clinch at -2. It probably leaves a hit from, uninvested Ragnet on the Mimit, right? So Lawali and Hazrat can kind of combine to take out KSK's right slot. And the Mimit has speed, but it doesn't necessarily have, priority electric damage. We still don't know what I think the fourth move on the Mimit is. We've seen Electro Punch, we've seen Perfect Jab, and we've seen Turbine. Yeah, this Yowler is toast if it gets hit by Hazrat here.
We are going to see the Plague hitting that Yowler pretty hard, followed up by a Wastewater with the Hazrat. That's going to be enough to send Yowler home. KSK was able to put that Yowler where he wanted it to be, but now struggling, doing a decent damage with the Electro Punch, but not enough. And Lulu living on in this turn. Kazuma coming out for KSK.
Yeah, so KSK is kind of trying to protect the Lawali, the Turok from the Lawali here, right? So now it's a question of, can he outspeed the Hazrat twice and KO it? Lulu may have to stay in on the Lawali to confirm the KO on Gazu then. And if he does that, the Lawali goes down, and it's Hazrat Ragnet going up against Turok, which is not necessarily lost for Lulu, right? Perfect Jab plus a Wastewater or a Lava Wave. The Hazrat is faster, so it'll go first. But those two moves combined may be enough to bring down Turok. He can't use electric moves on Ragnet to help finish off Turok because of the Electric Custodian the other way. But by the same token, KSK can't use the... these two Ragnets are going to start canceling each other out later in the game here.
We are going to see Lulu retreat the Lawali, bringing them the Ragnet of their own in that left spot. Chamomile going to proc again for Ragnet. Lava Wave coming out from Hazrat, going into the Kazuma. Will it be enough? Yes, it is. Kazuma knocked off the board here. And now we'll see, and KSK going to rest the Mimit, bringing in Turok, just like you said. Now we see the Turok situation that you just talked about. Turok facing down a Ragnet and a Hazrat.
Yeah, this is going to be a close one here. Between the Turok and the Ragnet, who's got the bigger speed? Because Perfect Jab is probably sitting at somewhere between 15 to 20% damage into Turok. And it's likely that Lava Wave could make up the difference in that case. I think Lulu has to try it. No, he's going to go the other way with a Wastewater onto the Mimit. This makes some sense. He can leverage Toxic Farewell now if the Hazrat goes down this turn. Turok does go for it. KSK takes that hit. I think he's going to live to regret that one. as you know what happens when Hazard goes down. It's rat
that
bomb
was
time.
A risky play, man. Perfect jab going in from KSK into the opposing Ragnet of Lulu. Now the question is, E-Punch going into the amendment as well. Now dropping that down to about 31% after Toxic Ticks. And now we see Lawali and Ragnet staring down Turok and Ragnet. Lulu trying to move on here.
Yeah, I think this looks to me like the Lawali gets Plague Off into the Turok, and then Ragnet beats Ragnet. So Plague goes down. The only way this Mimic can hit Lawali is with either Turbine or Perfect Jab. They will Perfect Jab the Lawali. He does not go down,
so
and that
close.
seals it for sure. Even if it had, Lulu, I think, is
in stamina and HP alone, it looks like. Yeah, it looks like that's going to be enough. KSK shaking hands with Lulu. Lulu moving on to round 2. And I will contend there, certainly in the second round. Lulu had their hands full with KSK there.
Yeah, like Lulu and getting into trouble when opponents copy his Ragnet is like name a more iconic combination. Like that's happened to him, I feel like, so many times. And KSK managed to get that board state again in this game too. Wasn't quite enough, but you could see how much closer it was, right? Like immediately respecting that like Scunch Koish opener and not falling for it gave KSK like tons of more room to work with. And they were kind of almost able to get it over the line there. Lawali looking good for Lulu early on here. The +2 Hypoxia taking down the Nid, and then the bulk to sort of survive enough hits there, even at -2, kind of sealed the game for him.
Absolutely, East. Actually, again, speaking to, I had the opportunity to speak with Lulu last night after the matches concluded, and believe it or not, they were unsure about the Lawali coming into the tournament. I feel like those feelings are now put at ease, as it may have been the X factor against KSK.
Oh, I have absolutely no doubt that Lulu has gone through the multiple nightmare scenarios in which Lawali lets him down, and that's why he's so concerned. But we'll deal with that later. Lulu has moved on for now, and good luck to KSK in the lower bracket. And we're going to take a quick break, step away for a bit, and we'll be back with our second round. It's going to be Genesect going up against Notna. I believe HKen and BFlattened have that one for you. So absolutely. I'll be joining the audience. See you guys later.
All right, and welcome back to Temtem Worlds. That recap in that last game, I just want to dive into it right away with the no hesitation at all. That was an excellent game, by the way. If Lulu plays like Lulu did in game number 1, as composed as he was, and also if you take the first turn or two of game number 2 as well, the unnoticed proc of move flank, teaming up with the swap in of Electric Custodian Ragnant. If Lulu continues to play the rest of the tournament like that, I think Lulu's a favorite to win. Like, you don't get better than that. The thing is that there was a lot of talk about Assassin Yowler. The two people that you don't want to bring Assassin Yowler into, arguably is snrplat, the one who brought it into existence in the first place, and Lulu, because Lulu was the one who fought that in mid-season invitational and won. Those are the two people you don't want to bring that into. If you are going to, you need to confirm a kill early. Taking Scunch with Mimit was arguably the better choice, but KOing Koish was probably going to be a big difference maker in that game number 1. But congrats to Lulu either way, big 2-0. But that is history. Let's go ahead and move forward with our next game. We have Immovable Object, Unstoppable Force. David Goliath. You literally have Stall, huge Stall, and the most aggressive Digi-Aggro hybrid that we've probably ever seen. HKen, what are your thoughts on this?
So I love this matchup for the same reasons that you talked about, B. You have yesterday I called Tsubaki the father of Stall. I would imagine that Genosect is maybe the uncle of Stall, if you will, versus Notna, who's not afraid to go after that. I talked about it with Welsh. Welsh would have to go after Tsubaki. I think it's the same situation with Notna. Although if I'm looking at these teams right now, it looks like Notna might have the tools to bring that high intensity to Genosect's doorstep. What do you think?
I think it's just like what I said yesterday. I'm actually got to have the honors of casting both stall matches with Tsubaki yesterday and Genesect today. It's the same exact scenario as Welsh had with Tsubaki. It's those first 2 turns that are the most crucial. If you do not capitalize on those first 2 turns as either hyper aggro or mid-range aggro, like Welsh was yesterday, Notna being the hyper aggro in this case, you lose tempo. You get the stone walls up, you get the healing capabilities up, and then that's where it sort of leans in the favor of Genesect. The Torren takes the ban. That's actually a very good ban because Torren is a very annoying tem if you leave it alone for too long. Just taking it out of the game, excellent start. On the other way, we have Drakash going away. That opens up Scaravolt a little bit with the 1 Earth being eliminated. It also allows things like Moments and Nidrasil to be a little more free so that Fiery Souls don't hail down and rain in as freely as opposed to HKen, where Hellfire is every 2 turns. HKen doesn't have that
absolutely.
turn
You
1
did see
fire.
Genosect, B. If I may, it almost looks like Genosect analyzed Notna's team, took about 20 seconds off the reserve time here in pick bans, and then definitively went Volfi Scaravol, almost as if like I might have this figured out right away. Could you speak to me about what that Volfi and Scaravol are all about going into Notna's team?
I think Stara is a little bit more free, and Genesect knows that immediately. Normally, you would say Staravol into a Volfi. Absolutely not, because it has Sludge Gift. However, Volfi no longer has Sludge Gift, so Scara can look down a Volfi face-to-face on turn 1 and be absolutely okay with that. The pickup of Munko to threaten out Genesect's Volfi here is probably going to push off the potential Lifeless Sap Kaleidoscope to make this Scaravolt an absolute monster later on. Likely swapping it into the back, getting it to full health, and giving the most free half full we've probably ever seen.
Absolutely, B. And yesterday you spoke to me a lot about at that time in that particular match. We were talking about scaling Tems that are able to scale up to the stall strategies. I'm not seeing at first glance Notna having that functionality, which would say to me that Notna is going to go after and throw bombs right away in these first couple turns. What do you think?
Absolutely. We don't have things like Serbatia's Wrath, Oshiara. We don't have Hazarat with Heat Up. The only thing that I can see is, I believe Zalbian has access to Heat Up, but I don't think Zalbian wants to run Heat Up in any case scenario. Zalbian having access to 100 moves but can only slot 4. That's going to be very difficult to slot that in and lose out on something else that could be very important in another match.
And here we go. Scarvolt coming in half full. We're going to have it. Yep. Here it is. Notna versus Genosect. The stall master versus the aggro commander. Here we go. What do you think, B? What do you think we're going to see on turn 1? Do you think Monko's going to go after that Volfi with a Soul Shout? I mean, I almost think you might have to.
Yeah, he has to challenge this Volfi. As soon as you see Kaleidoscope, you know that this Volfi has access to either Plague just to have a little bit of a start, but you know that it wants to click Lifeful Sap, especially next door to a Scaravolt with half full. A double in actually doesn't like destroy this Volfi, but it's exactly what I thought. You know, the first 2 turns are so crucial. You have to double down a slot. You have to commit to that slot. You have to pin that slot, and you have to do it with no fear. He did absolutely no fear into this Volfi, and Volfi is going to be a nightmare later on if you leave it alone, because it's the healer. You have Volfi as a healer, you have Piggy Pick as a healer. You need to focus down those supports, and then be able to focus in on things like Yowler, Scaravolt, so that they don't have their most healing tools available to them at any given turn. Volfi has Lifeful Sap every turn. Yowler doesn't have Hibernate every turn, so you can be able to focus in on that a little bit more.
Ooh, we're going to see the Pig swap in with Mom's Lunch, trying to challenge the stamina of Notna's aggressive nature. The Soul Shout's going to be enough, dropping that Volfi. I feel like that's huge for Notna going forward, as well as psychologically against the Genesect. All right, we got a knockout. I'm in the game
that's
here.
Huge.
Here's the Hypno for the Pig. Pig's going to sleep, and Notna not afraid to go right after Genosect.
Genesect's counter to this hyper-aggressive nature of Notna is Mom's Lunch, because you need to control that stamina as a countermeasure to just getting pushed. The thing about Stall is that you can slot in Mom's Lunch on pretty much everything and be okay with it. Normally Pig runs things like Diablo, but it's running Mom's Lunch here. Sleep Tech against Stall, not a fan of that, because Stall is not going to be able to scale as much as it wants to. Slows it down a little bit more. The Nidrasil can actually tag this Piggy Pick if it wants to, wake it up, remove that Seize, doesn't really do much, but you can also swap out the Pig again, bring in that Mom's Lunch, control the stamina, and then start to actually buff up your Tems. Because the only thing that we've seen buff-wise so far is this Scara, and that was half full of its ability. What are you seeing so far, HKen?
Speak to me about the swap here, B, because you would think, I mean, the double swap, I understand the reason behind it. You're having stamina issues against Genesect. You're trying to figure out, okay, how do I keep throwing bombs? Is it worth it to go for the overexert? There is the wake up that you talked about. Now Pig's woken up, figuring out which way it wants to go, presumably coming out. But no, going to go for the stone wall, and now we're going to see that stall strategy start to settle in.
This is exactly what Genesect needed to do to stop those first 2 turns. Yes, he lost Volfi, but look at the board state now. Nidrasil wakes up the Pig for absolutely free. He can swap out the Pig and get Mom's Lunch off because there's no more C's on that. Nidrasil gets the Stonewall added to it, and then this is where Stall starts to take over. You control the stamina first on that hyper-aggressive nature, then you start to get your team starting to roll through. This is the exact defensive measure that Genesect needed to do to counter those first 2 turns. The double swap allowed that big start to Genesect's stall strategy. If he overexerts, you're trapping a Tem on the field and arguably giving even more tempo to Genesect. So that's why having that going through was a lot better of a swap, because you also get hold up on Dazuma too. You know, the Tornado, Volfi coming in to trap in the Pig, you know, you're locking down another support. We have the KO of the Volphy. The pig is now trapped. The pig is now going to take possibly a Tesla prison here. It doesn't really want to see that at all, but throwing a tornado into Nidrisil isn't a bad idea either.
Absolutely here, B. And let me ask you something. As Notna evaluates the board states, evaluates what's left in the back, decides, all right, I got to stay aggressive here. How many more turns does Notna really have to establish their lead against Genesect, who's going to presumably continue to buff? So you talked a lot about the early game being the most important part of this matchup. I agree with you there. How many more turns do you think Notna really has?
I think you really get to see, like, stall matches will go out to 20 plus turns, but you really get to solve and see stall matches actually end in about the first 5 to 7, maybe possibly 8 turns if you don't have anything to reset. If this Monko has reset, Notna did his homework and is absolutely able to capitalize on that later. But from there, it's kind of just textbook turn the pages, and you're able to just basically lock in and hone in on your game once you get to a point of no return. Notna probably has about 2 or 3 more turns left to really push these supports and then be able to focus in on the rest of the team. See, the pig living there is very, very scary because now we have this Yowler with the stone wall too. The Divine Inspiration saved that pig with that +1 special defense Divine Inspiration earlier. Now this is where Genesect is kind of in the driver's seat. You have a full HP Scaravolt with half full. You have a Yowler full HP Nutbar Stonewall. You have Piggy Pick who's able to swap out here, throw in a Mom's Lunch later on, control that stamina. That's exactly what we're seeing here. That Mom's Lunch is going to be crucial later on. Make sure to pay attention to that pig.
Absolutely. We are going to see Nidrisil take the spot up there. Gazuma's starting to gas itself up with the spark, saying, all right, listen, if I'm gonna hit you, I'm gonna hit you as hard as I can. Volphy throwing 1 plague out, locking the Nidrisil down, barely doing any damage there. Now we're going to see what that Yowler does. Yowler going to throw a Savage Suplex into the Volphy, excuse me, dropping it down to 11%, and that Volphy's in the danger zone.
Genesect is seen and checking handcuffs, because as you can see, handcuffs trapped in that Nidrisil. Sure, there was a quarter damage. Notna wasn't going for damage there. Notna was either going to A, check the pig and kill it off, or B, trap something in and then have this Gazuma scale up 1 special attack so that it can hit whatever's coming in. This Nidrisil does not want to have a +1 special attack Gazuma hit it with a tornado, and Nidrisil can't really do a darn thing about it. It's just kind of trapped in here, and I don't believe it has any buffs up on it either. So this is going to be a crucial hit to have that trapped in. Genesect does not want to see those handcuffs play any longer, and you can tell with that big hit on the Volphy. Probably going to force it out, or the KO happens. The force out happens instead.
And there is the Volphy getting retreated for the Monko. A lot of people wondering, what does this Monko have besides Soul Shouts? Could we potentially be looking at a reset? There's the Hurricane doing decent damage, bringing that Nidrisil down to 60%. Doing it as well, about 23% to the Yowler. Monko going to get hit with 3 Toxic Ticks for the swap in. We are going to see a clinch follow-up as well. Monko dropping down to 44%. Toxic Ticks going to wear away at it. And now, I think, B, unless I'm mistaken, if you have reset, I think this is when you click it, no?
It's going to reveal the tech early, and it's probably going to make Monko an auto-ban on game number 2. But if you have any hope for game number 1, you have to click that reset. Everything has some form of buff on it. And if it's a swap in for it, this is when you have to do it. You got to hit something with it if you do run reset. This is all driver seat Genesect here. As soon as that turn 3 started turning around and that double swap happened, it was just all downhill from there, a landslide from there. Genesect knows hyper aggro to a T. And you can see that experience is playing off here.
Absolutely. We are going to see the aarrggnn now making an appearance. Genesect swapping out the Nidril, bringing that pig back. And here comes Mom's Lunch. Hope you're hungry. Let's see. And let's see what that. And then here's the reset.
There's the reset. Okay. Notna did his homework. Absolutely.
Now, what does that do for me? What does that do for Notna going forward here, B? Because clinch, let's see how much damage it does. It presumably is going to be enough to take out Monko. It sounds like that was a big opportunity for Notna to gain some ground here, but do you think it was enough to be able to generate a potential win here in round one?
It definitely makes this Yowler a little bit more intimidated. Notna did his homework by slotting reset. How much homework was this done? Does the Zalbian have a scale-up move? Does aarrggnn have composure? That would be very, very interesting to see a composure play here. I don't know how much Notna was cooking for stall.
Yeah, I mean, we did see some preparations in the Welsh-Tsubaki battle. Welsh had a couple humiliating slap Temtem on him, knowing that, listen, if I pull Tsubaki or Genosect's card here, I'm going to have to be ready for it. It looks like Reset helped prepare. Yowler getting swapped out on Genesect's side. Scaravolt coming back in, potentially with Baton Pass, right? I believe we saw the Baton, right, B?
It was Baton Pass, but the Scaravolt is already healed up to full because of the Lightful Slap Kaleidoscope earlier. The save of Pig again is great because the swap in and out, we get to see a Mom's Lunch play later on, and that will just, you know, seal the deal for stamina control in a bit. Charge Arm Failings is actually a pretty good play here. Not only does it burn both Tems, except for the Scaravolt because it's fire, but it also makes both of them neutral, so that you get one turn to basically look past all of its type chart, and you're able to swing and hit at them for that one turn. There's that Hypnosis into the Nidrisil.
Going into the Nidrisil, putting it to sleep. We did see Volfi also make a reappearance, probably there to pressure out that
the Team Elusive.
Oh, the Team Elusive. Notna, if nothing else, is doing everything they possibly can to keep up with the stall strategies of Genosect. You would presumably think a Dust Vortex is going to that spot here, B, or do you think he's going to read the swap?
Nothing really wants to take that Dust Vortex on that slot. You know, it's ×4 against the Scara now that the neutrality is gone. Yowler has a reset. Pig is on the warning tracks, and it can't Mom's Lunch right now. Dust Vortex is fairly safe. Probably the best bet that you have. This Nidrisil is locked down. The Diablo has been wonky on turns because Nidrisil's been swapping in and out. Hasn't been consistently on board for 3 turns. Nidrisil has insane amounts of buffs right now at +3/+2, but it hasn't been comfortably on board this entire time.
We are going to see the aarrggnn. Oh, we're going to see a double swap from Notna, bringing out Zalbian, followed by the Gazuma here. And now on Genesect's side, we're going to see Scaravolt go away. He wanted no part of that Dust Vortex that was coming in. Pig coming in with the Mom's Lunch to prop that again, but not yet.
Yep. The C has had one more turn. The Diablo actually hits the Pig there. This was Diablo's turn. The double swap there, that's actually pretty nice. You can comfortably do a double swap and not terribly lose tempo if you can either A, overexert a Tem on the stall player's team, or put it to sleep like we saw with that Hypnosis earlier. So that's a decent, comfortable swap there, and I like it too. We saw the T-Strap from Zalbian earlier, so it can actually put some pressure on the Yowler. I like that too. I wonder why we choose Zalbian Gazuma here. Maybe holds. Maybe just want to try to get some scaling tempo up. We'll see what the choice is here.
We are going to see the Gazuma get retreated here. aarrggnn moving into that spot now. And Genosect pulling the Nidrisil, bringing out Scaravolt back into that spot. Let's see if there are any attacks on the board here. Baton Pass going to proc. Wastewater going into that Pig. Will it be enough?
Not quite, even with the Poison Tick.
Oh my gosh. Divine Inspiration.
Oh, the Divine Inspiration too. Oh,
gonna be the counter response there, bringing that Pig up quite a bit of HP, as well as another special defense proc. Excuse me, just the special defense going up.
Yep. Scaravolt getting the buffs here, and also being full HP just puts Scaravolt in a Very nice position, because you see that Volphy at 11.2%. If you can comfortably take this Volphy out by any means necessary, a Toxic Tick from Nidrasil, a Singular Punch from Yowler, you catch this Volphy, and the Scaravolt just runs for the races. Look at all this HP count on it, look at all these buffs going on it, and there's also Baton Pass if it swaps in and out to be able to heal back some potentially lost HP throughout its course in the next couple of turns. I think Scaravolt just runs away with this, because Gazuma can't take it out, Ragnit can't take it out. Zalbian's only hope is, maybe Wastewater to punch some poison ticks on it.
We are going to see the Wastewater head into that pig, knocking it out. Fainted Curse bringing down the Zalbian just under 70%. Hypnosis coming out from the Ragnit into that Scaravolt.
Yeah, Hypnosis and Destero is just always a great thing to do, because you don't have the energy drink on it. It slows it down. You're able to hone in on one slot while you solve the Scaravolt. Having Scaravolt kind of delayed there and Volphy in the back safely, it allows just Nidrasil and Yowler just to start taking swings. And that's going to be crucial if Notna wants to take this into the later half of this game. We're about mid-game right now. If Notna wants to see the survive of the later half of the game, this is where you have to punch down this Nidrasil. Yep, there's the Turbine. Probably going to see a follow-up on it too.
Oh, double
Another turbine.
Yep. Will it be enough?
Oh, the 1.7. Having Nidrasil buffed up is insane there.
Nidrasil
waking up
barely hangs on, and Notna pulling his hair out saying, come on.
Oh, the Electric Storm, that's 4 times.
From the Scaravolt.
4 times on Zalbian.
See you later, Zalbian. Oh, Notna's got to be wishing, man, I was fingernails away from taking that.
Right on the finish line there, but Nidrasil says not quite enough of that +3 defense that was provided earlier with a stone wall. It was those early stone walls on turn number 3 that allowed that Nidrasil to still exist today. Now, I like Volphy here because not only do you pressure the Scaravolt, but Nidrasil isn't exactly protecting anything at 1.7% health. You just hit down this Nidrasil, it goes away. A Dust Vortex on Scaravolt, doesn't want to take it. Yowler doesn't really want to see a special attack on its non-buff special defense here. It's not a bad position. Not a bad position at all.
If I may be, it looks like Notna did a pretty strong job of making it so Genesect really didn't buff up all that much. We saw a couple stone walls come out here and there, but Notna was able to make it so Genesect had to... We are going to see the Sandstorm. That's going to be enough. Dropping the Nidrasil, and did some serious damage to that Scaravolt as well. Ember's going to be the response going down to Volphy, but excuse me, B, sorry. What I was saying was, it looks like Notna was able to pressure out and not allow too many buffs. What do you think?
Yeah, being able to take control of those first couple of turns, like I mentioned at the start of the match, that's where you really put pressure on the stall player to be in sort of a stress situation. You don't want them to just sit back, relax, and click buttons. You want them to be leaning in on their gamer chair, dialed in. You want to take them out of the comfortable position. If you take them out of the comfortable position, you're able to compose yourself a little bit more. You need to be able to dial in on swaps. You need to get those swaps down. You need to be able to swap at the right time. There's a lot of pressure on making your turns perfect, and even then, still being challenged that you may or may not win off even perfect turns.
The Fire Tornado going out from Scaravolt is enough to take out that Ragnit Savage Suplex coming out from the Yowler, dropping that Gazuma down to 68%. It looks like this one might all but be over. B, is there a world where Notna comes away with this one, or no?
No, it's as soon as that Volphy went down, it's like I said, Scaravolt just runs for the hills, runs for the races. Gazuma has Hurricane, it has Tesla Prison, it has Tornado, and Scaravolt is very comfortable with that all day. I'm surprised we don't see a concede here, but Gazuma is just going to overexert, maybe trying to look for some information for game 2.
Yeah, I think Notna's trying to figure out, do I ban that Scarvolt? I'm gonna throw a hurricane, or excuse me, a tornado at it and see how much it does. We are gonna see the hibernate coming from Yowler. You would presume we're gonna see a concede on this following turn, though.
You would think that with a Drakash and a Volphy, there's a collapse there, there's a concede. You would think that with a Drakash and a Volphy, that Scaravolt is the least of your concerns. You have 2 Earths being able to check it, but without Volphy having Sludge Gift, it makes Volphy a little bit not as safe or not as much of a check into Scaravolt as it used to be. Changing things up, I think Notna just has to continue with that strategy. I think the double swap wasn't exactly great. And I think taking out Piggy Pick is the game plan moving forward. Not only is it a very big support, but you remove that Mom's Lunch that was very crucial in that stamina control. Early on, late in the game, removing the C's with not only the sleep, but also the heal. That stamina control was kind of the beginning to the end. Removing that Pig, I think, is going to be crucial if it's not picked up in the first part of pick ban phase here.
We are going to see Notna following your strategy, B, saying, listen, I don't want any part of that Torren. Torren eating the band again this round, but Notna leading hedging this time, and Genosect staying with that Volphy Scarvolt. He said, listen, it worked for me once. I'm confident it can work for me again. Let's see how Notna responds here with the second spot on the blue side. Probably giving Volphy a pretty big look right now.
Genesect is just able to start Volphy Scara fairly well. There's not a lot of things that we'll be able to take out either. We saw Notna just go and swing for the fences on the Volphy, even with Monko, and it wasn't able to take it out. Being able to lead this Volphy Scara, tossing in the Kaleidoscope Lightful Sap on Scara, was the reason for game number 1. You don't really need to change your strategy for Genesect if you're up a game. You're able to play your game just as safely as possible. We don't see the Pig getting banned here. I think that might be a mistake. I'm not Notna. I don't know Notna's team. I could be very wrong on that, but I think Pig was needing the ban there.
Pig was a menace last round. Pig was a menace. It was running around. It was feeding everybody's mom's lunch. Notna was feeling those stamina issues for sure. I think what I agree with, certainly I agree with pretty much everything you say, B, but most of all, I guess my question is, I did see Notna last round doing some double swaps, trying to manipulate the board a little bit more, when you would think you just really need to keep going after him. What do you think?
I think Notna was really worried about stamina control. There's a lot of moves that Notna was pulling out that are very high stamina costs, and again, that's where that Pig comes into play. The thing that I find really, really weird is Genesect saw the hidden jutsu tech of reset on Monko and still refuses to ban it. I guess he just wants to play around it and have the Scaravolt come in. There's no Volphy, there's no Drakash. Scaravolt is an absolute monster this game.
Absolutely, and I saw in the chat a little bit, excuse me, it does look like the audio might be a little desynced. We're going to have our backstage look at that right away, so bear with us. But we do have Genosect and Scaravolt up against the hedging and aarrggnn. Notna figuring out, all right, this is round 2 now. If I'm gonna make a move against Genesect, I'm gonna have to do it early, I'm gonna have to do it aggressively, and I'm gonna have to do it now.
This is just a game of protect the Platimus, because Platimus is only the big check into Scara unless you have Monko reset the Scara, which actually it looks like reset is up now. That's very nice.
We are going to see Genesect just like turn 1. Genesect sticking with that same strategy, pretty much copy paste. We saw the Kaleidoscope Lightful Sap into the Scaravolt. I do like Monko coming in with that reset to be like, hey, listen, I can undo this right now if I want to. Let's see how Genesect responds.
Here's the thing, though. This becomes a 50-50. On one half of the coin, Monko cooks reset and hits the Scara. On the other half of the coin, Genesect just says, oh, I can easily swap this and anything can take a reset because I have no buffs going. I'm not scared of that. So this is a very, very 50-50 turn, and I think Notna playing the gamble here is brave. I definitely think it's very, very brave, but it puts a little bit of pressure on Genesect. Genesect is out of that comfortable driver's seat, being able to
absolutely
play that game with him. There's that mom's lunch.
Yes, I love the 50-50 from Notna. Just saying, like, hey, listen, I'm not afraid of you. I know what you're going to do here. I know your strategy. So if nothing else, I'm
there it
is.
No.
It comes up. There's the reset into the moments.
Oh, no.
But that's not resetting anything, baby. That thing just came out.
Yep, that's the 50-50 we were just discussing. And it looks like it was in favor of Genesect. It was just as simple as a swap. That's all it took.
We are going to see Pigapek did go to sleep on that turn. Now Notna figuring out, all right, so what does that mean for me? I clicked reset. That didn't pan out. Scarvolt's in the back getting gassed up from that Lifeful Sap. I got a Moments here in front of me pressuring me out. Where do I go from here?
Take a look at how much that reset on one Mom's Lunch did to that Monko. It took about 60% on the Monko, and it just was able to recover a little bit more to take it to about the halfway point. That's one move, by the way. One move on a Mom's Lunch. Very, very terrifying.
Notna now bringing that Platimus out. Going for the double swap here. Ragnet going to go away. Gazuma coming in next to it. And we'll see what Genesect responds with on his side. Pigapek's coming back out, presumably for a Mom's Lunch later on. Volfi coming into that second spot. And we'll see what Moments does. Do we see activity here? Yes, we do. Plasma Beam going into the Platimus. That burn tick going to chip away a little bit.
You can see the game that Notna's playing. Sleep a Tem, double swap, get into position. Sleep a Tem, double swap, get into position. We saw that multiple times in Game 1, and we're already seeing that in Game 2. But you can see that the response from Genesect is take out this Platimus. Scaravolt runs for the hills again, just like in Game 1. There's no earth threats, and Platimus is the only water threat. There's going to be a lot of resources on Notna's side to take out this Scara, and that's terrifying.
We are going to see the Sparks gassing up that Platimus, Notna saying, listen, Platimus, it's me and you, buddy. Me and you are going to be the ones that do it. 62% goes down from the Aquatic Whirlwind on the Volfi. Plague as the response, dropping the Platimus down to just under 60%. And we'll see if Genesect doubles into it. There's the Resin Trap sound. Resin Trap going to keep that Platimus in play. Genesect saying, listen, you're not going anywhere.
So from here on out, it's just Plague and Plasma Beam, and, you know, cross your fingers and toes that this Platimus goes down, and then it's all Scara's game. You have Monko, you have Gazuma, you have Ragnet, you have HKen that don't exactly like looking at a Scara. Monko with Reset is the saving grace.
We are going to see the Tornado bringing that Volfi down to about 30%. Aqua Bullet Hell following it up. That's not going to be enough. 4% left on the Volfi. Here comes that Plague Plasma Beam like you talked about, B.
If you're not, no, you got to live on the Platimus here. Otherwise, it's pretty much over early. Oh, it's not enough.
And that's
the burn
going to be
takes it out.
Platimus goes home.
It's just Scaravolt.
And now Notna saying, all right, now what do I do?
If you're Notna, you need to pray to whatever deity is potentially out there that Monko hits reset on Scara, and you're just able to just charge Iron Filings it with the Ragnet. You gotta... It's going to be a 4v1. You got to spend a lot of resources on this Scara just to take it out now. Genesect knew that. Genesect knew his win con, and he knew the counter to the win con. Eliminating that Platimus as much as possible, ignoring buffs, by the way, to opt for a Plague, Plasma Beam, gun down that Platimus, and now Genesect just sits in that comfortable driver's seat that you don't want a stall player to be in. You can just focus on heal, you can focus on buffs, it's game over. I think it's over early.
If you allow Genesect to settle down and start playing his game, that alone might be enough. Mom's Lunch coming out with the pig, dropping the exhaust down. Harmful microwaves as the response from the HKen, bringing that pig to about 74%. Let's see what the Moments is going to do here. Another Plasma Beam going on to the HKen, doing decent damage, bringing it down to 64. Yeah, that Moments hit him.
Yeah, it's a ×2 attack. I didn't expect a super effective move from a what I'd like to imagine a very little, if any, special attack invest moment. Probably safe to assume that this is around a 800, 900 bulk invest moments with very little special attack invest, but still took about near 40% off that hedging.
We are going to see Genesect swap out her moments here,
Scarab.
bringing Scaravolt into that spot, and here comes Scaravolt looking mighty scary. Hellfire coming in.
See what you did there.
To the pig. Oh, I've been waiting.
You've been waiting for that.
Electro Punch going into the pig. Barely not doing enough. 1% live, and here comes the Divine Inspiration.
This is where pig is so dangerous. Because now you're healing past that burn. You're also buffing the Scaravolt here. And the Scaravolt is the win con. I think Notna might be kicking himself a little bit for not banning this pig, because again, this pig is describing the story for this game as well. Mom's Lunch, stamina control, healing, buffs, everything.
I tell you what, B, talk to me about a world where Notna manages to turn this around. You talked about Monko press and reset, maybe getting lucky on a Scaravolt swap or just leaving Scaravolt in. Assuming that timeline takes place, does Notna actually have a shot down the stretch?
Oh, that's a hard question, because again, you have to spend a lot of resources just on one Tem. The Volph is on the warning tracks, the pig is on the warning tracks, but you've got healing potential from Nidrasil. I assume there's a Revitalize on this moment. There's a lot of things that just expends and takes out all the resources that Notna needs to do solely on Scara, and it allows the other slot just to be free.
Absolutely. We're going to see Notna swap in there. Boomerang going on to the Scaravolt. Now charged iron fillings as the response.
Okay, someone's going to have to help me out with that one. Boomerang on Scara, that confuses me greatly. I think I've done a decent job figuring out Genesect install gameplay, but that one I don't have figured out. That might just be a misclick. Maybe Genesect's a little bit too comfortable.
A lot of people saying that it might have been in a response to a potential hypnosis, which was,
that's true. Okay,
assuming
that's a
that
good
happened,
point.
that might be a brilliant execution.
That's
we'll
a
see
good
what
point.
Genesect brings in here.
Ragnit was very reliant on that hypnosis and being able to preemptively wake up that Scarab. That makes sense. Chat, you guys are VIPs for that. Good call.
Genesect trying to close the door here on Notna. Looking like it might be a likely outcome, but that being said, maybe there's a world where Notna makes some magic happens as we see the reserve clock getting ticked off, but Moment is going to go into that left spot for Genesect. And here we are with the action up in turn 9.
I feel like Pig just did his job. Pig showed up. Pig controlled stamina for the first early half of the game. Pig buffed. Pig healed. And it was just a general nuisance. You know, it got taken down to that 1% before Divine Inspiration, and it arguably lived a lot longer than it was supposed to. It did not expire early. Pig absolutely did his job there.
We are going to see that tornado going into the Scaravolt, doing not a ton of damage, bringing it down to about 70%. And then the response here, looking like Ragnit's going to go for that hypnosis. Yep, there's the hypnosis into the moments. Now we'll see what Genesect does with that Scaravolt.
Oh, it's the fiery tornado. That's going to be a big hit.
This is looking very familiar, B. This is looking mighty familiar to the first round.
Scaravolt running for the hills.
Scaravolt bringing that Kazuma down to about 23% now. Genesect with a slept moment on the left-hand side, but probably not bothering them all that much. No. And then the Scaravolt doing exactly what it wants to do, potentially for the rest of the ride here.
So this is where, if you're Genesect, you focus in on the next big threat. Gazuma has Hand Fan, and it has Sparks. So not only is it a scaling Tem that you don't want to see, but it's also a threat into Nidrasil. If you take out this Gazuma here, you eliminate the special attack buff on not only Gazuma, but also HKen and Monko. And that's just one of the bigger threats to take out now, whereas Platimus was number 1. You kind of just work in order.
We are going to see the Hurricane do very minimal damage to the Moments and Scarvel. E-Storm as the response, bringing down the Gazuma. Revitalize going into that Scarvel. That Scarvel, it's getting stronger and stronger as this match goes on, with the E-Punch going into Moments, dropping it down to 63%, as well as applying a Burn Tech.
He's just not risking the HP Ascara with a potential reset in the back with Monko. He's one of those drivers that see their gas gauge at 50% and go, oh man, I'm running out of gas, need to bring that right back up. Not going to risk that to a quarter.
Oh my gosh. That being said, B, talk to me at this point. Is there a timeline where Notna comes away with this, or are we just hoping for the best here?
Monko does not have reset this turn. It hit reset and swapped out, so we know that it's at a blank state right now. We're just going to be doubling into the Scara and hope for the best, but I think this is all Genesect here. You had predictions for Notna to upset this one. I mentioned that this was going to be a 2-1 in favor of Genesect, but I'm telling you, Genesect knows hyper aggro, knows how to take that control, knows how to get into that headspace and zone. I think it was Piggy Pick. Piggy Pick decided, at least to me, both games. I don't know about you guys, but that stamina control, if Notna was able to stay on the board one more turn, be able to double in a slot just one more time, it could have been enough for all those 1%er times that we saw with Pig, Volfi, everything like that. Genesect 2-0.
That was a huge round for Genesect, both against Notna right away, but also psychologically going forward in this tournament. Genesect 100% played exactly the way they wanted to. I liked Notna more in match 1. I think Notna was starting to establish what they needed to do, but Genesect settling down and saying, listen, I'm going to let math dictate how this round goes, and did just that.
I think once you find out where the mom's lunch is, that's where you need to decide if you're a hyper aggro player, especially if you're going to be spending high stamina costing moves, like the Electro Punch. Harmful Microwaves isn't always the lowest stam cost in the game. Once you find Mom's Lunge, that's the information that you need to hold on to for dear life if you're a hyper aggro player. Genesect being able to knock off arguably the most hyper aggro player in this tournament is just a big confidence booster to be able to fight mid-range and also hyper aggro going forward.
Absolutely. And if you're keeping up with the bracket, I believe Genesect will be facing off who in the next round, B? Or is that undetermined at this point?
I think if we're going in order, that means the winner of Genesect here faces the winner of last round, which you and East ended up casting. Bracket should be pinned in chat, so feel free to take a look at that. There is a break coming up before we get into game number 3, which I believe is also going to be casted by myself as well. And I'm teamed up with, is it HKen as well?
No, I think I'm going to break this one. Let's take
perfect.
Take a look,
well, we'll see you guys there.
Either way, B will be here. Maybe I will. We'll sort it out after the break, guys. Thank you so much. We'll see you right after the break, all right?
Take care.
Hello, and we're back. Welcome, everybody. We are getting ready for game 3 of the day. Hello, BFlattened. How are you doing so far today?
East, my friend, I think you're muted.
I think I'm not muted on stream. I'm just muted in Discord.
Yep.
So everyone else could hear me except for you. How are you doing?
Thanks. Tell us a recap on that. I'm assuming you just did, but I heard none of that.
No, I was just welcoming everyone back in. I mean, I don't think there's like many complicated thoughts about that. If you're going to let Genesect through and you don't pick an Earth, like, you deserve what happens to you next. Like, I just think that's my analysis of that one. Let's look into the next one. We've got aarrggnn going up against Rattlestig. aarrggnn, I think, definitely, at least in my books, in conversation for the best player in the world right now. Possibly, I think I would put him as like maybe tops right now. It's hard to say, but definitely a strong candidate there. He's going up against Rattlestig, who I will confess to just not knowing very much about as a player. Made it through the open qualifiers, made it through the play-in stage, but not a lot known about the player. We do see a lot of mentals on their team, which is something we haven't seen a lot. Mental actually the least represented type at Worlds, with only 15 Tems, which is the lowest, and the only typing to have less than 20 representatives.
I think you're right in placing aarrggnn in a higher position, and also having Rattle kind of being the underdog in this match. It's a named person, and you kind of have to, if you are Rattle, remove the name from the tamer and just play your game the way that it's needed to. The unfortunate part is seeing 2 crystals on aarrggn's team, and having, I believe, 4 crystal weeks on Rattle's team. So a pig ban is not overly the entire answer that Rattle can do. You ban 1 crystal, another crystal shows up. That already puts aarrggnn at a very nice pick ban phase here, I think.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the 2 drafts, it's like almost unquestionable that, as we get into the draft here, it's almost unquestionable that Rattlestig has to ban Chimerian. They are on orange side here, which I actually think might favor them in the draft a little bit, because they can respond somewhat to what aarrggnn first picks. If aarrggnn decides to go for the first ban onto Tyrannac, for instance, then it's like very clearly, okay, Chim's out, right? We have nothing to fight Chimerian now. And we do see the Nat.
That's what we're going to see.
And immediately Chim gets banned out, right? So
precisely.
Now the big problem is aarrggnn wastes like very little time immediately going. When you have the clear advantage out of team build like this, with the 2v being so strong into everything that Rattlestig has, one thing that you'll see some experienced players do is aarrggnn was very quick to make that pick, right? Like he wants to push the time onus onto Rattlestig as much as possible during the draft. Try to get him to burn some reserve time, think about what he's going to bring here. Like we see Xenoriath, which can technically hit 2v in its lower special defense, but like a Mushuk pick here looks so good for aarrggnn.
Yeah, it's almost free at this point.
And also, like, Platimus looks fine.
Yep.
Right? Like, Ociara doesn't look that bad.
There's just a lot of
has so many
here.
Options.
Yeah. How important do you think this Moala is for Rattle if it doesn't see a ban? Do you think it sees play and potentially shows up in mid-game in favor of Rattle?
I would be pretty surprised if aarrggnn let Moala through. It's a very, very strong Tem from the back. I think it, alongside with Momo, are 2 of the most powerful Tems in the game coming from the back. So, swapping it in, basically, it gives the opponent 1 turn to deal with it, and then you get 2, start of turn hypnosises onto the opponent, which is just devastatingly powerful, especially on a Tem that can easily run Diabolo and can easily run Zen Meditation. So I would imagine aarrggnn is very excited to ban that. But at the same token, Kinu is also not equally as powerful, but also a very good Tem to come from the back. Protector can change the map on a lot of your things. But it looks like he's just eager to get rid of the Garandor, which did have quite a strong typing advantage into his backline.
Yeah,
maybe
Ociara, Tolkien, Platimus. You just don't want to see a Garandor wreck those back 3.
Yeah, maybe just feeling like he can kind of handle the Moala Kinu back pressure a little bit here. The somewhat challenging thing for aarrggnn is that, a fast double into this 2v is going to be taking Spike's Water Cannon this turn. I think it's almost, unquestioned. aarrggn's ability to, go for the double counterattack into the Ukama to take it down is pretty good for him too, but 2v is way more valuable to him than either of these Tems are to Rattlestig, right? There are defensive swaps for aarrggnn in both cases, and if 2v does go down, this does start to get a little bit hairy into the Moala. So we'll see what aarrggn's plan is here. It likely will involve some turbo choreographies, maybe a flood or 2.
Yeah.
And we'll see if Rattlestig's able to handle that.
I think Kinu is going to be holding on to Turbo with its life, and I think that's going to be something that Xenareth is going to want to see a little bit later on, because that's where things like Crystal Deluge comes in. Kinu pulling off a Turbo and Oshiara not pulling off a Flood would definitely sway things in Rattle's favor. It was interesting to see a ban on the Osukai, though. Maybe Strange Vest Osukai and just don't want to deal with that at all?
I think that with the Osukai, the main thing is just like, it's very good to Turok. It would have been very good into the Garandor that ended up being forced to be banned as a result.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Kind of controlling that pick ban a little bit more, making it a little bit more clear-cut.
Rattlestig, I believe, got to ban first, and then Argon counterbanned, right? So if Argon doesn't counterban the Garundar, all of a sudden you get a Garundar into a backline of OCR, Tolkien, Gazuma. Pretty happy with that.
Yeah. You just can't get over it. I think it's just obvious to gun down the Two-Vine here, but once that Two-Vine goes down, Rattle is kind of in a little bit more control. Does Argon just protect it?
I think there's a world where Argon goes for, like, Tolkien in on a slot here to use Heater to try and protect something. Maybe it's Two-Vine itself, because the Xenareth will outspeed and then trigger bait, so Two-Vine will be able to attack without being burned. But I don't think that's a particularly strong position for Argon, just because the Aquatic Whirlwind from Okama, then becomes like a killing blow on Tolkien next turn, right? Which is not the kind of position you want to be in. It is very possible he just goes for like perfect jab into Crystal Plume Gatling on either of these Tems, tries to take a KO, goes for Wastewater onto Okama, puts himself in a position where he can turbo his way into Tireless next turn. So you see everybody stays in. Ooh. That is a lot of damage.
That is, oh my gosh. Chunky damage.
Helicopter Kick is a little interesting. Maybe covering swaps here, not going for that Wastewater onto Ukama. It's a bit tricky, because now Ukama gets to kind of stick around here. Argon maybe doesn't have... Oh, wow!
The Madness buff. Okay,
that's... the M buff.
Alright. I don't think it necessarily enjoyed that. Maybe Rattle thought that the Ukama was just going to take the double. Like, it was almost unquestioned that he was going to take the double and Xenareth was going to play free, but maybe Argon saw that Madness buff. Did get changed in a patch recently. Didn't want to see any part of that.
So we can see, based on the time remaining, Argon went very deep into reserve time on turn 1 there. He does tend to do that fairly often, and I think the consideration was Two-Vine was such a valuable swap for him that he's like, Rattlestig is going to read that and he's going to click M buff. And so it's the decision of like whether or not it's worth doing. He might not... Does he live Aquatic Whirlwind on Two-Vine? It's unclear if he does. And if he doesn't, it's going to get very bad for him very quickly.
I think it lives the Aquatic Whirlwind, but absolutely not a double up. Water Cannon doing 40.5. I think it can just barely hang on with an Aquatic Whirlwind. That reserve time for Argon is just gone now. You're going to have to make decisions very, very quickly.
Oh, wow.
It's an interesting double swap.
From Rattlestig. Yeah. And Argon just has none. He's staying in, but the Turok does manage to resist the Turbine.
Mm-hmm. Oh, there's the turbo. Nice turbo. First turbo.
Yeah, this is not ideal for Rattlestig. Now he has to still stare down this crystal move. He wants to get the Hypnotist off, but he's staring down a double that he probably doesn't survive, which is really nice for Argon, opting not to make those defensive swaps and to just keep pressing forward with damage. Xenareth will be available later, but it's really just kind of taking itself down. This got tough for Rattlestig not C-spiking the Two-Vine turn 1. Because now it doesn't go down any prio moves. It's not threatened by a melee move from Moala. It's got a huge C-spike presence here. What will Rattlestig do here? Everybody stays in. That is bad news. If you're a fan of this Moala, it's got to take...
How hard is this Crystal Plume going to do? It's not going to be pretty. Oh, it just barely hangs on, but that poison is going to be the end of it.
Oh, I like this.
Oh, is that a black hole reset? Yeah, that's a reset.
It might not matter though. I get the sense this Mashuk is not long for this world either way. With,
no, it's done his job.
Coming out. Oh no, it's Rockfall, so actually it will survive.
Wow, the first aid kit makes the Mashuk live here, but Mashuk has arguably done his job. He made the 2-Vine faster, he made the 2-Vine able to hit more, but now Aquatic Whirlwind just puts this 2-Vine into a position it does not want to be in, and then Turok can follow up with a Turbine on Mashuk, so Prio is in favor of Rattle here, because I just don't see 2-Vine outspeeding a 3 Prio Yukama, even with +3, possibly even with Turbine too. Very, very, very slow 2-Vine potentially. Yeah, he's just going to swap it out. Seeing the Aquatic Whirlwind, yep. Oh, morale boosting whip. Okay.
Yeah, I like the whip.
Oh, it's a flood.
Going to try to control speeds back the other way. This should mean that Feather Gatling or Turbine easily outspeeds Mashuk here.
Yeah. All day. Flood and Oshiara. Oshiara is just known for its A, scaling, and B, being one of the fastest TEMs in the game. Not anymore.
Diabolo up for Gazu. Shook out and a slowed down Osiara, so that does give Rattlestig a bit of breathing room on TEMs like Xenareth. Can't be outsped by Osiara very easily here, and the synergy going for -3 instead of -2, definitely relevant.
Kama's taking the swap out here, doesn't want to take a Tesla prison. Inu. Protector.
Help out Turok here, yeah. We'll take a Tesla prison.
Maybe he also can get a hold up on Kino here for a turbo.
A Hypno as well could be valuable.
Hypno could also be working, yep. Wrath coming in. Turok only taking about half of the HP it had remaining.
Yeah, respectable damage from Stone Ball there. It does get turbo going. Kino is Kaleido.
Lifeful Sack Kaleido, it's what it tells us. Very, very interesting turn. It's back and forth. There's definitely some back and forth here.
Yeah, definitely. The flood on the Osiara is definitely very valuable, but it still gets the Water Blade outspeed on Turok there.
Yeah.
So very fast Osiara coming in here. Kinu goes to the Hypno. It wasn't the Osiara, so Argon's still going faster even at -3 there.
Just goes to show you just how fast Oshiara actually is as one of the fastest TEMs in the game. -3 is now all of a sudden -1. +3 Xenareth puts a lot of pressure on this Gazuma, and it's likely not going to survive AC spikes. It's most likely just a Tulkin swap in here.
I don't think it's actually pressured B-Flat because it's got +2 speed from Turbo, so it can just outspeed and KO Xenareth here. And that puts Argon
Gazuma has the it has the 3
experience.
Prio as well, the Tornado. Oshiara doesn't want to stay in on that. That's enough,
Tornado,
yep. Tornado is enough. Is Kinu Turbo here? What does Kinu want to do? Gazuma overexerts for that. Definitely worthwhile. Oh no,
it's not going to work.
It's not going to do anything. Tried to heal up the Xenareth, but it had what, 7% HP? Warning track on the red health there.
Yeah, Ukama comes in. It's got a lot of work to do with Osiara able to resist most of its moves. It seems unlikely you can get the job done. Aquatic Whirlwind not going to cut it in the 2-Vine here.
The Refreshing Diablo saves this 2-Vine.
Yeah.
Crystal Plume, that's going to be the Kinu. I think those last 2 turns really just decided the entire match. Xenareth needed to have the pickup there, but it's been a lot of back and forth between Turbo and Flood, speed control, and we're definitely going to be seeing that in game number 2 as well. See who gets the first punch there. Game 1 Argon.
Yeah, that's game 1 to Argon. We do have a ruling coming down as well. Perceptive viewers amongst you will probably notice that Rattlestig was not playing with a team lock code.
Wow.
We're going to have to figure out kind of what's going on there. Yeluna, who is the esports director at Crema, is just going to go ahead and make a ruling on this. I think we're kind of delaying going into game number 2. So we're going to see what the ruling is on that.
Just kind of watching the chat here, and this is definitely above our pay grade. The decision before game number 2 starts. It looks like the solve is going to happen via voice chat.
Yeah, they're working it out right now. There is a potential for Rattlestig's team just being identical, in which case they may just let it play on. We'll see kind of what happens there. I mean, this is kind of an unfortunate case because, like people have said in chat, Rattlestig literally hasn't changed his team all year. So to get dinged with the loss for that would be tough. But we'll kind of see. We'll get to the bottom of it, and then we'll move on into either game number 2 or on to the next series, depending on what the decision is. In the meantime, recapping that game 1, that was a little tough. I was kind of following 2 things at once, trying to figure out what was going on with the team lock code issue and the game as well.
Let's see if there's going to be a stop.
Just seemed like going for the M buff on turn 1 put Rattlestig incredibly far behind. Like you saw, for example, the Diabolo being the difference in the end with the Tuvine living the Whirlwind. Tuvine doesn't live that Whirlwind if it has Sea Spike's chip on it, and the Xenareth never gets to attack after M buffing. So oftentimes with Argon, if you swap out low HP stuff, you don't get to use it ever again, because by the time you come back in, he has speed control, and you never get to attack. So that's kind of the thing that Rattlestig will have to learn for game 2 if we get into game 2. And if not, something that Argon's next opponent, who I believe will be, if he does win this series, he'll be going up against the winner of the next one, which I believe is Talwin and Torren. They'll have to figure out sort of how to handle that combination of like high tempo, pushing tempo, turbo choreography, speed control that we know that Argon loves to do.
Ashoka's first pickup was definitely put Argon into an early advantage. It doesn't necessarily care about a turn 1 Yukama, it doesn't necessarily care about a turn 1 Xenareth, and then it was just able to easily come in with that pickup of Turbo turn 2 to start the speed control. The Flood synergy slowed down things a little bit, especially in the Oshiara. I believe game number 2, if we do see a game number 2, it's going to be all about who fires first with speed control. There's a lot of speed control on both sides.
It's a little underwhelming, right? Like, they brought in Turok to give synergy to the Flood, but then when it came right down to it, when it mattered,
still slower.
Oshiara still outsped the Hypno, right? Which, if you're going to be using your speed control, you want it to actually matter. And that's one of the difficult things when building these teams, is you have to invest enough speed that once you do click the moves, it matters. But you don't want to be full speed, because then you don't have like the bulk or damage to take advantage of the fact that you are using these moves to get faster. If your moves are creating damage for you, you don't need to invest as much damage, right? Like things like heat up, beef up, perfect jab, etc. If your moves are creating your bulk, things like court shield, you don't necessarily need as much bulk, although HP is still nice. And if your moves are creating speed, like turbo choreography, Tesla prison, flood, quicksand, yada yada yada, everyone's watched TemCS in 2023 knows that these moves are what everyone's been playing. If you're using those moves to create speed, you don't want to be max speed, but you do want to have enough speed to take advantage of them. And so that's what makes this game beautiful, right? It's what makes this game really fun to play and build for. Is it's not clear
able to open up any space, and then it comes down to that turn 1 of not doubling the Tuvin. You saw it with the Mawala. The Mawala went down to the warning tracks on that first turn, and then it went down to the poison. And then Kinu wasn't able to open up with any turbo or hypno plays because the Tuvine was still there. I think taking the Tuvine down to a range where anything takes it out. Like an aquatic whirlwind, it can just be outsped and one tap, and you can move forward and get your second slot to set up either that flood or that turbo, so you can start controlling that mid game. I think it all started with that non-double up on Tuvine.
Yeah, you have very low margin for error playing against Argon. It looks like the two teams in the game were identical.
Yeah.
So I think Yeluna has given the go-ahead for them to play game 2 here. We'll probably get transferred into that game just as soon as it gets started.
Looking in the Discord there, it looks like Rattle shared his screen to confirm that both teams, locked and non-locked, were the exact same and identical, and it looks like we will be getting that game number 2. Here it is.
Yes, so Rattlestig choosing the blue side, counterpick after losing game number 1. I argue that this is worse for Rattlestig. Rattlestig now, if Argon so chooses, he's under no obligation to ban Tyrannek.
Yep. Frees up that pick ban a little bit more.
Yeah, so Yeluna just sent me a message. She had a way to confirm it was using a mirror of his team lock code. It's all fine. No game loss. So we'll play on.
It's always nice to see, because you were saying that Rattle had the exact same team. It was just a matter of not having the code pop up. It's good to see that we got to see a game 2 and a play on.
Indeed. So now, like we said, because Rattlestig's on blue, his first ban of Chimerian here just opens Argon up. He's now not required to ban Tyrannek. He can if he wants to, but also, like, Tyrannek is not comfortable leading into 2v plus Mashuk, right? Like, Wastewater Feather Gatling is a ton of damage. Yep. And there, like, isn't really that much else going on. So you see Argon instead goes for the ban on Xenareth. I like that. Xenareth is like a very flexible lead next to Kama for Rattlestig. Now he can't do that anymore. All of a sudden, Gazuma looks really good. 2v Mashuk looks really good. Rattlestig goes for the opening of the Garandor, but like that's an immediate 2v.
Tuvine, yep.
Yeah. And I could see Platimus come in as well, but likely we see some combination of like Mashuk or Osakai or Platimus being picked up here. I would imagine, given the Tyrannek was let through, that he's going to go for Mashuk.
In a game like this, is this something where orange is actually an advantage for Rattle? Maybe you should have just taken the orange side instead, because of that very early pick ban phase.
Sorry? Can you say that again?
In cases like this, in very specific cases, do you think that orange is just an advantage for Rattle due to the whole Chimerian Tyrannek ban?
Yes, unquestionably. Yep. The Rattlestig has a draft advantage on orange in this game.
Yep.
Argon on blue would simply first pick Tuving, but he was going to first pick Tuving into literally anything.
Yep.
There's no advantage for that. He can counterpick Mashuk, but he can't, right? His team does not have a counterpick for the combination of Crystal, Wind, Toxic, and melee damage. So he has to... Yeah, he's going to go for Barnshee here, but like, it's unclear that this is like actually going to do enough damage to the Mashuk, especially with like a potential token swap in the back. This is also like not solid into Gazuma at all. The one advantage that picking blue does have is now Argon has to make the first ban here.
Mm-hmm.
So Rattlestig does have counter ban in the second phase. So that does kind of force Argon into doing stuff like banning this Mewala instead. But you can see he's so comfortable playing into Tyrannek now. Tulkin beats it, Osakai can fight it, Platimus beats it, Osiara can fight it. It's just not... because on blue, Argon, I think, probably has to ban Tyrannek to prevent... to open up Chim and force Rattlestig to ban Chim.
Yep.
But like,
because if you don't, then you just pick it.
And Argon doesn't have to ban Tyrannek, right?
Yeah, because if you just don't ban them, then hey, you just get a free Tem, you know? It's, if you don't ban the Chimerian, then, it just opens up the potential for a Tyrannek ban, and then you just don't have a counter for Chim later on, and vice versa.
I mean, you could see this game would look, I think, a lot better for Rattlestig, because Argon is trying to play tempo on turn 1,
Yep.
This game would look a lot better for Rattlestig if it was Chimmarine versus Tyrannak instead of, 2bean versus this. I mean, I don't know. If either of these Tems are going to appreciate taking Crystal Plume Gatling here.
Yeah, or you see kind of just make his choice here.
You see Osakai getting picked up. This is one of the more curious additions to the Cuddly Clowns players' teams. We're seeing lots of them on Osakai. We'll get to see it in action here. Potentially. I think Rattlestig's got a lot of work to do to get through 2bean Shyrk as an opener.
So I guess that just kind of tells us that Barnchi might be taking this opening hit. Maybe open up the Osakai a little bit more.
Rattlestig has to really, okay, how badly do I need my Barnchi? How badly do I need my Gyarander? Do I need to actually swap here? But swapping is so rough for him. This is just such a terrible situation to be in off the opener. Unless he's got some particular defensive investment we're not seeing, Gyarander Barnchi is he's losing a Tem this turn. Whichever Tem aarrggnn decides, right? If he has perfect jab, he could just have uppercut. Uppercut CPG might, take down the Gyarander. CPG certainly takes down Barnchi. And there is no counter activity that Rattlestig has. Gyarander offensively can't really damage any of these Temps. So we see Tyrannak come in.
I would have thought Gyarander would have been more valuable in the mid game.
We see the helicopter kick come out.
Hits both. Little chip. Is it Tyrannak? It is Tyrannak. Good choice.
Yeah, he calls the CPG right, but as you can see, he deals a grand total of 11.1 damage back on turn 1.
No poison either.
Yeah, no poison. And again, Wastewater just lined up. No Tem. Shyrk can take it, I guess. But now this Mushroom is just working further and further towards Tireless.
Yep. Do we see a turbo come out from Shyrk here? Is it just safe enough to do that?
Is it turn 2 and is aarrggnn playing?
Yep.
Yes.
Absolutely.
It's not guaranteed, but it's definitely quite likely.
That just overexerts the Shyrk just barely, though, by, just visuals. It might just barely overexert this Shyrk, which is exactly what is needed.
You have to remember in this situation, Synergy Turbo Choreography costs less stamina than non-Synergy Turbo Choreography, so it's possible
which means it might just hang on then.
Some people do run, I think it's 1 stamina SV Shyrk, which can overexert with those combinations of moves. But, I mean, you wouldn't want to overexert in front of the Tyrannak anyways, right? This might be the rare case where you're better off just throwing Wastewater to pressure it out.
Yeah, the Intimidator just cancels out that Tireless, and Shyrk would actually overexert and stay overexerted, which is not something you see too often. Osakai is in. I like it.
We see the helicopter kick instead. This makes sense. No real reason to overexert yourself in front of Intimidator.
Oh, what's the beef up?
Yeah, this makes the Osakai swap even more beneficial. It's going to catch an Embers here.
Yep.
And not clear that it can survive a double-in before it gets off its next attack.
I think it wanted to open up Outgrowth, because now we're on that turn, but yeah, it's not going to be able to get to that point. Wastewater just kind of takes care of the majority, if not all, of Tyrannak's HP, and then there's an Osakai with a follow-up. Rockfall Osakai could get the confirm, and it also pressures a Gyarander too.
Yeah, that does also pressure the Gyarander as well. Kind of forces Rattlestig to swap out maybe Kinu or something like that, but Tireless Shyrk is kind of going off at this point now that Tyrannak can't really check it. Barnchi and Turok can outspeed it potentially, but not sure if that'll be what they go for. This is a pretty good board state to get Barnchi back in, though. You gotta, at the very least, only 2bean can come in, and its low special defense means it's not ideal. It's actually coming in on this side.
That Barnchi. Is it a Barnchi read? Is it successful? It is. Good awareness.
good preemptive play from aarrggnn here, yeah.
Oh, there's a turbo.
That's interesting. I think maybe he thought that Tyrannak was going to swap out. But instead we get Outgrowth. And maybe...
both.
Oh, perhaps Intimidator has expired because Tyrannak is swapped in.
That's the
yes,
that's the questionable thing about Tyrannak here.
Yeah, that makes sense. Intimidator normally lasts 3 turns, but if you swap Tyrannak in, it eats one of those turns. So Intimidator no longer being active means this is a great turbo choreography from aarrggnn. He now outspeeds Barnsey with Crystal Plume Gatling and Wastewater, and that might just be enough to call it from there.
Oh man, that tempo just shifted. You would think that Rattle was attempting to apply pressure, attempting to try to get to the best board state possible, and then you see that last turn and everything kind of just goes downhill from there.
I like the Protector here. Gives the Barnsey a fighting chance maybe against CPG. It's also worth pointing out that... oh, it's going to get tagged by this Wastewater.
That's going to hurt. Ouch. Oh, that's enough.
Yep. This will be the end for Shyrk as well. Barnsey will be able to counteract here, provided it lives the CPG at +1, and it does. Yep. Gamma
full
burst,
swing Gamma burst.
There. Yeah. So, with Shyrk out of the game,
cost here.
With Shyrk out of the game, this is a better-looking situation for Rattlestig in the sense that Tyrannak is a little bit better positioned. There is a Garandor to fight most of the other Tems in the back, so Tyrannak coming in means that Barnsey, ironically, is a little bit safe. aarrggnn cannot afford, I think, to let +2 attack Tyrannak hit his tubing for the rest of the game.
Yep.
So... And at +1 special defense, aarrggnn can't get the KO with Aqua Bullet Hell or Fiery Soul. So, in that sense, a Tyrannak swap in here protects Barnsey for another turn. So we'll see Rattlestig go for Tyrannak here.
We saw Outgrowth from Tyrannak as well, which means if it's being run, Flaming Meteorite is up, and that would just, completely waste this T-Vine. And the only thing that really wants to... I guess there is a swap in for the Flaming Meteorite, but it's going to just force the T-Vine out, otherwise it's not going to be here any longer. And it's really important for this Garandor and Barnsey, so it's most likely going to be saved.
We could see aarrggnn go for like an Aqua Bullet Hell or a Rotten Goo trying to outspeed Tyrannak and get the KO there with like a Wind move from Tubing. But I think you're right. The most likely scenario is Tubing leaves, Tulkin comes in, or Osakai comes in to eat the meatball. But that does mean that Barnsey just gets like an uninterrupted tornado here. aarrggnn could go for the double swap, but it's actually Rattlestig that retreats the Barnsey.
Interesting. I don't know about that. Maybe he's probably reading the T-Vine swap. This is a hard read.
He does catch the Turok into the CPG at least, and that does overexert the Tubing, so Garandor does have a lot of space to play. He actually catches both
Much
moves.
Better position.
Yeah.
This worked out in Rattle's favor.
I'm not certain it did, because he's gotten this positional advantage, but now Turok is checked by Aquatic Whirlwind, and Platimus can also read that and go for a Toxin Shower if possible here. Osakai also becomes a very good defensive swap for aarrggnn, and it's, again, he's got speed control, right? It's unclear that the Barnsey is going to get to attack again if it ever comes back in.
That swap out is...
If it has Tornado, it's potentially possible.
Yeah, Barnsey is known for its speed, but it getting outsped is definitely interesting to see. It might, like you said, it might not be able to see play anymore. It all depends on if this Platimus wants to do Aquatic Whirlwind, or if it's just going to swap out entirely. Osukai defense, Tulkin.
Yeah, I like the potential for this being a double swap here from aarrggnn. He's going to go ahead and burn the other slot. No, he's going to stay in and just give up the Tubing potentially, or try to get it to survive through the Synergy Paizi Electric Blow that's coming here.
Yeah.
It isn't
that's going into
instead,
the Tulkin. It survives through the burn. Wow. Heater definitely came in clutch there. I like that. Tulkin lives it. Tuvine gets to see another turn too. can definitely see both players are checking each other as much as possible, and you can almost like see it, and it's unwritten that they kind of know each other here.
Just the token swap, I think, was a little... The token swap 2v stay in is, like, very uncharacteristic of aarrggnn, I think. Like, he's kind of given up his, like... He's given up tempo a number of times throughout this game, and, like, that one in particular bit him pretty hard. Like,
and like you said, that's not aarrggn's play style at all. He likes that.
Tuvin has stayed on the board for longer and longer. This is a nice CPG. It's going to finish off the Guarantor. If this is another overexertion, though, it's another overexertion. I mean, this Rockfall is just going to punch a big hole into both Tems here.
There's almost a world where Tuvin surviving here is kind of nice for Rattle, because you only get the one free swap in rather than the two.
But now, like, Aquatic Whirlwind is down on Platimus, Turbine is up on Turok, and, like, Rattlestig can just go... Yeah, he can just go right for Barnshee.
Yep.
Platimus comes in, but this thing is no prio and is staring down a potential Tornado Turbine play here. And, like, what does aarrggnn have in the back to swap into that? It's Osakai, but, like... But then Osakai can just get caught as well. Rattlestig can also just KO Tuvin from this point with Barnshee if he wants to.
Yep. That
he held Aquatic Whirlwind. He does have Aquatic Whirlwind on.
Platimus does have Aquatic Whirlwind. Yeah, he did.
So that means
he swapped out.
Go back into the Turok, which is definitely not irrelevant. That might result in a trade here, but we'll have to see.
That Shyrk was very special defensive last time. I think we saw a water move hit this Shyrk, and it only did... I recall saying it only did about half of its remaining HP, which was about 35-40%. I don't remember what the move was.
Okay, aarrggnn goes...
Is it enough? Oh, it's going into the Barnshee instead.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. Turok goes for Snowball, targeting Tuvin. So Osakai will stay alive. Turok getting a little bit low on stamina. Tyrannak is in. So notable thing here with Tyrannak, it does not have Outgrowth up, and I believe it doesn't have Outgrowth up for 2 turns.
Yep, it just used it and then it swapped it out. So Tyrannak is down on that Outgrowth for a little bit. Maybe it doesn't have Sharp Leaf.
It could. I don't think that's going to matter particularly much here, as we see that Shyrk actually getting outsped here. That is a lot of damage onto Tyrannak. Not what you want to see. If you're Rattlestig. On the other side, it's going to be
the Inner Spirit.
Nice.
That's going to be a lot.
Yeah, that should be it for Turok.
Right on the forehead by Turok.
And just like that, aarrggnn kind of brings it back. It Sharp Leaf from Tyrannak.
And it was enough. Wow. The +2 recently buffed Sharp Leaf. I love it.
Tuvin.
It's not going to be enough.
Yeah, Tuvin Platimus should be enough to just take it home from here.
Yeah.
The Aquatic Whirlwind not going into the Shyrk, I think, being the decider there. aarrggnn getting into a little bit of trouble in the mid game. Again, got away from the tempo swaps a little bit, but managed to lock it down in the end game.
Yep.
Get ahead.
This was a puzzle solve there. That's a 2-0 for aarrggnn over Rattle there. It was favored for aarrggnn to win this, but like you said, the defensive swaps in game number 2 were kind of putting him on edge a little bit. That Tulkin swap with the heater was interesting, but securing the Barnshee even through that protector buff with the Aquatic Whirlwind was enough. I think Turok may not have gone down to that Aquatic Whirlwind. It seemed very, very tanky in that aspect.
Yeah, I'm not sure kind of what Rattlestig's like build and calculations. Like we mentioned, he's played pretty much the same team for most of the year. I think, if I'm not mistaken, that Barnshee should have a higher base speed than, let's see here, Barnshee. Oh no, actually, I think Platimus is a little bit ahead. Let's see.
Oh, in terms of base speed,
Barnshee has 80 base speed. Platimus has 82, right? So there's really no way, if the Platimus is maxed out, for the Barnshee to get ahead of it with Tornado there. But like that was kind of maybe what Stig was hoping for. Not sure if that worked out. But we did see like a very different game from game 2 to game 1, right? Like the difference here, even though Rattlestig I think probably would have preferred to be orange, it still kind of worked out. He was able to get a lot back when he was able to Piezoelectric blow a Tulkin. It always feels good when you get to do that, even if you're burned. And yeah, so that was kind of pushed aarrggnn a little bit, but he was able to bring it back. And we're going to bring this show back to you after a short break here. We're going to be heading into, I believe, game number
4.
Yes. Coming up, myself and HKen. So keep it here, and we'll see you in a bit. Okay, we're back. Ken, how you feeling? HKen, give me your breakdown of that last series.
I'm feeling great there, East. Everything's going well. Huge congratulations to aarrggnn there. I think, I think Rattlestig did a lot there, especially in the second round, to potentially make some magic happen. aarrggnn kind of finding himself on the back foot, but delivering in the big moments, using his experience and composure to execute there and come out with the win.
Yep, fair enough. And we get into another matchup here. Both players from the PCFC region. We're going to get Talwin against Torren. Talwin from the Cuddly Clowns. Torren from Daisuki Club. I probably butchered that one, but that's how it reads. Both players making it from PCFC. Torren making it from the qualifiers as well. So that's going to be quite an interesting matchup, as we do see Talwin with, I think, what is sort of the Cuddly Clan's standard bake for this tournament. You've got Toxics, you've got Winds, you've got Turbo users, you've got Flood users, you've got Osakai and Chim, and that's kind of what they've all been collaborating on. And you can see Torren, on the other hand, some maybe somewhat similar stuff, but has also found a way to sneak in some other Tems here. In particular, we do see that Scaravolt is going to make an appearance once again. Also, Acronox, Skunch, and Malala kind of adding some flavor to the matchup a little bit.
Absolutely here, East. I guess my question for you, as we look at Talwin, who's following that Cuddly Clown's recipe of sorts, and then you look at the roster on Torren's side, who are some of the X factors here on both teams that might be able to be the difference makers?
I think something to think about a lot is how the different counters present themselves in ways that aren't necessarily type chart based. Like, you would think, for example, for Torren, it would be pretty clearly ban Osakai, and then Talwin is forced to ban Scarable. But as we saw in the Kunders versus Shiro game, just because the Earths were out of the picture, it didn't mean that the Anatan was able to get anything done. Partially because Tireless Mashuk just kind of went beast mode all over him. And that's also the setup here. You do see a constant throughout all these different teams. We see Tireless Turbo Mashuk, just a continual threat. Tireless, one of the few Tems or traits in the game that wasn't really affected by the stat down balancing kind of going on there, where a lot of traits dropped or abilities dropped from being +4 to +3, or +3 to +2, +2 to +1. Tireless has remained at +2 with another beneficial side effect. That's made one of the better traits to kind of be running in this game. And if you can combine that with good type coverage and turbo choreography, it's very difficult to deal with Mashuk.
Absolutely. I'm looking at Torren's team right now here, East, and I'm giving Skunch a look. I'm looking at Skunch into Talwin's team. I'm not seeing a bunch of threats for it. Is there a world where Skunch makes a lot of noise in this matchup?
Potentially. The number one thing that Skunch really hates in matchups like this is the fact that it just gets outsped and bonked by prio moves on turn 2. It's very, very hard to build a Skunch that is threatening and also doesn't just die to double tornado on turn 2, or Lava Wave Water Blade or something like that, right? So, in that sense, Skunch is typically stronger against slower and bulkier teams that can't get on top of it on turn 2. These sort of faster speed control teams, and as we look here, okay, Mashuk has Turbo, right? Osiara, Prio move. Chim has Glass Blade, Prio move, also very fast Tem. Osakai has speed control, also has a Prio move likely with Hook. Hazrat, Prio move. Tolkien, Prio move. Gazma, Prio move. Platimus, Prio move. Right? If you go down the list, just almost everything in the game at some point is going to outspeed Skunch unless Ninja Jutsu is up. So the play for Torren is going to be trying to figure out how to get those things into play. As we see right away, Talwin goes for Osiara, Chim into this. This looks like a decent board for Scunch. Flood. Now you're slower. CPG goes over you turn 2, knocks you out, right?
Absolutely.
Torren is going to have to figure that out.
Absolutely. Torren trying to figure it out. Now, Torren might have had the same thought I did. Looked at the board, said, hey, maybe Scunch can make some noise on this board. That being said, Talwin with the Oshiar and Chimerian there to challenge it right away, potentially maybe even knock it out. Certainly going to be the big threat here. Torren trying to figure out what he wants to bring in his second pick. Giving Platimus a look, but probably looking down the roster here, he is going to go with the Platimus, interestingly enough. And now Talwin deciding who he doesn't want a part of this round.
Yeah, the Platimus does make some sense. Listen, it can't get flooded. It does match up well into Osiara. And the main other benefit of this double pick here, going for Osiara plus Chimerian, is it's a Chimerian pick that is protected from Tulkin. Under no circumstances can Tulkin stay in on this board. It's Chim leaves, Osiara hits it, it's ruined, right? So, didn't make a lot of sense to go for Tulkin there. I like Platimus. It's unclear if that's going to be enough. We have to consider if this Scunch is a wrenching massage Scunch instead of perfect jab, because that would change the math a little bit in terms of the damage that it can deal here. And also with Rotten Goo threatening Osiara, it's possible that with wrenching massage we could see a double into the Osiara just taking it down. It could force Talwin into a swap, which would prevent the flood, which would be very good for the Scunch going ahead of Chim, potentially turn 2, unless Talwin just has more speed on the Chim. It's possible.
Talwin bringing that pick clock down all the way to 2 seconds left there. Decided he didn't want to see Gazuma this round. Torren trying to figure out which way he wants to go. Looks like he's given Mashuk a look, but now potentially going for the Platimus as well. Clock going down. He does decide to ban the Gazuma on both sides. We will not be seeing Gazuma in this match.
It's always interesting when you see 2 fires still available, Gazuma banned and then Tuveen picked. It's kind of a weird thing where Tuveen is good, pretty decent in Hazrat, Mashuk, and Platimus, but it's not that good. It takes 2x from melee, 2x from fire, and it gets blown up quite a bit by Aquatic Whirlwind. One of the downsides for Tuveen and why you see quite a few, I think, of the Cuddly Clowns players move away from it. I think aarrggnn is still on it, but others are not. Is that it doesn't match up that well into that toxic trio. As we get into game number 1, we've got Torren got the Moala in the back. That could be a factor as well. Not a lot of anti-sleep on Talwin's side.
Here we go. Game 4, TemCS Worlds, Talwin versus Torren. Talwin's side with the Oshiara and Chimerian. On the opposite side for Torren, we have Platimus and Scunch, Fake Beard, Proc, and Nutrition Bar. We got Chimerian showing the bait. A lot of activity here on turn 1 East. What is Torren looking to do with this Scunch? We already decided that it might get rocked early on and not be able to be effective. Does he pull it out? Does he try to do something with it? What are you reading?
I like the nut bar. The nut bar changes things a little bit here. It obviously makes Scunch quite a bit bulkier, and it makes the turn 1 flood play a lot worse for Talwin. Because now his Scunch is just going to stay in and out-trade you now. He'll just go for P-Jab Oshidashi, he'll live your attacks, so it changes the math in terms of how easily it is to KO the Scunch off the hop, and that does mean the minus speed play is not much of an angle. On the other hand, Talwin is fairly free to swap Oshiara out here, which he does, getting Mashuk in instead.
Talwin going to pull out and put Mashuk into that spot. Crystal Plume Gatling going into the Platimus does serious damage, just under a 2-hit knockout with the 50.1%, at least if it was another CPG. Rotten Goo going into the Mashuk, dropping it down to 85. And now we're going to see Scunch follow that up with a Wrenching Massage. Let's see what it's got in the tank, bringing it down to 31.7%.
Not bad. This is where the second ban on Talwin's team really comes into play here. Chimerian can live Aquatic Whirlwind from here. It can't live Rotten Goo. So Talwin made sure to ban out Torren's second Electric, so he can't swap in and go for Rotten Goo here to secure a KO on Chimerian or force some sort of defensive swap out. Unless Torren has Martial Strike, which, I mean, we can't rule it out. It's possible, but it seems unlikely. He is likely not faster than this Chimerian. We saw how much it took, so it's very fragile. It's not a great Platimus board. Platimus is already chipped to the point where it can be dealt with before it deals with Tulkin, and now there's going to be some difficulties going between the 2 slots here.
Absolutely. Talwin and Torren trying to figure each other out. Not afraid to throw bombs early. Platimus going to get pulled on Torren's side. Now putting that Tolkien into the first spot. We'll see how we respond here. Talwin deciding I'm getting Chimerian out of here, putting his own Tolkien on the board. These two are reading each other very, very similarly in how they're playing. Heater going to proc on the side of Talwin. Mom's Lunch going to proc as well.
Yeah, a clown going for token swap turbo on turn 2. Shocker. Good play, though, here. The burn is going to be really nice into the Scunch. Cuts the damage from the suplex quite a bit, right? And we do see the exhaust come in, but that means it's likely not a 2-hit KO for Ninja Jutsu. Although we could see maybe some sort of combo with the Tolkien here, or Oshidashi potentially going over the top here. So Talwin got the speed boost, but didn't really get it on like a consequential type matchup. The biggest thing is now Tolkien beats Platimus. That's the primary thing that he's trying to accomplish there. Tolkien can leave now, and at any time Platimus is on the board, even if it has Whirlwind up, Tolkien can Tornado over the top, take it out. So in that sense, it makes Tolkien very nice for Talwin, but at the same time, you don't really want to be taking big damage on it, so it wouldn't be surprising to see it leave here in favor of Plat or Osiara, potentially even Chimerian, although it's very unsafe on that board.
Absolutely. Tolkien potentially coming out for, like you said, East for a Platimus response later on. Looks like Tamer's eating into the reserve clock a little bit. Torren deciding which way he wants to go. If he decides, hey, maybe I bring Platimus back in here. I'm not necessarily sure where the response is on the Scunch side and where he's going to go that way. But my question for Torren is, how do I keep the pressure on Talwin? Because it looks like I came out of the gate hard. He is going to pull Scunch, put Moala in that spot, and we'll see how things go from here.
Yeah, I like the Moala coming in here. The big problem with the lunch on Tolkien is that Scunch just like can't stay in and continue to throw hands because it's weak to, it's like gonna overexert, right? Because of the lunch with the exhaustion on it. I do like the amount of exhaustion going back the other way. Talwin just kind of stayed in on the Mushuk, and yeah, he takes a wind burst for that. He will trigger up first aid kit. If you're Torren, maybe you're wishing you'd gone for Tornado there. That's seems like letting that thing survive at +3 speed, not quite ideal here, although it does prevent a counter pick back the other way into Moala. Moala will have to live Fire Tornado though, so it's a little bit tricky. Moala kind of accomplishing what it is mostly set out to do, though, with Mushuk dropping low.
Absolutely. You wonder if Torren, in his head, for whatever his plan is, was looking for the KO there, maybe at a cheaper amount with the wind burst, or if he was just trying to chip away. Maybe he didn't want to allow that free swap for later. But looking at a +3 speed, +2 Mushuk, now it's going to deliver a wastewater into the Moala, putting it down to 15% before the toxic tick. You wonder, but Mushuk's going to overexert and take itself out. And now Fire Tornado coming in from the Tolkien, going to be enough to finish off the Moala.
This does open up Platimus for Torren a little bit. Like, the Tolkien has to overexert here. Torren gets to hit it back with Wind Burst. This is not insignificant damage. It's like solid chip onto the Tolkien from there. The Tolkien is overexerted, so Platimus can come into the board relatively free, although Torren will go for the Scunch instead. Talwin has Osiara. This is why, they really didn't want to see Water Blade taken out of Osiara, because this is a board where it would be in big trouble if it could be Tornadoed to Ninja Jutsu before it moves. But fortunately or unfortunately, depending on your perspective, it does have Water Blade up still, so now Tolkien is pretty much threatened out here, and that does open up a Serbs angle. Torren may also just opt to just hit it, right? Like, just go for the Tornado, plus the Ninja Jutsu into Osiara, or even an Oshidashi into Osiara, and save the Ninja Jutsu to finish it off.
We are going to see Talwin retreat the Tolkien, bringing the Platimus of his own in that right-hand spot. You would presumably think we see action here. Maybe, oh, the Tolkien does stay in. Eats a fat Water Blade from that Osiara. Gonna respond exactly like you said there, East, with the Tornado. We'll see if we see Ninja Jutsu get clicked as well, or maybe a Savage Suplex. Oshidashi gonna be the answer.
Yeah, Oshidashi.
And it's enough.
Yeah, and just enough to get the KO. Yeah, that's well done, right? Like, the Tolkien manages to stay in. It doesn't have speed advantage over Platimus, so it is checked by Whirlwind as well. But Talwin does not really want to leave anything in to fight this Scunch. Torren is now like well positioned to just sort of run away with the game with Scunch. He can go for suplex onto Chim, and then like ninja jutsu onto Tulkin, and all of a sudden, all of Talwin's Tems are gone, and this Platimus is fighting like a one player game against another Platimus and a 2v. So I think if Torren understands that he can just trade down here with Scunch, he's got Nutrition Bar, so it's very unlikely he'll go down to a double or even a triple. He's going to swap out the Tulkin, which I think is kind of interesting. I like the Platimus here to soak the Whirlwind, but this does give Talwin an option to outplay him.
Aquatic Aqua Bullet Hell going into the Platimus, dropping it down to about 42%. Crystal Plume Gatling going to follow it up, going into the Scunch, bringing that down to about 61%. Savage Suplex going to be the answer into the Chimerian. That's going to be enough. And another knockout on Torren's side.
Yeah, probably would have been optimal to like use the Tulkin there to get the Fiery Cell off. But like I said before, this just opens up Scunch to go for the Ninja Jutsu. Like, you're overexerted, and you will pay somewhat dearly for it. But like, you don't want to go down to Aquatic Whirlwind plus Tornado here if possible. So will not be surprised to see Torren just click Ninja and say, okay, I just win from here if I do that. The exhausted status, the Mom's Lunch, actually kind of backfiring on Talwin a little bit here, right? Because his Platimus needs all the stamina it can get. It may even be correct for Talwin to rest here on the Platimus and just not take a huge overexertion. Or like a large chunk of the stamina for any of his moves. Torren's going to actually retreat Platimus 2v. That's really interesting. That's one of the Tems he would like to use to beat Platimus, but it does take a wind burst, so he's not super hard punished for it. It looks like Torren just rested on Scunch. Or no, he goes for Oshi. Okay, yeah, that also works.
Oshidashi finishing off the Tolkien. Scunch going to overexert for that, but I don't think he cares all that much. But man, that was a big overexert. Scunch is feeling the whiplash on that big right hook of his. And now we have Platimus kind of against the world on Torren's side.
I actually, for like another reason, I kind of like this play from Torren because he doesn't show that he has a Ninja Jutsu if he does have it, which means that his fourth move is actually still not known, which comes into play for the next game. Like, if Ninja Jutsu is showed, then Talon can lead around Scunch not having Perfect Jab, for example, in game 2. But now he actually has to respect that.
Absolutely.
So we see both Tems come in here. 2v down Platimus. I mean, it's not actually that out of the question for Platimus here. It's got a lot of work to do, but it's also... Tornado is down on Tulkin, so Platimus will have to commit some stamina to get things going here. But it's not quite... I mean, Torren's not quite out of the woods yet.
Absolutely. That Platimus sitting with a lot of HP. We are going to see a wind burst coming in from Tolkien, dropping it down to 46.7%. Rotten Goo following it up, bringing it down to the danger zone. And we will see how Platimus responds on the side of Talwin. He's going to just rest here.
Yeah, so that means he would have overexerted to Aqua Bullet Hell, most likely. So, because if he does overexert on ABH, he's just completely screwed, right? There's nothing he can do. So we'll see a Whirlwind go into Tulkin, and Rotten Goo should finish it off.
There's the overexert followed up by the Rotten Goo in round 1. Going to Torren, TemCS Worlds, and here we are in the 4th match of the day. Torren getting an early lead there. Scunch proven to be an X factor. So I guess my question for you, East, is now if you're Talwin saying, okay, do I not deal with the Scunch? Do I ban it next time? What are the changes that Talwin needs to make to be able to climb up and bring this to a round 3?
Well, I mean, he could build a time machine, go back and put some mentals on the team, but can't do that, right? And I think that's one of the things we're noticing in this tournament. Only 15 mentals across 32 players. Scunch on a lot of teams looking very, very good. And that's sort of what we're seeing here. I really like the combination for Torren of Scunch and Scarivolt. Both Tems that, like, usually you don't see Scunch do that well against these, like, faster, bulkier teams, but, like, he's got enough other stuff around it supporting it that it's actually giving Talwin quite a bit of issues is you see Talwin actually opts to first phase Bandit this time. So Talwin loses the Osakai and is going to have to fight Scaravolt without any Earths.
Absolutely. Talwin said, listen, I am not going to live that Scunch story 2 times today, whether or not I win or lose. I'm not listening to that twice. We do see Gazuma and Tolkien on Torren's side with an Oshiara on Gazuma on Talwin's as we head into the second ban.
Very interesting that Talwin offers Torren Scaravolt, which he didn't give him in game 1, and Torren declines, going for Tolkien into Osiara instead, which is normally quite disadvantageous off the hop.
You would think just at first glance there, East, that Scaravolt would have been an easy choice. Can you speak to me on like why we would have went with Tolkien there instead?
It does get a little bit rough if the opponent comes back with like Mashuk Osiara and just like bombs you twice turn 1. Like it's you probably get the kill back on Osiara, but then like your Scaravolt is low, and then like Platimus just finishes you off later, Mashuk finishes you off later. That's not that bad. I'm not certain that Tolkien is better for Torren though, but I also understand the desire to get the fire in the game if your game plan is to not ban Chimerian. So Torren is kind of maybe going, okay, Osiara might have to leave turn 1 in front of Tesla Prison. I can swap my Tolkien into, say, for example, a Moala, right? And I can get the Hypnotist pressure onto Torren, and I'm saving my Tolkien to check the Chimerian later in the game, which is a pretty common way to deal with Chim that way.
Here we go. Talwin versus Torren. Game 4 of TemCS World's second match. Torren trying to close the door and move on to the next round. Talwin trying to figure it out this time around and bring it to game 3. We are going to see a Tolkien and Gazuma on Torren's side with an Oshiara and Gazuma on the side of Talwin. What are you thinking here turn 1, East? What do we say?
We see that it's, I mean, I guess we saw this in game 1 as well, but it's Pyromaniac Tolkien, not Heater, so obviously very, very good as a Chim check. I would imagine it leaves. I think there's really not too much of a reason why Torren doesn't want Moala to come in here. Acronox is also not too bad, although it does struggle into the Tornado. I kind of like the Moala swap in with the Tesla Prison to scare out the Osiara, although Chim can come in front of that. It then has to contend with like being slower than a Moala that can hit it with melee moves, so does it go down to like Tornado melee move the next turn? We'll see what happens here. Everyone stays in. Immediate Fiery Soul over the top.
It's gutsy East. They're starting to play high stakes. We see the Fiery Soul go into the Oshiara. Oshiara going to respond with a tsunami of its own. They're starting to let their hands go now. Tolkien going down to 46.8%. Gazuma going down to 82.7%. Tesla Prison has the follow-up into the Oshiara, bringing it down to 37.6%. What do you think about that turn, East? They're going after each other now. Oh, with a Tesla Prison as well.
The KO on Tolkien is huge for Talwin, right? Just immediately became a really, really good Chimerian game. Torren goes back with 2 This is immediately to put pressure on the Gazuma. But at this point, you really got to hope that you get like Tesla Prison into some wind moves or like some earth or melee moves onto the Chim. But its stonks just went through the roof. Not to mention Mashuk looking so much stronger with no Tolkien to check it.
Absolutely. You have to think now Chimerian potentially goes off. Chimerian was a little bit terrified of that Tolkien before, but now I'm coming in, I might make a lot of noise. The question is, does Talwin swap it in, or does he wait for it later on a safe swap? Because Chimerian itself has the potential to come away with this whole game. I would think you'd want to bring it in at 100. What do you think, East?
Yeah, I'm not certain what purpose the Osiara serves for Talon for the remainder of this game. I think he's probably best off just like letting it go here. Maybe trying to get a Water Blade off. We do see Gazuma leaves. Platimus up in here. This is to just maybe take a CPG or something like that on this slot. He does just stay in Water Blade. You can see how valuable Water Blade is on Osiara here. Gazu actually goes for Turbo Choreography. That's not good news if you're that Platimus. CPG, does it finish off the Os? No, it goes into Plat. That's doubly bad news for Platimus, as now it is outsped and KO'd by the wind moves. that Tuvin and Gazuma possess. And all of a sudden, Torren. Yep.
Look at Torren here going for the turbo choreography, saying, hey, listen, Talwin, if you can do it, I'm going to do it too. Getting +3 speed on the Tuvine and the Gazuma, that's going to create a lot of pressure on the Platymus later on. And now Talwin, who had an outstanding turn 1, is playing off his back foot.
Yeah, and on top of that, we see that it was a little bit of chip damage going back in the other way. Talon maybe not a super heads-up play going for the Water Blade on Tuvine, because now he's in a position where he has to get out on one or more of these Tems. But the Refreshing Diabolo is going to be so valuable for Tuvine starting next turn, right? He's going to swap out, Tuvine gets to attack, gets its stamina reduced by bait, and then he'll get the Diabolo. Tuvine will go again up to full HP, and whatever comes in trying to deal with this Tuvine is going to have to deal with something that's fast, has full HP and stamina, and has a lot of 2Xs into Talwin's team. Now, that doesn't mean that necessarily, this game is over by any stretch of the imagination. Aarrggnn and Moala still do kind of struggle into what Talwin's got going on here. I think the main thing for Torren is don't overcomplicate the game from this point, right? Like, he can get cute here, trying to swap Tuvine, saving it for later, trying to make plays around that. I think he has an advantage. Let's see if he can push it here.
I love that. I love that energy. I fully agree with the East. He is going to go for the Turbine, dropping that Platymus down to 0%. We did see Gazuma swap in on the same turn. Now the question from Torren is he's going to bring a Tesla Prism there, dropping that speed down as well. I think he's doing exactly what you said, East. I'm not going to overthink this. I potentially have this one on the downhill here. Let me just deliver with Tuvine and play my game.
Yeah, that was a really, again, another very nice play from Torren. He doesn't commit his Tornado. He saves it. He waits. Diabolo's going to go off into Tuvine. Now it's like, if you're this Chim, you kind of have to hit the Gazuma really, really hard. But at the same time, you also have to hit the Tuvine really, really hard. And, like, your Gazuma is dead to CPG, and you don't have great swaps. And Moala Aarrggnn can, like, maybe fight Chim in the endgame as well, right? So, complicates the game.
My question, East, I guess my question now is, as Talwin's trying to figure out what to do against this super fast Tuvine, what are some potential answers, East? Is there a world where Talwin turns this around, and what does that look like?
It's tough. He's going to have to figure out ways to get Chimerian and Mashuk to hit it, right? And that's very hard to do on this board. But Torren does feel the pressure against the Gazuma. It brings the Aarrggnn in. So this is an opening potentially for Talwin if he just stays in on both. Does he live a CPG from there? He does not. That's tough.
Talwin struggling here, man. Talwin needs something to go his way. No. CPG doing not too much damage into that Aarrggnn, dropping it down to 82%. Torren doing exactly what they need to do. Just keep the pressure on, keep going after Talwin. You have the offensive gain here, and now Talwin really struggling down the stretch.
Yeah, Talwin got victimized by that turn by the green circles, right? Like, that's a turn where Torren has all the want in the world to get out on Gazuma. And now Talwin just has to deal with it, right? Like, his Mashuk takes Feather Gatling. There's a pretty decent chance it's also taking a Soil Steam here. It's not clear that Helicopter Kick plus another move from Chimerian can finish off too. I mean, the Frond Whip into Tuvine looks pretty good here. Chim goes for Sharpening, which is one way to sort of get a bit of the speed back. But Torren just kind of keeps the gas pedal down. Mashuk drops so low, that's low enough that Sting is... Oh no, the first aid kit will save it. So at the very least, he's going to be able to get a Sharpening CPG off into Tuvine. That might be enough to bring it down, and if it is, that's the answer to your question. How am I dealing with this Tuvine?
I tell you what there, East, it looks like Talwin was almost on life support, but that first aid kit proccing, bringing that Mashuk to a safe level. Now we're going to see the Feather Gatling going into the OCR. That's going to be enough. But I like that Sharpening on the Chimerian. It looks like it's going to potentially create a problem for Torren down the stretch. Soil Steam bringing the Chimerian down to 66%. Also proccing the bait. Frond Whip going into the Tuvine. That's enough. That's enough.
Yeah, love that there from Talon. Just strong stuff. Mashuk comes in. Now this is checked by Gazuma Tornado here.
Now, what does that change here, East? What just changed on that board? Does Talwin have a heartbeat still going down the stretch, or did that just delay the inevitable?
I think definitely heartbeat, right? Like, Gazuma kind of has to throw a Tornado at Mashuk here, I would imagine. And Torren's going to swap the Akra, actually. This is to get Hypnotist up for another turn. Does put a bit of a clock on things for Talwin. This Chim has to do a lot of work, but after sharpening, it should one-shot Gazuma. There's also a decent chance it one-shots Mawala as well. Down it goes.
Gosh, man, you got to respect Talwin. He's been on the ropes for the past 3 turns, but managing to stay in with Torren and trying to create some sort of outcome where he's able to create a round 3 here, but still staring down a full HP and full stamina Mawala and an Acronox at about halfway. Here's the CPG.
No, it's not enough. Not going to be enough. Tough one for Talwin there, because, I mean, the interesting thing here is I'm pretty sure... Oh, no, I guess the 3rd Soil Steam would have been enough, but not to be either way.
That was a slugfest, East. They went after each other, especially in round 2, man. Both of them were not afraid to trade hands. Well done to Torren moving on to the tournament. Talwin will be able to potentially make a run down in loser's bracket. East, what did you take away from Torren? Looking pretty good in this early round.
Just really impressive using Scunch, Scarebolt. Another thing that kind of comes into this is that Digis are actually the 2nd lowest represented typing, which is good for Scunch. And Earth, I believe, is the 3rd lowest represented typing. So, like, if you cook Scunch Scarebolt and you bring it to this event, you look pretty good. And I think that's kind of what Torren kind of showed here, but also just, like, really good execution. Like, going for Scunch, but not just doing, like, a standard perfect jab build, like, going for Wrenching Massage so it can hit really hard. Using Mawala as a pivot for your team, but making it really bulky, so that it can take like a +3 CPG, and also just like building teams sort of around those areas. Using the Tuvin Gazu board to great effect, I think was really strong. But that Torren opting to sacrifice the Tulkin turn 1 to just get the burn chip onto Osiara, so that when it got T-Present, all of a sudden it was in very difficult position. And then bringing the Tuvin in, that's a really common like aggro mid-range player play at a high level, is where you sacrifice your lead to get a better position. And I really like that he opted to do that. I mean, I'm super impressed with Torren's play. Like, just like very, very, if you want your early Dark Horse candidate to go deep into Worlds, like that was the kind of performance that you can get behind for sure.
Oh, you heard it here. East is calling him a dark horse to potentially make some noise in this tournament. Torren taking down Talwin early. Question for you, East, as we head, I know we got a break coming up here, but question for you, who do we have next and what are you expecting real quick?
We have Matt Gia 10 or snrplat going up against Janblauweiss from Dark Knights Germany. I think this is going to be kind of a throwback match for many players, kind of the days of yore where you'd see 3 Toxics go up against 4 Toxics and the games get very slow, they get very muddy, and I think Plat is the kind of player who thrives in that environment. I would definitely pick him to win between the two of them, but you never know. We do see like 2-wire, Volgon, some sneaky wind moves in there that can always give Plat some problems. So we'll see what he's got cooking and what Jan does in response. But until then, we'll go to break. See you guys in a bit.
We'll be back.
Alrighty, and welcome back, everybody, to our next match that is going to be coming up. But just a short little recap on the last match. We had Talwin falling the 0-2 to Torren. I really liked how Torren played that game. I think myself and I think most people in chat in game number 2 were fooled by that Tulkin sack. I thought that Tulkin was going to be swapping out early and then coming to play later against the Mushuk, but mostly Tremurian. But Torren did something that I like. He got out of his head and he just played his game in front of him. That's all he did. He just played his game. He was not fazed by the person in front of him. He was not fazed by what was happening and going down. Just simply played his match, played his team, and it worked out in the end, 2-0. It was great.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of what I saw from Torren there. I like how Talwin never gave up, but we are moving right ahead. Oh no, we're actually talking about Talwin and Torren. Sweet. Yeah, I like what Torren was able to do there. I like how Talwin never gave up, tried to create some action with that Chimerian sharpening late in the round and potentially pressuring out Torren, but Torren staying calm, staying composed, knew I just had to play this out the right way and managed to come away with a 2-0 victory, like you said, B.
I think Chimerian at the end there, if there was a mental rope that was just slowly stretching and breaking apart, that was the Chimerian. It was just slowly surviving as long as possible and dragging it out to the very end, and still actually had a pretty fair fighting chance. It took out that 2-vine that I think a lot of us were expecting just to full-on sweep with the tide shifting turbo, which there was a lot needed to be undone with that.
And here
let's
we
move on
go,
to this next match here. I led the last one the last time we casted. What are your thoughts on this when you see Plat and Jan?
I mean, here's the deal, right? So you got Janblauweiss going up against snrplat, who a lot of people would contend potentially is the best Temtem player that ever existed. So if you're Jan, how do you live up to that moment, potentially creating a Cinderella story that would be a tale for the ages, or does snrplat settle down and take care of business? My question for you is, B, what are some of the X factors, if you eliminate the names for a second, looking at the lineups?
That's the big thing. Jan has to get out of his head and eliminate the name. You're potentially going up against one of the best, if not arguably the best. You got to remove the name attached to the team, and you have to do kind of what Torren did in the last match. You have to play your team. Plat is probably looking to eliminate things like the 2-wire or the Volgon early, so that it just comes down to a straight toxic versus toxic slugfest. And it looks like Plat has quite the poison advantage, I would say. There are some similarities in between both of them. The funny thing that we see is that we see the Arachnite, we see the Grulder, and we see the Volcrane. Now, they're Tems that could be, well, at least in the case of not Grulder, there's some that are questionably been on the radar at some point in time, but they're unique. Arachnite can open up some spaces. Volcrane you usually see on teams that are like DA focused, Deceit Aura, but there's no Deceit Aura here. We're going to see the opening Gulder. I think Gulder is just going to come down to a slugfest versus the other Toxics in the end, and we're going to see just how big this Gulder can be. Maybe it's not Punch Bag, and it'll be even more hilarious to see that. What are your thoughts?
I don't know, but you can hear the chants from the crowd. Gulder
gaming.
I
this is
guess
only
my
our
question
second
for you
Gulder in this match, or in this entire tournament. We've only seen
We haven't
two.
seen a lot of it. We have not seen a lot of it. I guess my big hopes for Jan here, regardless of how this match goes, is at the end of the day, you're the underdog. So play up to that. Make the hard reads. What's the worst that's going to happen? If you're snrplat, you've kind of got everything to lose here. You cannot go home in the first round. So I hope Jan capitalizes on that, goes for the big moments, and we'll see if he does as he picks Volgon with his third spot, deciding where he wants to go here, giving Ness a look, but does go with Platimus.
2-wire and Mulgu I really like for bans on Plat's side, because 2-wire is just, common factor. You eliminate the toxic on toxic resistance war. It's also a wind that can play later on after the common factor is removed. And then there's also Mulgu. If you poison a Mulgu, Splitter activates and it just opens up more room for Mulgu to play around. You can't poison it. I'd like to see this Mimit potentially take, oh goodness, possibly the Hazrat, and then we just play an even bigger toxic versus toxic matchup. There is an Acronox in the back that could prove to be a little bit weird in the end if a Hazrat is taken. Maybe a Shaolin's taken just to play around with the Acronox in the late game. See what happens.
I will say this is a huge round right away, B. You don't want to go down 1-0 against snrplat because it allows him to settle down. It allows him to find his confidence. You want to shake him up. You want to put the fear in him a little bit. So Jan is really going to have to try to work hard to earn this first round win.
I like seeing the Nutbar Gruler right away. It's just going to tell me that this is probably the bulkiest Gruler in existence, and then you attach a Nutbar onto it, and it's just going to be healing forever. If this is not a punch bag Gruler, does Gruler just sit on the board the entire game? I think the fans would like that the most.
I guess my question is what do you do here if you're Jan, right? You're looking at the Mimit. The Mimit's trying to figure out who it wants to take right here or potentially swap. I don't know necessarily where you go. Do you go for the heat up here on Jan and try to play the long game, or do you go after snrplat early?
I think when you play something with Shaolin, whatever your ally is, you're trying to create space for that Tem on that evade. You need to use that evade to your advantage. So you're either things like, heat up Hazrat. Yeah, exactly. You need to create that space to be able to run away early, to be able to put the pressure and put the hurt on Plat here in this case. It is punch bag Gulder. It's not going to be liver Gulder, but totally okay. Shaolin's just going to take a little bit of poison here. This is going to be an absolute slugfest between poison on poison. And I'm very, very excited to see that too. Plat is pretty comfortable in the realm of slow matches and these kind of like slower slugfests. His opponents can create opportunities for themselves, but if they try to counter what Plat does, overall Plat just doesn't really care about it. You can just kind of sit there on the board and do Plat's thing, and that's kind of what we saw in turn one there. Plat's just taking the Shaolin, possibly using the Shaolin for the Aarrggnn later on. The Hazrat heats up, which is a little terrifying because there's potential burn. There's wastewater into Thames that can actually be poisoned, which is not very many. Lava waves are just never fun to take hits from, especially when you have the 3 prio potential with Platimus in the back. C is to remove items, that sort of jazz. Hazrat becomes a problem, though. Needs to be removed.
We do see the Soul Shout dropping that Hazrat down to about 75%. A responding
that's chunky
wastewater into the Mimit, dropping it down to 41% before Toxic ticks. Soul Shout going into that
82 down to 64.
Bringing it down to 64. That Toxic tick gonna hurt. Let's see what the Mimit and the Gulder respond with.
Oh, it's the harmful lick. I love it. I love it.
Hazrat getting in the danger zone.
We need to see some more Gulder gaming, because this Gulder is, again, just sitting on the board, floating on the board, and just having a good time when you see that big happy face on his screen there. Just jamming out to this match.
Here in TemCS World. Here's why I love the Gulder and the Mimit up front. I will say on Plat's side, if nothing else, it gives you a couple turns to calm down, right? Because you're nervous. You don't want to go home early. Now you're making Jan play your game with the Gulder Mimit. snrplat starting to settle down. That Hazrat getting in the danger zone. Jan's going to need a couple big turns here to be able to make something happen.
You gotta wonder if Shaolin just swaps out here, because the Hazrat just takes one big bonk and all of a sudden the Shaolin is no more. Or rather, I should say the Mimit Shaolin. That heat up proved to show effective to be able to take this Mimit from a otherwise like 3-hit KO down to a 2. Very, very tanky Mimit, especially on the turn that it swaps in, or transforms, I should say, because there's that damage reduction in play. Shaolin's going to be needed for that Aarrggnn later, I think.
Absolutely, as we see snrplat make a change on the board here, bringing in the Platimus to eat the Venomous Claws. We're going to see a Martial Strike followed up, going into the Platimus, bringing that special attack up for the Shaolin, maybe for a Soul Shout later down the line. But
and his Gulder just floating again.
Chipping away, and Gulder doing exactly what it wants to do in that spot, chilling out, snacking away, and chipping away with these Toxic ticks. Jan
so now the
Shaolin
is just in range of poison.
Plat looks like they're pulling away. B, am I right in saying that? Is snrplat starting to gain?
Well, if you look at the board here, you see that Shaolin is in range of Toxic Tick. 12.4%, Toxic Tick will do 12.5. You take a look at the Hazrat. The Hazrat is under half of its HP. Its stamina count is going to overexert to absolutely anything besides a Venomous Claws, and you just don't want to play a Venomous Claws in this turn. As you saw, it barely did anything to this Platimus. Taking out the Shaolin is the smart play there. You just don't want to take any more damage on Grulder. That's unnecessary. Again, Grulder's just floating here, just having a good time, and smacking away at the swapped-in Volgon. This Volgon could potentially have Blizzard, and that could swing a little bit harder on either of these Toxic Tems here. Platimus could just play into a Toxin Shower, because there is a Diablo on there. Diablo into Gulder is, again, just more Gulder gaming, just floating on the board.
Gulder gaming.
Exactly. This would take it near back to 100%. There's a cage coming in, maybe thinking that the Gulder's going to swap with that low stamina. However, there was the swap. He does catch him off guard.
There you go, Jan.
I like the run into the Platimus. It turns off the Diablo. Turning off that's a huge turn. You just always want to go for something like that if you have it available. Huge turn.
That.
Yeah,
you gotta love that from Jan. I mean, at the end of the day, we're chanting Gulder Gaming. You can hear it all the way from Arbery. And Jan staying in, throwing the cage out and saying, listen, snrplat, I'm not scared of you. I can stay in here too. Now, I think I like what Jan's pressure is on the board.
So, Platimus removes the cage on it. It is no longer trapped, so Platimus might just be seeing a swap here. Nidrasil could be potentially showing up here, as Platimus is going to swap. It is the Nidrasil, thought so. Maybe a Mom's Lunch. It is not. Rundu into the Nidrasil, turns off whatever item it is. Does not matter for the next 2 turns. Ruler is not liking the stamina right now. There's the Blizzard. The Blizzard is here. Big damage on the Gruler. Not enough to take it down, but takes it to the warning track. Look at that stamina count on Gruler. You just gotta love that. The Toxic Ink is still able to play, and there's still a little bit of stamina to go, so no overexert. The Nut Bar will heal it back up a little bit.
And that Gulder is so fat, B, that I wouldn't even say it's in the danger zone at this point. I mean, it's got stamina issues for sure, but it can still probably throw a Toxic Ink out and make something happen. I do like what I saw from Jan's Acronox. I think that was the answer it needed to they needed to bring out. They made some noise with it. I like those rotten goos turning off the gears, but it still looks like Jan has a lot of work to do if he's going to come away with this one.
Let's start off by saying Gruler is not fat. Gruler is pleasantly plump. Gruler is taking the pleasantly plump position on the board here. It might be seeing a swap.
Bars. They're healthy bars.
They are healthy bars. They are snack bars in the morning, depending on your time zone. Oh, that's a big hit into Gruler. I think Gruler's kind of just done his job. A lot of resources went into Gruler. You know, eating the Blizzard. Because Nidrasil doesn't want to eat a Blizzard. Platimus doesn't really want to eat a Blizzard overly. A lot of resources went into this Gulder, and I think Gulder kind of just did his job. He placed, 4 Toxic Ticks, did 2 harmful licks on a couple of Tems, and this is a chip away that Plat's looking for.
Yes, snrplat still has a ton left in the back. Jan at least saying, finally I got that thing off the board. But it still has a fair amount to contend with. We might see something left from Volgon. Was Volgon fast enough to make anything happen here?
It does have Blizzard up. However, the unfortunate thing is that Blizzard is a 1 prio, and it looks like this Volgon with bait is also kind of a chunky Tem here. It's not going to be outspeeding things, especially with Platimus on board. Platimus is just trying to get this refreshing Diablo to activate on whatever it is now. Originally, the idea was Gulder, to make it sit on the board even longer. But if he can get it onto a Mimit, sure. If he can get it onto Nidrasil, I don't think he's going to argue with that either.
Yeah,
cage is interesting.
Cage here. Was hoping to catch a swap. I mean, it does allow him to swap in now with, with the advantage of knowing nothing's going to come out. Bark Shield from the Nidrasil, buffing up the defenses on Plat's side. I like the cage. I don't think he was looking to catch a swap there. I think it was intended on how he executed it. But now we're going to see what Jan's able to deliver with Platimus and Nidrasil trapped in.
The thing with Bark Shield is that a well-timed Bark Shield is kind of like a well-timed Turbo Choreography. It's game-changing. And the reason why I say that is because look at that Hazrat in the back. that Nidrasil with 1 Bark Shield just equalize that Hazrat out before the Hazrat comes back in, and that's where Plat is dangerous. Plat is able to manipulate turns in advance. He's playing chess right now, and I think he's catching Jan playing checkers. It's he has that like 4 or 5 turns ahead, and that's what game is going on right now.
Oh, Jan was hoping for it.
Randu's turning off Diablo again, though. And also this Aarrggnn has Drill on it. I don't know if you saw the battle log, but that Toxin Shower is not going to save the Platimus from a Aarrggnn here, even though it is out of steam.
Nidrasil did overexert there as well. Yep. I mean, I guess my question for you, B, is it doesn't look like this is over. Talk to me about how Jan potentially walks away with the win here. And the same for Plat. What do they need to have happen for either of them to walk away with the win, as we see Nidrasil come out in response with an Aarrggnn in that spot?
This is the hard part, because this Aarrggnn could literally be anything. I like that seal there with the spiders for Aarrggnn for sure. Definitely some style points from Plat there. Aarrggnn could be literally anything. That's the problem with Aarrggnn. It has... Lord, it has 100 different moves on it, but you can only slot 4. That's the unique thing about Aarrggnn. It is adaptive, which that makes complete sense. Double screen is going to make it so that it's tanky. Anything that's a dual type Tem in front of it means that not only is this thing not able to be poisoned now because it turns toxic, but it's also going to be very heavily invested into bulk. With all the different various moves on this Aarrggnn, it makes it so that the Toxic v Toxic is now all of a sudden Toxic and Aarrggnn versus Toxics. So that's what we're going to be seeing with this spider here right away.
Does look like Jan is facing some HP issues as well. We're going to see the Aquatic Whirlwind go into the Aarrggnn.
That's only half damage.
Dealing half damage. And that's going to hurt, as he sends a Soil Steam as well, dropping it down to 52%. Aarrggnn
double screen
presumably
is playing.
overexerted for it.
Yep.
Now we see
and there's the Spores to heal. That is just dirty. That is dirty. There's the Thunderstrike again.
The Plat.
100 different moves on this Aarrggnn, and you don't know what it is until you see it. If you're Jan right now, you're writing down the moves that this Aarrggnn reveals. You're trying to get that information right now for game number 2, because this could be something that shows up in game number 2, and it could cost you.
Big question here too. Yes, I think this is smart. Let me get... Oh, I see. If it was me, B, I personally would have went to the Nidrasil for information gathering, seeing how it stood against it. But I do understand that their Unseen Blow going to respond into the Hazrat. Yeah, that's going to be enough as well.
That's chunky. Toxic Farewell actually isn't proving to be as effective as it normally is, because this Aarrggnn is poison. So there's no poison ticks on either Tem here. I like that Jan's not conceding here. He's just trying to get as much information as possible. I think he got everything that he needed to. Saw the Thunderstrike, saw the Unseen Blow on the Aarrggnn. Not only is it tanky, but as you saw it hit that Hazrat, it does damage. That Unseen Blow hits hard, and it's unresisted to most things. The mentals in this tournament is very, very low and far and few between. Having an unresisted Unseen Blow at +2 is big.
I love what Plat did there. Plat put his Guldur out, put his Mimit out, got to the game that he wanted to play right away. Wasn't going to get caught with anything weird coming from Jan's side. I think Jan did a decent job of trying to apply pressure. But that being said, Plat looked like he was pretty much prepared for everything Jan was going to bring. I think Jan's going to have to be different this time. You can't play safe against Plat. You can't. So just take chances. Otherwise, you're going to lose this. I would like Jan to make something happen here in 2, and we'll see if he does.
Do you think the Aarrggnn potentially gets the ban after it's able to swing as hard as it does, and it still has 2 moves that it has not been revealed yet?
I think Guldur Gaming. Oh no, it was the. All right, here we go. It was.
You actually get to see the Mulgu play.
Yaller gets the ban. Go ahead, B.
Mulgu ended up getting banned last time. If Mulgu gets caught with a poison tick, it being Splitter means that it will ignore the toxic ticks, and it's able to just play Molgu's game. Tanky, hard hitting. We see a Goulder ban. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't think I've ever seen, especially in the format of Worlds, a Goulder get banned. That was not on my bingo card. Goulder showing up was not on my bingo card. Goulder banned was also not on my bingo card. Mark that on your calendar. It's never happening again.
Jan said, listen, here's the deal. I don't know if I'm going to win or lose, but you better believe I'm not losing to Goulder.
I'm not losing to a Goulder.
Oh, man.
For those that are...
Plat, anchor at home with Platimus. Go ahead, B. Take us into turn 1.
For those that are unaware, we poke a lot of fun at Goulder. It's arguably known as one of the worst Tems in the game for quite some time, but it's seen play, so I can't say anything against that anymore. We got to see Goulder actually show up and do something.
Huge turn 1 here is Shallant and Molgu on Jan's side. Jan trying to make some magic happen in Game 5 here of the TemCS Worlds against potentially the best to ever do it. With snrplat, Soul Shout going into the Platimus that just swapped in, doing decent damage, bringing it down to about 70.
It's saving some HP on the Magnonics. That's what you want to do.
We are going to see the Spores go into the Shallant with the triple toxic tick and a Faraday cage.
Oh, I like
also
the double
going into Platimus. I like the double up. I like. Yeah. I agree with you, B. I like Jan saying, "Listen, I'm going after you, snrplat. I don't know if I'm winning or losing, but I'm going to try to take some down with me."
That's the neat thing about digital Tems, right? It doesn't matter what you swap in; it's unresisted. Faraday is just the safest swing that you can do if you're going to do a double up. It's nothing exactly wants to take it. There are some things that can take it better, but there's not a lot of things that just openly want to take a digital move of that caliber, especially not the aarrggnn. You don't want a defensive swap Mimit, and the only other option, Platimus.
Absolutely. B, if you're Jan here saying, I got to make a big read, I got to create some difference makers here, what's the play? What's a high gamble play on Jan's side right now?
Well, I'd like to see some form of turn 2 move off this Molgu, so like a turbo attack. That would be huge. We might just straight up see a double up into this Platimus again. We don't really want to see that refreshing Diablo proc on the wrong Tem at the wrong time. Removing that early, we saw that with the Rotten Goo. If you just straight up KO the Tem, what's going to happen with that? You just don't see it anymore. I'd like to see a KO on the Platty here.
We do see an Aquatic Whirlwind going into the Shallant, as well as a Soul Shout as a response. Does he finish off the Platty? We're going to see. What does Molgu do?
There's
Molgu
the turbo
with
attack.
The turbo attack into the Platimus. Yep. Platimus goes down early, and Jan knocking one off the board.
As much as I don't like to see the turbo attack go on such low HP, you can't create the potential for a swap there and then just not have one of your strongest hitting attacks from Molgu there. Molgu's running out of gas pretty early, needing to see a splitter show up right away because Molgu definitely needs a little bit help in the stamina department. Nidrisil is asleep. This might allow some potential for Jan to get back into this game. It is tied up 1 apiece, but getting some holds up on Plat would be nice. The Mimit here, this is a nice Mimit. He could just take the Plat back and say, hey, now I have 2 Platimuses on my team this game.
Absolutely. Do you think that's where he goes with it, B? Or do you think he's looking at that Molgu saying, I might want one of those?
It's not too bad, because if you're Faraday cage with the Molgu and also having teamed up with a Nidrisil or an Magnonics, you're hitting this. It's a double Nidrisil. This
is why Plat is Plat, dude. Who does that? And the
Nidrisil wakes up from that too. I like it. I like that play.
This is why snrplat is at the level that he is. He just makes plays that neither of us called it. We were talking about Molgu or Platimus. He goes into his own Nidrisil. We see the Rotten Goo go into the Mimit there, dealing about 23%. And then now we're going to see what Allergic Spread does to this Platimus.
Hits the Volgon, gets that poison going. No, it's bait. Says no to that poison. Volgon also has Blizzard up now. We did see the Blizzard show up in round number 1, game number 1, which means that it is live right now.
Now, if you're Jan, what's the play here, B? Do you the cage seemed to work before? What do you think?
You have 2 Nidrisils in front of you. I don't know if burning the Blizzard and taking a chance is what you want to do. I think maybe you potentially lock down this board here. Volgon is bait. Volgon has 1 more turn of immunity. You don't get poisoned. It does allow the Nidrisils to set up a little bit more. That original Nidrisil is about half stam count here. Maybe you just cage and get a guarantee Blizzard on the following turn. It's really, really hard to say what you want to do here. You could swing the Blizzard and take that gamble. It's not really... Yeah, there's the cage. Does not want to take that gamble. I agree. You want to be able to Blizzard something next turn for sure.
Locking down
Goo,
both
turning off
Nidrisils.
some items.
Rotten Goo going into that Nidrisil, bringing it down to about 75% now. Narco hit going into the Platimus.
Platimus doesn't like any physical moves at all.
Platimus does not like that. Double Narco hit going into the
double
Platimus.
Narco on Platimus.
And now the question is, you're looking at 1 Nidrisil who's able to get out. You presumably have to throw a Blizzard into the Mimit. Now, what's your high gamble play here? You got to close it with a Blizzard in the Mimit, of course. Is there anything you could roll the dice in on that other slot to try to catch snrplat sleeping?
Well, both of his Tems are sleeping. That's the thing here. Is there a world where you want to wake up a Nidrisil? I don't know if you want to. We know that we're having a Blizzard into this original Nidrisil here. Maybe we just take the safe Toxin Shower. Although it's not really needed. Rotten Goo is also able to be used on the Mimit here. It does remove the Trapped, but it doesn't really matter. It is the Rotten Goo that is probably the safest thing that you can do. Remove that item. Does wake it up, but you're potentially faster. Could be a very slow Mimit. It is not. It's just going to heal the Nidrisil up on its left-hand side there. And then spores into the Volgon. I like it.
Spores into that Volgon. Are we going to see the Blizzard now confirm the KO on that Mimit? Let's find out.
I don't know if it's going to be enough. It's going to hurt.
It is. All right. Jan staying alive here against snrplat, potentially the best to have ever done it. I like Jan. He's the underdog here, but snrplat is delivering on that high caliber skill. We see the Aarrggnn go into the other spot.
Volgon, the secret wind Tem, actually just mono electric, but it is showing why it is a secret wind Tem here by fighting these poison Tems on the other side, these toxic Tems on the other side. Aarrggnn is just sitting and chilling in the back. Could still have crystal spikes. It could still have water cannon. It probably is water cannon, given all the toxic allies next to it.
Sounds like you're thinking Aarrggn's the X factor here then, B, huh?
If you've played against Aarrggn's, especially seeing double screen adaptive tanky Aarrggn's, even first aid kit Aarrggn's, that thing is scary with the amount of moves it could be. And you don't know those moves until they hit you. And if they hit you, it could be too late by that point. That's the hard part.
We are going to see the Toxin Shower bring that Nidrisil down to 69% before the Revitalize takes place. Soil Steam going into the Molgu, bringing it down to 59.5%. Nidrisil, a Spores
and there's
into
the self-heal
Aarrggnn.
again on the Aarrggnn. Yeah, I like the Spores. It's we saw the Mimit Nidrisil heal the original Nidrisil, and now Nidrisil is throwing the Spores into the Aarrggnn. You're working off your bulk. You're having the Poison Tick take down the Volgon ever so slightly. Platimus does not have Toxin Shower anymore. Nidrisil has Narco hit to... I believe it is enough to take this Platimus out if I saw my HP numbers correctly. Aarrggnn in the back could still have Crystal Spikes with his Nesla or also the Volgon. There's a lot of room and a lot of potential for Plat right now.
I'm a huge fan of Plat saying, listen, I'm not going to trade blows with you. I'm going to protect myself. I'm going to guarantee a win. We do see a Soil Steam go into the Molgu, bringing it down to 37.6%. But that being said, with the here's the turbo attack into the Aarrggnn. What's that going to do? Not be enough, bringing it down to 37. But I'm a big fan of Plat saying, I'm not going to get into some slugfest here. I'm not taking my chances. I'm going to play it safe. I know I've got this one in the bag. And try and walk away with the 2-0 win here against Jan.
When you see a Molgu with Reactive Vial in front of you, or just any Reactive Vial in front of you, no matter the Tem, playing around with the Reactive Vial, slowly chipping it down before the Reactive Vial becomes a problem, that's what Plat's doing right now. The Aarrggnn can just take this down into Thunderstrike range and completely ignore the Reactive Vial entirely. It's just not a problem anymore. Which means that you remove an item off a pretty bulky Tem.
We are to see a Water Blade go into that Aarrggnn, bringing it down to 26%.
Toxin I like the Toxin Shower here, making Aarrggnn toxic. It makes the Aarrggnn toxic. I like it.
Adaptive boosting up the special attack. 2 stages. Now the Aarrggnn becomes a toxic type blue screen.
It's a blue screen. I like that too.
Jan saying, I'm not giving up. Jan's not giving up.
We are putting this Aarrggnn down into the warning tracks here. Low stam, low-ish HP, and Aarrggnn is just kind of a sitting duck for at least one turn. I like how Aarrggnn turned toxic there, though. You just can't put any toxic ticks on it anymore. Not that there's really much available, but making it so that the only real option is the Volgon Blizzard makes it so that it can hold off the Nesla, it can hold off the Molgu. Aarrggnn is just creating space for itself.
Yeah, I guess my question for you, B, is what did Jan manage to achieve with that blue screen? We are going to see the Aquatic Whirlwind go into the Aarrggnn. It's not going to be enough.
Oh, man. Does Molgu have enough stam for this?
Locking in that Nesla, also applying a toxic tick. Turbo attack going into the Aarrggnn. That's going to do some damage there. Part of me wants to think that Jan was thinking that Aquatic Whirlwind was going to be enough. What do you think, B?
I think so too. That turbo attack, it had to hit the Aarrggnn. I think the goal there was that Nesla kills off the Aarrggnn there because it's not Book Lungs, it is Cobweb, which means to say that it's not resisting any water moves. With Book Lungs giving it a little bit more of an advantage on water moves. I think Jan was not wanting it to. I think it needed to. Big difference there. I think it needed to.
The
Electric Storm here.
The last ditch effort here from Jan. Doing not a ton of damage on either space. And overexerted the Nesla. Unseen Blow going into the Molgu. That's probably going to be enough.
Big hit.
And now Jan on life support here is snrplat starting to smell it.
Yeah, the Nesla being overexerted here. Plat, if Plat wants to comfortably just throw a Spores into Aarrggnn, you can, but at the same time, you don't have to. You can just kind of play out the turn. Killing off the Nesla with the allergic spread, poisoning the Volgon, and putting this into a ticking time bomb. We'll see one more Thunderstrike on the Aarrggnn. Double Screen not being a part of that because mono electric Volgon, but Unseen Blow is going to signed this in the books as a win column for Plat in the end, 2-0.
snrplat moving ahead in TemCS Worlds, taking down Jan. I like what we saw from snrplat there, B. I love, I mean, we all hope for a Cinderella story every now and then, maybe Jan making things a little bit interesting, but snrplat said, listen, this is my show. I'm going the distance here. I'm taking care of Jan, and I'm going to move ahead in this tournament far. And certainly look dominant. I love what Jan was able to do. Had some cool moments. I thought that blue screen was really neat. But snrplat, at the end of the day, just taking care of business the way they do.
I think if you're Jan, or if you're anybody watching that game, there's no discredit to that. Like, Jan played as well as possibly could into arguably a pretty rough matchup. there was a lot of answers for a toxic mirror match. At least a core that we saw there. We even saw that the Tukma mask for Nesla, like there was preparation for a mirror match of that essence. Plat needing to ban the 2-wire every game was necessary, and I think not only experience but matchup favored Plat there. But Jan could go the distance in losers bracket. Don't count them out.
Absolutely. What I love, we saw from Plat there, is just the way their ability to think differently, right? We saw the Mimit tackle into his own Nidrasil, now creating another Nidrasil on the board. Plat just thinks in ways that are hard to anticipate. You think he's going one way, and he doesn't even go the other way. He goes some third door that you didn't even know was in front of him.
I just want to say, tossing the analytics aside, Goulder got banned.
Goulder Gaming.
I just want to throw that out there. I wanted to see it, and we saw it. There is a break coming up before we get into some further matches in the round 1 brackets. I believe this is my last time on the casting table for today. It's been a pleasure. But game number 6 is coming up for you guys right away after a short little break.
We'll be back, guys.
And we are back. HKen is here, I promise. He's just off screen at the moment. We can get him back in if we could. Our pals at GG Tech. No. We'll get you back. If not, so until then, HKen, just wanted to ask you a couple questions about that last match. What does our boy snrplat? What does his Volcrane do?
To be honest with you, the Volcrane, I don't even know if we saw the Volcrane last match, did we? I do know that I'm a huge fan of what Plat was able to do, especially at this level. I love I said it in the first round, the Goulder with the Mimit next to it, allowing Plat to settle down and establish the game they want to play against Jan, who really had to play high stakes. Plat was able to just gain control and kind of roll downhill from there.
Yeah, second question for you. What is the Arachnite's moveset?
We saw Unseen Blow. I think that's
we saw Unseen Blow.
That was
and Thunder Strike.
Yes, we saw the T-Strike, and now he's got 2 more left in the tank that we don't know what they are. Neither does his next opponent either.
So 2 very consequential pieces of information that he was able to win the set without exposing. Which is definitely useful, especially because we do have a lot of time between this round and the next round of winners, right? So little things like that. One of the reasons why snrplat known for going deep into these sorts of tournaments. In the meantime, let's queue up our next match. We've got Scarcing going up against Shyrk here.
Now you were explaining to me a little bit about. Tell me a little bit more about the natural tendencies of these tamer. Apparently Shyrk and Scarcing, both a little bit defensive, both aren't willing to really gamble too much. Could you speak a little bit more to that?
Yeah, both players play a very defensive sort of game plan. Scarcing is trying to bring out lots of defensive synergies and buff up a lot of items like Bolarend and Yowler and get those defensive options there, get the blue screen up on Mulgoo, get the stone walls going, get the Nid healing going. And on Shyrk's side, it's less necessarily about buffs and more just about some very strong defensive moves. He has double Denigrate user, he has Vanks, which probably means it's AD shot Vanks, his own Nid to do some healing, his Scaravolt, which will probably be able to gain some healing over the course of the game. That Volphy is probably a Kaleidoscope Volphy, if I had to guess, to provide even more healing. Shyrk can get going offensively. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, one thing I'm taking a look at here, East, is I'm looking at Scarcing's team. Earlier, we were talking about the recipe that Cuddly Clown seems to have, but as I look at Scarcing's roster, that might be a departure from that.
Yeah, no, Scarcing definitely more of the Tsubaki Genesect section of the clownery, but Also, definitely just plays his own stuff. Like, he's been a big Schween believer for a long time, plays that Tem very often. As we see, we're getting right into it right away in the draft. The Nid being taken out by Shyrk, I think, is very interesting. There are a lot of potential options for Shyrk that he didn't even go for there. The Ouroboros opening up into immediate... We see this draft going very, very fast.
Man, they're moving right now, East.
Thanks coming in immediately. Thanks immediately on the counter pick. So that speed of draft just indicates that both players definitely have lines prepared. Scarcing wants to just absolutely victimize this Ouroboros, but I believe Shyrk plays Reactive Vial on Adoro, so that double's not going to bring it down immediately.
Whew, man, East, I am reeling from this pick ban phase. But as I start to evaluate what transpired here, the Scarvel being banned early on with Scarcing having a Grumper on their side. What are your thoughts on that?
I liked it. Scarcing doesn't really want to have to lead Grumper, so he doesn't have to lead it because he bans out the Scarabolt. But I really like Shyrk's the way he's kind of chosen to do this early on. He leads the Adoro, so Scarcing doesn't want to pick Moala early on. He gets a second ban Moala, and not only does that protect Vanks, it also lets him bring Momo in the back, which Scarcing also opted not to ban, because the combination of Mental Tems being pickable and Xenareth presents a problem for him in terms of going to sleep with Crystal Deluge. So here we go, game number 1. Very fast draft. It's slowed down a bit towards the end. Let's see if the preparation these players have for each other works out one way or the other.
Absolutely. I think I agree with you in the sense there, East, that both Tamers have probably looked at each other's matchups, knew exactly what strategies they were going to come into it. Speaking to the speed of the draft that we saw, Shyrk versus Scarcing, Game 6, TemCS Worlds. Talk me through turn 1, East.
Well, I wanted to talk you through it to be able to watch it yourself. Here comes Noxious Bomb from the Volaren into the Vanks, wanting to put that pressure on right away. We see on the other side, it's going to be Adoro going for the Beta Burst. Just putting some pressure onto Vola. Nice for Scarcing to go for that defensive buff early on. Faraday Cage. Scarcing is targeting down Vex. He feels like Ouroboros not really going to be much of a problem for him. And he might be correct in that. We'll have to see. Vanks.
We are going to see, we're going to see the Strangle responding to that Mulgu spot. Vanks dropping down to 39.9% after the Toxic Tick with 1 still left on the clock. Turn 2, moving up Ouroboros. Potentially not a threat to Scarcing?
Shyrk really wants to get out on Ouroboros here. Mulgu Strangle, which means he's got a free turn to bring in Momo and get it off, ready to start firing into Scarcing's team. On the other hand, Scarcing was smart to go for the Vanks twice turn 2 here. He's actually going to make a swap out play himself, getting Garandor up. This is really interesting. I think this means Shyrk can... Oh no, he doesn't swap out. He goes ahead and he stays in, keeping that Momo safe for later. The downside of this play for Scarcing is that it's going to open him up to getting Ninja Jutsu, which means the Vanks is pretty much getting full value. The Denigrate is nice chip into both slots. The minus special attack, not really a factor on either of these Tems. But already, you can see that Garandor has taken a pretty impressive amount of damage.
I gotta tell you, East, I know we talked about defensive style play, but these two are going after each other right now.
This is commonly what you will do with Vanks, right? Like Strangle into Suplex into Ninja Jutsu is like up and available. The only thing that Shyrk has to watch out for is that he doesn't get got by blue screen, because Scarcing is going to have that up pretty soon on the Mulgu as he continues to kind of just park in on the board here. And that can be a pretty big problem. Like if he gets double frozen on this, then Scarcing can start to set up, and then it can get quite bad for him. So targeting the Garandor here makes sense, but he also has to be careful.
We are going to see the Ninja Jutsu come out into the Garundar, dropping it down to about 12.6%. I started getting nervous there for a second. Inner Spirit as the follow-up on the Ouroboros. Will it confirm the knockout? It will on the Garundar. And now, 1 knockout on the board for Shyrk. It can take that turbo attack as the response into the Ouroboros. We're going to find out what kind of defense it has. Wow, 37% on one, now 45. But that did solid damage.
Yeah, and you love to see the Toxic Skin proc if you're Shyrk there. Really nice. Volaren comes in. Shyrk can, give up the Vanks now if he wants to. Savage Suplex is up, so it kind of forces Scarcing to go for it. He just has to be, again, a bit careful. He doesn't really want the Mogu to get off blue screen here. So he has to be careful about that. He needs to bring something in that is going to be able to put enough pressure onto Mogu that he doesn't have to worry. As Venks gets lower, as Venks gets worse in this game, Voloren gets stronger. So that is a bit of a concern for Shyrk. He doesn't have a great way of beating Voloren except through like potential attrition later in the game as it starts to outscale Momo with the special defense buffs.
We are going to see the Volphy come in on Shyrk's side now. Shyrk going for the double swap, pulling the Venks out, putting Nidrisil in that spot. And now we're going to see what Scarcing's able to do against that double swap. Mom's Lunch proccing, hurting the exhaust on everybody. Cyberclaw going into the Nidrisil, not doing a whole lot with the 19%. Nox Bomb as the follow-up. We'll see where that's going into the Nidrisil as well. 62.7% left. Voloren's anaerobic procced. What do you think on that turn, East? Molgu taking a toxic tick.
Yeah, the tick is definitely not irrelevant. It means that there's a decent chance that Volpy DV plus like an allergic spread or a narco hit can maybe take care of Molgu before it gets off blue screen, if Scarcing is indeed running that move.
I guess my question for you, East, is earlier you talked about pressuring out that Molgu. What does that pressure look like? I mean, I think it might be right now, right?
He's going for the cage. He's going to try and make it so that Shyrk can't leave on Nid. Nice splitter play there. Does he try to swap? He doesn't. Voloren beefs itself up. This Vola is going to be the problem of the game, for sure. He has to try and figure out what he's going to do there. Nice spores on the Molgu. That'll get the ticks. And if that's followed up with a Dust Vortex, that should be it. No, he's going to go for the Kaleido Lifo instead onto the Nid. So the cage, not at all a bad play there from Scarcing, because this Nid is not going to be able to get away from the Voloren. Nor is it going to be able to click a Bark Shield on anything other than Volphy, which does present some problems for Scarcing in the sense that his Vola is going to have a harder time breaking it, but Volphy Voloren is super Voloren favored in the late game once he scales up his special defense.
Absolutely here. And as I'm taking a look at the board, you know, Shyrk up one knockout with the Garunder taken down earlier, but the Voloren getting gassed up for the end game. Looks like Scarcing might... This is pretty even right now if I'm looking at it, East, right?
Yeah. Essentially, Shyrk is trying to run... he goes for Kaleido. Nice Kaleido Bush. Nid dodging out a Cyberclaw. Big overexertion there from Molgu. Actually, not too big, but enough that the ticks will do it. Feather Gatling still gets in there, though.
Ooh, that was a big Feather Gatling, bringing that Nidrisil down to 20%. We are going to see the Bark Shield giving some triple defense to both sides. And now Shyrk starting to get that defensive level play. Maybe he didn't like getting caught in that early game madness. They were throwing hands at each other. He's starting to settle down. All right, let me get back to my game here. And then now we're in turn 7 with Shyrk having 2 Tems beefed up in defense.
Kind of like this for Shyrk in the sense that with the Molgu now going down, no Cyberclaw available to contest Venks, there's a chance Venks may be able to attack again before it's taken out. Also, Momo swapping in looks pretty good here. Shyrk is, like, Voloren is, even with the Sweatband, is starting to run out of gas here. So Shyrk has the option to kind of reposition things around Momo and Venks at this point, should they want to. Or even just Momo coming in and getting a Lifo from Volphy. Definitely not the worst play either.
Yeah, I would like to see Shyrk start to position themselves in a victory, put them in a board state that they're enjoying, because I do think they have the freedom and ability to do that right now. Maybe Shyrk or Scarcing trying to figure that out as we head deep into the reserve time, just under about 40 seconds left to go.
Yeah, so the line for Shyrk is ignore Voloren, destroy everything else, right? Like that's the play. Like, let this thing run out of stamina, start to go for Grumper and Yowler once Molgu is down. Scarcing can continue to put pressure on you, but he can't do that forever. And then on the turn where his Vola overexerts, if you can get Venks in, you can get your attack off and deal a lot of damage. Scarcing's actually going to retreat Molgu early. This gives him one more turn towards Winter Call or Hibernate on the Yowler, which is definitely relevant. As we see Kaleido onto the Momo. Scarcing just rests Voloren, not wanting to take the attack. So he does burn one of the Lifeful Sap ticks there.
Interesting thing I picked up there with the Kaleidoscope Lifeful Sap on the Momo that was already 100%. Do you think he was anticipating an attack in that slot, East, or is he just preemptively getting the Lifeful Sap off going forward?
Yes, he was predicting a Feather Gatling to destroy the Nidrisil, right? So now, undermine... Oh, he's going for Volaren now. This is kind of an interesting pivot from Shyrk, targeting Volfi instead of... I think he's just going to try and let Momo play it out here. But I'm not sure if that's going to work out for him, as this Yowler all of a sudden starts to become its own problem for Scarcing. He's going to suplex the Momo here. Yeah, with no defensive buffs, this Momo... It probably doesn't overexert to knockback, but the self-damage from knockback is going to be a bit of a problem here.
Nutrition bar on the Momo, going to bring it back up a little bit, as well as the Lifeful Sap. My question for you, East, even at 50%, we are going to see the Volaren swap out on Scarcing's side. Now, Grumper making it its first appearance in this match. Mom's Lunch going to proc again. Bush on the Kaleidoscope is going to apply to the Momo now, getting a turn of evade. Shyrk not playing too dangerously with that Momo. He loves it. Refresh going up, special attack 2 stages. Clinch going into the Volfi. And I like that turn for Shyrk. I think that was just a smart, long-term play down the stretch.
I do what I don't. Like, I think Shyrk got mechanics diffed a little there on the Lifeful ticks going away due to the Bush, right? He can replace that Lifeful now, but because of the lunge, Volfi will overexert if it does that. And he's got a big cannon coming out from this Momo, but it's unclear that 55% Momo is going to survive Savage Suplex and Thunderstrike, or Savage Suplex and Dust Vortex here. So we do see Shyrk just leave on the Momo, which does make sense. This is a good Nid board. And he's going to try and beef up his defenses from here, maybe try to get things going a little bit longer. He does take a big overexertion here on the Lifeful, though.
Nidrisil making its appearance. Huge overexertion there, like you said there, East, on the Lifeful. Savage Suplex going into the Nidrisil, not doing a whole lot. And now we'll see where he goes with Grumper. Grumper going to go with the Stonewall there, getting Yowler beefed up, and both Tamers starting to play a little defensively, now starting to prep for the end game.
Yeah, love this for Scarcing, because now he can start going into Winter Call when he gets there. He now has a second raid boss target. Shyrk, I think, maybe wanted to go for Doroboros instead to get immediate mental pressure there, but anticipating an electric attack of some kind. Scarcing has no problem going to Volaren here. It's just like a really nice Volaren swap in. Nid spores it. It takes nothing. And now Grumper can continue to make things work. Yeah, nice Petrify here. Clears the ticks. Traps it in for the Vola. Excellently played by Scarcing. He's just got, I think, that experience of going back and forth in these sorts of matches. He's playing incredibly well here.
You can see the composure there with Scarcing. Not afraid to go the distance here against Shyrk. Bush coming out with a Kaleidoscope. Going to head into that Nidrisil now, trying to protect it from that Volaren. Volaren going to beef up. Scarcing getting used to the pace now, starting to make some reads of their own. Stonewall going into that Volaren, and that Volaren's getting scary there, East.
Absolutely. You can see that Scarcing has kind of put himself in the position where he's just like one step ahead now, right? And Shyrk has just like camped this Volfi on the board for so long. It's like so tough for him to get anything out of it now, right? Petrify is...
question for you, East. Go ahead, please go ahead.
Petrify's not up for another turn, so he has to do something with Grumper here. Lunch is on board, so we could see the Grumper leave and come back for it later. But you can see Shyrk is just getting ground out of stamina on this Volpi. He keeps trying to like use Lifeful and Bush to like get things going, but Scarcing just ignores him and buffs, right? Like that's... You're not going to win that way. Venks comes in for the Volfi.
Here comes that Feather Gatling, and it's juicy, not enough, though. Bringing that Nidrisil down to 7.9%. Spores going into the Grumper, doing solid damage. Not a ton, though. 88.7% with 3 Toxic Ticks. Dust Vortex as the response. That's going to confirm the kill on Nidrisil, and Scarcing starting to chip away at this Shyrk team.
Yeah, I don't love that for Scarcing, to be honest. Because now his Momo can come in and start to put more pressure on him. He doesn't have an action on Grumper anymore, and Momo can really start to bear down because Voloran wants to pull its focus away into hitting Vanks now. So Momo is going to get 1, if not 2 attacks off here. I don't know how much it matters. We'll see. Undermine does how much... That's a KO. So now the Volo is actually taken care of.
Ooh, this is getting juicy as we head down the pipe here, East. Nox Bomb coming out from the Vola. Going into the Vanks. That's going to be enough. And it's going to be a barn burner as we get to the end here.
I like the Coward's Rest from Scarcing. He's going to clear off those ticks. Again, just really heads-up play. Shyrk is kind of getting mechanically diffed a little bit here. He's like making plays that Scarcing is reacting to just by like letting his mechanics do the talking. He wants to save the Voloran for Adoraboros. He would not like Grumper and Yaller to face off against Adoro, but unclear he wants to swap Yaller into Momo here.
I guess my question for you here, East, is what timeline exists where Shyrk is able to squeak a win out against Scarcing, who is presumably starting to pull away?
I don't think Shyrk can win if Scarcing leaves on Voloran this turn and petrifies the Momo. But I'm not sure exactly what Shyrk's turns on Bush are. I believe he does not have it up, or will not have it up next turn.
There's the Scarcing swap, bringing the Yaller back out. Let's see what the answers are here. Momo going for the big knockback. That's going to go on to the Yaller. Let's see the damage. Solid damage, bringing it down to 42%. Momo taking some damage of its own for it. Dust Vortex as the follow-up. Not going to be enough, bringing the Yaller down to 24.7%. And the Petrify going into the Momo East. I believe you called that out a turn ago.
Yep. So now it's... Yaller has a pretty free... So now Yaller has a pretty free attack into the Momo. Oh, this is close. This is very close. Yaller has a free attack in the Momo. It also can go for Hibernate, but I don't think that's what Scarcing wants to go for. Volphy Plague. Oh, that's an overexertion on the Volphy, I think. If Grumper just rests here, he's allowed to. I don't think he's meant to buff. He T-strikes. I don't think that's enough to KO Momo.
Oh my gosh, it's getting spicy.
That's a big overexertion.
Grumper took a huge overexert too. Savage Suplex going to confirm the kill on the Momo. Whew, I don't know, East. This could go either way, my friend.
So now Shyrk gets to come in with Adoraboros. Adoraboros Beta Bursts. The Voloran swaps in. Yaller gets Winter Call off first. Nice. Shyrk went for Denigrates. Shyrk went for Denigrates. There's no way Adoro doesn't outspeed Yaller.
Freezing everybody on the board.
Look at the coward and the Coward's Rest also. Clearing the Winter's Call. Nice little mechanical thing from Scarcing there. Shyrk was meant to go for Beta there, and I don't think he did.
Now does Scarcing close it out here? Oh, we see claps on Shyrk's side.
Yeah, because he gets to hibernate up.
Yep.
Petrify onto Adoro. Yaller gets to take care of Volphy now.
Looks like Shyrk wanting to see this one to the end unless we see it concede on this turn.
Oh, it's definitely not over. Like, Scarcing can probably still misplay from here. No, Shyrk's
that's going to be it. Okay. Shyrk not trying to give up too much information here at the end. Scarcing pulling away round one. And those two are going after each other. They were like, listen, if you want to trade hands, we can do that here in TemCS Worlds.
Yeah, you can definitely feel the pressure, right? Like, that was a very, very close game right down to the end. And I think it just really, like... I am pretty sure he went for Denigrate. Like, I don't think Yaller is ever faster than Adoraboros. I think Shyrk just, like, clicked it. And that's, like, in a game that's that close, you can't make that play, right? Like, and he got punished for it. So, if Yaller goes down to Beta, then Voloran comes in, right? Grumper goes down to Plague, and then it's, like, Voloran... I think Scarcing can still win from there, but it's tricky. It's tougher.
Scarcing and Shyrk, now we enter the pick ban phase of a round 2. Scarcing again saying, listen, I don't want any part of that Scar Revolt. Shyrk saying, I don't want to listen to that Nidrasil, Adoraboros, and Venks on the side of Shyrk, and Mulgu and Volorend on the side of Scarcing to start us off.
So the question from chat was like, doesn't he still lose if he clicks beta? Not necessarily, because when the Volorend comes in, he then has Bush up on Volfi to block the Feather Gatling from Vola. And then he can go for like Inner Spirit into the Volorend and try to KO from like Inner Spirit into Plague next turn to finish it off. But it's not clear if that would have won, but it would have been close.
Interesting for me this time around, East, is that last time the draft was over and let's say before I was able to blink my eyes, this time they're both starting to slow it down, saying, all right, let's think about this for a second.
It is kind of interesting because it looks like they're going to run back pretty much the same draft unless Shyrk wants to bring Pocus here instead of Nidrasil. That makes some sense. Nid was not particularly valuable for him. No, it's actually the Momo he's going to say goodbye to. That's very interesting. So Scarcing just doesn't bring the Yowler. He's going to have to rely a lot more on Volorend this game. So let's see if that is the correct decision.
Here Things do change up a little bit. TemCS Worlds, Shyrk versus Scarcing, round 2 of what was a very hot first round between these two tamers.
I wonder if Shyrk risks going for a Pocus in here. The way that you adequately punish Scarcing targeting Venks is to swap out your Adoro turn 1. Or hit the Mulgu instead. Like, you can also chip the Vola. The thinking behind this is that Scarcing doesn't have any healing if Nid gets taken out in the draft, right? No Nid, no Moala means no refreshing Diabolo either, so Scarcing can't heal this Vola. Any damage that gets dealt to it sticks. So he's trying to tack on as much as he can early on here. Strangle goes into Mulgu.
This is looking very familiar, right, East? Am I losing my mind here? Is this looking very familiar?
It is familiar, but the end game is very different, right? There's no Hibernate Yowler. Instead, it's Schween, which is a lot worse than Devolfi, and also has to watch out for Adoraboros' Inner Spirit, but at the same time is very good at buffing up other things and creating better situations for Garinder, Grumper, and so on.
We're going to see Scarcing retreat the Volorend now, understanding that's how I win this round, so I'm going to put Schween next to this Mulgu. Chamomile popping for the Schween. Scarcing doing the double board swap here, putting a Garunder in that spot, trying to mix things up on Shyrk. And you were right, East. What I thought was very familiar is turning very different very quickly. Savage Suplex going into the Garunder.
Shyrk found the Garunder again. Like, Scarcing didn't want the Garunder to take Suplex. That's why he put Schween in on that spot. And Shyrk just got him a second time, which is kind of tough. Guardian is going to block the Midas Special Attack, but Garunder doesn't care. The Midas Special Attack on Schween is relevant if Scarcing is playing Water Cannon. It's not entirely sure that he is. It could be Crystal Bite and 3 support moves. It could be 4 support moves. It's not entirely clear what the moveset will be.
As we look down the stretch here, Shyrk versus Scarcing. Venks looking like it might be in the danger zone. We're going to see a Ninja Jutsu coming out for it into the Garunder. Like you said there, East, doing the big damage on the Garunder, not trying to see that for too long. Water Cannon as the response. Going into the Venks. Toxic Tick's going to be enough on the second turn, not on the first one. Beta Burst as the response. And Shyrk knocking down the first knockout against Scarcing here.
Yeah, a bit of a different setup here now, though, right? As the Venks now has to stay. So Volorend can come in, free kill on the Venks, and then Schween has options to go like, okay, I can buff this Vola, I can swap out into something else, I can go for a Crystal Bite onto Adoraboros, but Vola is just free. Like, this is the freest Nox Bomb Scarcing's ever going to get. Venks is outsped, it can't swap out or it goes down, and getting this thing KO'd is a huge boon for Volorend, because unlike the last game where Shyrk could like scale up his Momo's damage, instead he's going to have to rely on the true damage from Pocus. But if you notice, Crystal, Electric, Digital, there are huge obstacles for the mental Tems on Shyrk's team to actually deal with the Volorend. So he's going to have to leverage Volfi and Nid in front of a Volorend in order to try and weaken those enough that his mentals can play.
And my question for you, East, is what does that look like? Do you think Shyrk has to catch maybe Scarcing in some 50-50 chances, make him gamble a little bit?
The beef up is interesting. Did Shyrk just rest his Adoraboros? No, he goes for the Inner Spirit, so this will actually be like pretty solid damage onto Shween if that's what he went for. Very nice, yeah. That probably is Plague range from Volfi. It's hard to say. Nidrasil coming in. It's obviously Spores looks very good here.
Mom's Lunch going to proc on the Nidrasil here. Adoraboros did overexert for that big Inner Spirit. It did some damage on the Shween, but now Scarcing in a pretty punishing position to make some moves against Shyrk. I guess my question is, if I'm Shyrk here and I pull the Adoraboros, what am I bringing out there? I can't bring Pocus out. Does it have to be Nidrasil? Maybe Volfi?
I think it can be Pocus. And the reason I think it can be Pocus is that one way that Shyrk has back into this game is to put the Volorend to sleep. If he takes one Feather Gatling here, and then the next turn he sleeps it, no, Scarcing's not having any of that. He's just going for Fluid Barrier to take away the Spores value. Is he going to Mechanics Diff Shyrk again? He's in on a Dordo. Maybe this is side Spores? No, he gets caught again. Nice play. Well played from Scarcing here.
Scarcing doing a good job of kind of positioning himself with board states that really benefit him. I'm a big fan of that Feather Gatling. That Feather Gatling did a chunk of damage into that Nidrasil. It looks like it might be a 2-hit KO. I think it did enough there. Right there, East? That was 100% when it started?
Yes. No Marbles chip or anything like that. Nid is just dead to another Feather Gatling, and then at that point, Volorend's kind of done its job. Like, Volfi doesn't have enough to like get through Mulgu and Shween and Grumper, and I just like really think that Scarcing, just knowing his like limits within Shween like really well, is a big reason why he's ahead in the game right now.
We're gonna see the Mulgu take the spot there. Adoraboros getting out of here, putting Volfi in that spot. Maybe Shyrk resorts back to that Kaleidoscope approach that we saw earlier. Cooperation coming out from the Nidrasil there. Feather Gatling going into the Nidrasil. Not going to be enough. Now it lives. And now Shyrk, I can't tell if Shyrk just bought himself more time or if that really had long-lasting impacting, ramifications down the stretch.
Yes and yes, right? Like now Volorend, which is already, as you can see, kind of running low on stamina, has to commit more stamina or swap out and let Mulgu commit the stamina. Shyrk kind of needed Nidrasil here, right? It's tough. He doesn't really have much he can do in terms of getting its healing back online, and he very quickly is going to be like Adoro, Pocus, facing down, like Grumper, Shween, Volva, Mulgu. That's tough. So he's got to make this Volfi work. Like, he's got to figure out a way to get it to go here.
I guess my question for you, East, as Shyrk continues to hold that Pocus, knowing he really... Oh, we're going to see a cage coming out from the Mulgu now. Splitter going to proc, dodging that. Now the question is, does he just want to confirm? Yes, he just wants to confirm the KO on Nidrasil, proc another anaerobic. Now Dust Vortex going to be the response into the Mulgu, doing some damage, but not a ton. And Scarcing locking down that Volfi for another turn.
Yeah, this is just like disastrous from this point for Shyrk, right? Like he has to put a mental in the game. That mental has to face down Mulgu. He does have a bush here, which he will go for. Gonna protect the Adoro up a little bit here. But as you can see on like Scarcing's side, he's like happy to clear it and then Feather Gatling. Oh, he goes for beef up. Okay. Does Mulgu go for a different move? Interesting. If he does dodge this, this is looking a little bit better for Shyrk if he's managed to dodge this. He did. Scarcing forgot about the bush. Or maybe he just didn't care, but either way, this is like actually much more valuable for Shyrk because now Dust Vortex Beta Burst has the potential to just run down the Mulgu.
Absolutely. Shyrk now taking a step back. Yep, go ahead, East, please.
And there's no, like, Grumper can come in here, or Shween can come in here, but either Tem that comes in is going to go down. It's not necessarily that bad for Scarcing. Like, Shween's going to take both hits here. It might take a beta. I don't think it does, though. He catches the Inner Spirit, which is nice for Grumper. Now Grumper is a fairly safe swap in. Schween takes the KO, and now it's like there's a decent chance that this Volfi's just out of gas. Scarcing rests, though. He's not putting pressure on Adoro. He kind of wants to be able to do it this turn, I think.
I have to question some of these choices as we head down the stretch here, East. I mean, it just looks like Scarcing potentially had his hands on the, you know, really kind of putting the final touches on, had the dagger in his hand, but now giving Shyrk some opportunities to crawl his way back into this.
Grumper is weird. Grumper is weird because it just gives Shyrk an opportunity to go to Pocus here. Adoro is going to be able to live even the beef up here. Feather Gatling, it should just take this, go up, get hit by T-Strike, or the Grumper rests. Nope, it'll be T-Strike.
We are going to see the Thunder Strike go into the Adoraboros, bringing it down to 21%. Shyrk did have now Pocus on the board in that spot. So Pocus, Adoraboros looking at Grumper and Volerand. On paper, you like what Scarcing's seeing on this board state now? Unless you talk about that sleep energy, right?
I do. There is potential for sleep into Volerand here. Molgu can come in and take it, but if Molgu comes in and takes it, and then Shyrk gets a double into it, with, like next turn with Gamma Burst +1, things can get kind of rough for Scarcing quickly. Volerand is, you'd normally think Volerand is very well positioned into this late game, but Shyrk does have Depress on this Pocus. And Denigrate, which means he can manipulate the sleep turns around Volerand in such a way that he will be able to do quite well into it in a 1v1. I like this
Venomous
from Scarcing.
Claws.
Yeah.
Yep. Venomous Claws going into that Adoraboros now. Beta Burst as the response into the Grumper, doing a little bit less than 20% damage. Now we're going to see the Depress come out from the Pocus on the Grumper. That's going to bring it down to 55%. Scarcing going to rest the Grumper here. Coward's Rest going to clear anything off on that on the statuses.
And now he just...
And I think that was just that was a calm play from Scarcing. I think that was a good heads up. Hey, I'm gonna try to finish this off in my way.
I actually think that Scarcing is going to have a really hard time dealing with this Pocus. Like, it's not the bulkiest thing, and Volerand is +2 attack, and it's staring down Thunderstrike, so like maybe that's enough. But now, Shyrk is going to swap it out. Does he think that Scarcing is going to ignore Adoraboros here? Yeah, he doesn't. That's like really heads up from Scarcing again. This is a pretty clean Stonewall or Petrify. He gets the Petrify off. He can just keep Venomous Clawsing now. Shyrk is kind of forced to go for a sleep move onto the Grumper, which... like, Scarcing can just Coward's Rest this turn if he wants, or he can just T-Strike anyways. Or this turn go for the Molgu. The Pocus still does, with Rejuvenate, present quite a bit of threat to Scarcing if he's not able to Thunderstrike it. That's like the main concern here.
Hypno coming out from the Pocus onto the Volerand. You would think, yeah, I think Shyrk's trying to catch a rest maybe. Yes, indeed. Oh, no. Both rests? Everyone's resting. We're all taking a breath before we head up. We are going to see the Coward's Rest go on to the Grumper, giving it a turn of dodge as well as Invigorate. And I don't know if that was too impacting. That being said, maybe there's more to it than I thought. What do you think, East?
I like that turn for Shyrk. I like it quite a bit, right? Like, now, all of a sudden, Bush starts to put... It's like Bush protects the Pocus. Grumper doesn't really have a way of getting around that. Pocus can use Depress on Volerand, and Volerand won't wake up. So, the Pocus, in this late game situation, Grumper T-Strike gets blocked, and now the Depress comes off. It's going to hit the Vola. This is, like, quite a bit of damage, right? Like, that's, like, almost 30%. So that's a 2-hit KO. If he gets 2 more of those into the Vola's done. Now Vola can attack this turn. It gets 2 turns basically to attack here. But now Grumper and Molgu are essentially pinned, right? Plague plus Beta should KO both of them.
Ooh, man. Another Hypno coming out from the Pocus. This time going to go on the Grumper.
Shyrk is slow playing this, and I'm not sure exactly why, but we'll see.
Nox Bomb as the answer to that. Wolfie bringing it down to 64.8%. Another proc of anaerobic. And now we're going to see Wolfie go for the Lightful Sap. Kaleidoscope going into the Pocus, perhaps reading that Scarcing was going to go after the Pocus on that turn.
This gives him another depress on Devolverant, right? Like, he's 3 hit KO'd on the Wolfie, it looks like. So, honestly, I think Shyrk has to realize that, right? And go for this Grumper. I don't think he can wait. Yes, and he does hit it. Oh, that's maybe not enough.
He listened to you there. He listened to you, East. He threw the Beta Burst out. Nox Bomb going to be the answer. Going into that Wolfie, dropping it down to 36%. And does the Grumper T-strike that Pocus? Let's find out here. Dust Vortex going to go into that Grumper. That's going to be enough.
He doesn't have Gamma, though, so that changes this again. Wolfie lives another hit. Mogu can't be put to sleep by Hypnosis, but Voliren can this turn. But Mogu is +2 attack, so it should be able to get the KO here. I think Shyrk has to go for, like... I don't know. I don't think Shyrk can win from here. It's tough. He's going to have to, like, bush the Pocus. But then if the Wolfie gets gone for instead, it's really bad for him. He could bush Pocus, and then Scarcing only gets to hit it with Mogu.
Plenty of time left on the reserve clock here. I think if you're Scarcing, you take a breath, think about what's going on, what's in front of you. There's certainly a line where you walk away going one round ahead in TemCS Worlds. Now Shyrk on life support trying to figure out how he's able to hold on for one more.
There's a line here. He goes for the bush, which makes some sense. So he could have blue screen up, maybe, on the Mogu. Voliren Nox Bomb clears it. Synergy Faraday Cage. This is going to clear... Yeah, this is why the Lightful was very greedy from Shyrk, right? He's not going to be able to actually get it. He goes for Depress into the Mogu. I don't think Beta is enough. And even if it is, I think he's still down to the Noxious Bomb here from Voliren. So I think Scarcing's got this one.
Scarcing trying to close the door on Shyrk. Shyrk starting to throw the applause out. Venomous Claws going into the Pocus, bringing it to enough within that Toxic Tick range. And Scarcing starting to smell it. Cyberclaw finishing off the Pocus. Wolfie's overexerted. And now Scarcing looking like this is going to be all but conceded. There we go. The defeat. Scarcing moves on in a 2-0 against Shyrk, in which what I thought was a pretty serious war in both rounds.
Yeah, that was a good series. Really good, really good play back and forth from both players. I think just a couple, like, it feels like maybe just like one turn on Shyrk's side that he'd maybe want back in both games. I think the Lightful Sap with the Faraday Cage synergy in the back is one, and the other one is like going for the Denigrate instead of the Beta on the Ally, right? Like a couple of turns where maybe if you want it back your Shyrk, but also like, you know, Shyrk's a better player than me. Maybe there was a line that I missed that like he thinks is better. But Scarcing made some really, really like just smart mechanical plays that game. Like things like staying in on the Nid with Shween and going for the self fluid barriers, not get ticked, buy yourself extra turns. The use of Coward's Rest on Grumper.
I'm a huge fan of Scarcing knowing when to be offensive, when to play it slow, and when to kind of pick their spots. I think Shyrk the entire time had to play up to Scarcing. Now, that being said, Shyrk was keeping up with them, certainly. You know, it pretty much came down to one turn. But I do like Scarcing's composure and ability to pretty much, impose their will, so to speak, in those two rounds.
Yeah, and going forward, I actually really like Scarcing's chances against snrplat. Shween and Splitter Mogu are two very good Tems at dealing with toxic ticks, right? Like Guardian blocks them, Splitter blocks them. Like those are both like decent options into his team. And also just like, it's not clear what Plat can do about those two plus Voliren. Like I think that's going to be a really interesting dynamic between those two in the series. Now that something like Assassin Yowler is like available and like visible. And everyone knows it's coming.
East. And I believe there's a bracket that's been being kept up to date. I see it pinned. Is that bracket current with all the matchups as they take place?
we actually have some results from the lower bracket here. Notna scored the 2-1 over KSK, so Notna moves on. KSK is eliminated. Talwin actually dropping 2-0 to Rattlestig, so Rattlestig will move on. Talwin, unfortunately for him, eliminated, and now Janblauweiss and Shyrk will face off. And then the last lower bracket match will be after these last two games, which we'll have after this break. I'm going to be truly solo casting now, and then we'll sort of get that going. So a quick break, and then we'll be back after, and we'll take care of the rest of the tournament. See you guys. All right, and welcome back. It wouldn't be a proper TemCS event if we didn't get an solo cast in at some point. So hello, everyone. We're going to do the last two games flying solo. Thanks very much to everyone who's been helping cast throughout the weekend. Lower Waver and Mr. Rishi on Saturday, and big shout outs to both HKen and BFlattened for their help on Sunday. So just me, so apologies if there are some breaks, but I'm going to try and power through it, and we'll get as much action as we can here. We've got two more games for you here today. Again, if you haven't already, make sure you follow along with the bracket. That's ! Bracket or brackets in chat. As we look at the game here, one of the more creative teams, I think, coming into this tournament is Allie's. Allie's been known in this game for as long as I've been playing it as a very fast, aggressive player. You can see some similarities between her team and Luluchroar's, the Electric Koish. Allie's combined hers with Munko and Chromion, and her neutrals are the matching Mooflank and Scunch. She's also made some other variations of the team as well, but you see she is playing triple electric with the Ragnet as well. For Faiman's side, he's got some Tems that I think do present some problems for Allie in the matchup. She does have double digital, but no mental, which means that Scunch is not a bad option as well. She's also not rocking any nature damage, so Gario looking very good. And on the other side, Faiman also playing Scarabolt, which definitely creates problems for her in terms of no Earths. Faiman will counterban the Chromion after Zombie's taken out, and Allie immediately opens with Scunch. Faiman going back with Capire plus an additional Scarabolt here. I kind of like this from Faiman in the sense that these Tems both can't be burnt, so the Taser Koish is not as powerful. Allie comes back with Hazrat. This looks like a pretty nice heat-up turn, if possible, if she has it on the Hazrat. Allie not known to always play that gear. On Faiman's side, we will see... This could be a Chamomile Good Friend Scarabolt. I think that works out pretty well for him in terms of being able to protect the Capire, leading it to have some options. We are going to see the Gario get banned out. Mooflank showed up as well. No Munko, no Chromion, so no Digis, but Allie still leaving Faiman the Scunch, so he will go for it as well as the Rolder. A lot of Tems on Faiman's team, they've got this big, bulky frame to them. Scarabolt, Rolder, Gario, even Sanbi and Nid, and even Scunch. They can be quite bulky. And so Allie's going to be really under pressure here to make sure that she can take advantage of her +1 turns when she gets them. I like that she's brought the Ragnet in here as well. A lot of times you see players who are playing Ragnet in these aggressive teams use them to try and shut down Scarabolts. If Faiman is Chamomile, it won't be as easy, but it does help against the Gazuma, which he's brought in the back. So here we go. Game number 1, Allie versus Faiman. Let's take a look at the teams here. We do see that Scarabolt opening up with the Chamomile right away. So Wastewater not going to be an option for Allie here, except for its straight damage capabilities. Wouldn't be surprised to see Hazrat leave, but also wouldn't be surprised to see it stay. Rolder and Gazuma make it very difficult for Hazrat to function in this game. Allie maybe just going to try and get that solo Wastewater onto Capire, so Scunch maybe is the Tem that's swapping out. But we'll have to see. I think Allie likes bait Scunch quite a bit in this game, but we'll see kind of where we go from there. Scunch will swap out. Ragnet comes in. This is nice. Protects the Hazrat from taking pretty much any damage this turn. Faiman is going to retreat Scarabolt. In turn, goes for his own Scunch. This will get the holds up, which is really nice for the Scunch in this particular matchup. Synergy on the Quetzaleno. Going hard into what would have been the Scunch, now hits the Ragnet for 55%. Definitely not negligible damage there. Hazrat, Wastewater. So no heat up from Allie's Rat, at least not on this turn. But the Wastewater does 40%. 40.6 with the tick. Not enough. So Hazrat won't be able to get a double kill with Wastewater except with the tick. So that option looks pretty good for Faiman. Now it's a matter of speeds. Faiman has this Scunch, this War Drum Scunch, going to really help out in terms of damage going forward. Is the Scunch faster or slower than the Ragnet? Does Ragnet have Hypno available? Will Faiman bring in the Scarebolt to try and block a sleep here? All potentially very good options. He's going to bring the Scunch out of the game. Rolder is coming in instead. Still keeps the synergy, so this will be a little bit less damage into the Ragnet. 15%. Allie kind of keeps it going here. Hazrat goes for the Wastewater, so with a tick, this will finish off the Capire. And Allie goes for perfect jab. That's definitely consequential damage onto the Rolder. It's going to turn on bait, which means it won't be able to be slept. And it is like a very nice looking rockfall for Faiman, but later on in the game, Allie's Scunch, if it has Oshidashi, looking very, very nice into the minus defense Rolder there. Capire goes down, so Allie scores first blood. But a very nice looking Scarebolt turn here for Faiman. Instead, we'll see Gazuma come in. Not wanting to maybe expose the Scarebolt to that extra bits of damage, saving it for kind of cleanup crew in the late game here. Ragnet is going to be able to redirect damage here, so the Gazuma doesn't have a turn 1 option to put pressure on the Hazrat. Perhaps this is maybe some sort of bait play to get the Scarebolt in. Distracting Allie from taking damage on the Rolder by just taking the damage available to her. Could also see a Wind move come out, maybe a Wind Blade coming out. Does everybody stay in? Everybody stays in. Hazrat lands the Wastewater onto the Gazuma. This is a bit of a tough bit of damage for Faiman to take here in order to get Tornado up. Ragnet gets perfect jab up. Now all of a sudden Gazuma looking a little bit worse for wear here, especially with a move flank in the back. We see Electric Custodian pull in the Tesla Prison. Does Faiman leave the Ragnet standing? He does. He just goes for Stone Ball onto Rat. That, of course, is going to be enough to bring down Allie's Rat and the bait protecting Rolder from that Toxic Tick. Very nice for Faiman. But now he's got to wonder, does his Gazuma actually have the speed to get Tornado off? Allie goes for Move Flank. This is likely a Hurry Wart flank? Yes, we do see Hurry Wart go off. Gazuma, a bit of Marbles Chip. All of a sudden, Rolder's starting to look very, very threatening, though, for Allie. She's got one option into it, which is the Scunch, but it really walls out this Gazuma. And the Scarebolt also starting to look kind of rough, with Faiman having his own Scunch in the back. She does have a lot of pressure this turn, though. The Goring into the -2 Gazuma brings it down. And now the Rolder doesn't have any sleep protection, so Allie can just go for a Hypno, and she does. Heads up play there from her. Rolder's Onslaught will be delayed for another turn. Faiman goes for the Scunch. This is, again, Speed Wars coming in. We see Tardy Rush activate on the Rolder, so it's actually now quite quick, in addition to being very strong. Allie now has to wonder, though, does that put the Rolder over in terms of speed? No, it's just going to be Scunch taking the base jump. She gets the Ragnet perfect jab off. And man, this Ragnet giving Faiman all kinds of problems here. Oshidashi from the Scunch puts Move Flank in what will probably be Rockfall range. It's hard to say. But now Scunch is low. It does have Ninja Jutsu available, however. Or does it? No, Faiman swapped out turn 1. His Scunch does not have Ninja Jutsu available. So it's got no speed to get over the top here. So Allie can just ram into this Scunch with a move flank, but she'll be patient. She'll retreat. Oh, yeah, the Scunch actually did have Ninja up. So, my bad. Missed that one. Good on Allie for being heads up, though. Gazuma coming in to take the Jutsu. Finally, Ragnet looks like it's going to be going down. A Turbine into the -2 defense Scunch. With Ninja down, now Allie definitely has option to deal some big damage to it. Roller goes for the Drill Impact. Gazuma doesn't quite go down. It hangs on with a double screen. Allie has the Tornado option into Scunch. If she's got a Bestial charge up here on move flank, it's probably quite strong. Oh, it's hard to say. Faiman's got that Scarable in the back. Can move flank survive a +2? Everybody stays in. Gazuma goes for Tornado, but it's onto Rolder. It's Tardy Rush, so it will take full damage there. No thick skin to resist it. Move flank coming back as well. Held Anger coming out. This is into the Scunch. She has the speed advantage. -2. No way that thing's hanging on. Down it goes. Big rock fall back from Faiman. But the move flank hangs on. And that means Allie is going to get full value here from the War Drum. Scarable comes in, so the Rolder cannot be doubled because of Good Friend. Allie is going to have to make this turn count here. Move flank definitely going down. If Allie's faster on Scunch, another perfect jab plus a Bestial charge maybe does it, but Faiman, oh, he has Goring up. It's not going to be quick enough. So Goring goes into Scarabolt instead. Roller follows up with the Goring onto move flank. Scarabolt gets one Thunderstrike into Scunch. Thunderstrike is just barely, it looks like just barely a 3-hit KO. Scunch has Wrenching Massage. Into -2 defense Roller, that's enough. Oh, this is going to be close now. Scarable Thunderstrike is just barely a 3-hit KO on Allie Scunch, it looks like. I don't think there was any marbles chip. So that means Allie has to close the deal just with 2 Brawny Scunch attacks here. I think Oshidashi and Ninja Jutsu, or an Oshidashi Savage Suplex would be the most damage she could get. Move flank Goring with War Drum did 30%. Oshi into the Scara. What do we got? Oh no, Faiman, that's not enough. The Beetle takes the Oshi. Thunderstrike coming in. Scunch definitely goes down to another attack from Scara, so it's going to be all about if the Suplex can finish it off here. No, it's going to be Ninja instead. Nothing personnel, kid. Scaravolt goes down. Allie takes game 1. Nicely done from both players. A pretty close game. Faiman, with that bulk advantage, made it work. Almost brought it back with the Tardy Rush on the Roller. But Allie just one step ahead. Got so much value out of that Ragnet early on. Swapping in and making things happen. So we get right back into the draft for game number 2. Faiman opting for blue side again. Immediate Chromion then. Or I suppose, did Allie have blue side last game? I believe so, yes. Because she banned out the Zombie, I believe, originally. So now we've got tail of the tape here. Faiman starts off with the Scaravolt again. Allie may be wondering if she's going to be able to get similar value. She's going to do something a little bit different this time. We see Ragnet move flank instead. tough decision here for Faiman. He's eyeing that Rolder. Rolder will come in. So this is tricky for Allie. She can't get a double, so her perfect jab combo is not very strong in the sense that Ragnet P-jab really just doesn't cut it against Rolder, right? With Stone Ball available, and Good Friend is going to stop her from doubling into it. Unless she's got Bestial Charge as an available option here. That would be a nice play from her into the Rolder. It might cost her Ragnet its life, but we'll see. Ragnet naturally very physically bulky. Both players with their Scunch and their Fire coming out, second phase bands looking basically the same. It looks like we could just see a complete rematch of round 1 here, with the lead being the only difference. Last pick up here, Faiman. No, he's going to switch it up. It's going to be Nidrasil. And Allie all too happy to bring Gazuma into that. So we'll see how this goes. Faiman, backline does not look very good into Hazrat Gazuma, but we'll see if he's able to make up for it with his front line, which actually looks very, very strong into Allie here, as we continue on our coverage of game number 7 of day 2. Bait and Chamomile, so not a great board for Ragnet to be coming in with Hypnosis here. Allie does not have very good defensive swaps into the raw power of T-Strike Stone Ball, however, so she's likely forced to stay on the board, and she does. We see Perfect Jab actually hits the Scarabolt. So Allie may be committing to dealing with those two. That temp first. It does take a hearty chunk of damage from Base Jump. Faiman can wipe that defensive debuff if he likes later, though. Oh, Electric Custodian proccing, perhaps maybe Faiman trying to read a swap there. I believe that does mean that Ragnet takes less damage, however, from the Thunderstrike, which may end up mattering. Probably not enough to really matter, as Allie can continue to pressure here with Perfect Jab into another attack from Move Flank. Faiman can swap out of it if he likes. He's got the Good Friend for protection. She really wants to get another P-Jab, maybe onto this Rolder. With Scunch coming in the back, we saw it was Wrenching Massage Scunch, which actually presents a much bigger threat to the Rolder than the normal Perfect Jab variant. Nid is coming in. Bark Shield would be devastating for Allie's team, but she's right on top of it. She doesn't let up. Perfect Jab coming in. We see Base Jump again. Nid drops low, and now Held Anger is up from this move flank, which can really complicate things for Faiman. Rolder will go ahead and take its kills. Rockfall dealing 27%, and now Tardy Rush should be active for the Rolder, so Faiman at the very least has a lot of damage up on the Rolder now. Or perhaps it's one more turn, we'll see. I think it's one more turn. That was turn 2. Allie goes for Scunch. We see it is bait, so it's going to be pretty well equipped here. And then going for Scunch is a pretty clear indication of which way Allie's thinking of targeting here, right? We see the Nid does have the option to go for... the Nid does have the option to go for a Narcoleptic hit here. But Allie, oh, she is maybe baiting the Scunch. It comes in, leaves for Gazuma. Trying to catch Faiman, maybe doing a swap into the Scarable. Doesn't happen. But it is still Held Anger coming from War Drum into a -2 defense Nid. More than enough to bring it down. Rolder hits that Drill Impact, and we see it is down at exactly 0%. So Tardy Rush activates, but the problem is that it goes away if Faiman swaps out. So Allie taking a page out of the classic Arbory handbook and going for the Rolder Island. Really just putting this Rolder in a position now where its bait has not been activated, but its Tardy Rush is going to be spoiled here if it leaves. So it kind of is... It wants to stay, but it can't really. Now Allie has the Tornado up on Gazuma, ready to go. Faiman does really not want to take that. Tem HP more or less getting towards the same here. But Allie, this goat has just jumped all over Faiman's team. And it's unclear if he's going to be able to put up with that onslaught if it continues this way. Faiman opts for Catfire here. This might give him some reprieve against Mouflank if he's able to go for Quetzaleno and a Goring here. Goring from this roller is going to be quite fast, because it does have Tardy Rush active. But quite fast is often not fast enough when your opponent is Allie. She might be able to just go for a quick double into the Catfire. It shouldn't be enough to KO, though, which is sort of her opening. Or you'd think it'd be Faiman's opening, but he has to leave on Roller because he has no gas. Faiman is going to go for the Scunch in response. Maintains that Quetzaleno synergy. This could be very tough for Gazuma to take. But it's not quite enough, even with the War Drum, because he doesn't have Last Rush. Tesla Prison working that Catfire. We see Allie continues to hold priority on Goring here. Very experienced Mouflank user, because now she knows Goring represents a KO on Catfire. Scunch is swapped in, but it doesn't have Ninja Jutsu, which means Allie is free to go ahead of it with Tornado should she wish to. Holding her Prio moves, she now has priority advantage over Roller, Catfire, and Scunch, but the Scaravolt lurks in the back. It is still a very potentially dangerous opponent. We could just see Scunch Scaravolt again in the endgame here, but I don't think Faiman really wants that smoke. We saw last game, it just did not go very well for him. But Allie definitely doesn't want Hazrat to get isolated against Roller in the endgame, so she's got to be thinking about whether or not she needs to get the Rat in here, or if she's just going to, trade in her position. Everybody stays in. Faiman, you're not fast enough. Goring right through the Catfire, and Mouflank is still not done. Its stamina is up and ready to go. Gazuma, Tesla Prison, back the other way. Scunch is going to slow down, so the Ninja Jutsu isn't necessarily even fast enough anymore. Scunch replies with a perfect jab. This sets up the Ninja Jutsu. But now Scunch is slow, and Allie, if she's got double kick, and we haven't seen Bestial Charge, so double kick definitely an option for her, if she's got it. Roller comes in. This Roller, it once again has the gas. It no longer has the Tardy Rush buff, but it does have gas. It's ready to go. Its bait is still up, and it represents a pretty sizable threat for Faiman. Even Scunch's Wrenching Massage is not going to punch a big enough hole into it. Mouflank at -2. Gazuma at low HP. Allie knows she's going to get a swap in off of an untimely demise here. Does she just throw it all at the Roller? They should be coming up on Held Anger here. Reserve time going down for both players. Or potentially just Faiman, or potentially just Allie. We'll have to see when we look at the clocks again. Crucial turn. Allie's got to kind of figure out where she wants to empty her late game damage into at this point. Mouflank's going to leave. Scunch is coming in. Allie thinks she can take a bit of damage on Scunch. She manages to get the Gazuma Tornado off again. Faiman not lining up the Scaravolt with those. Bait is going to be nice for Faiman. Perfect jab into Scunch. This is a really nice Rockfall setup if he's got it. There it is. But that's good for Faiman. Because now, but his Scunch is slow. Hazrat comes in. Faiman's Scunch is slow, but it does have Ninja Jutsu up, and Allie does not have hers up. So she really wants to land this. She really wants to land this Oshi into Roller, but she might not be able to because Faiman has the Jutsu. And at -2, Scunch shouldn't be able to survive it. So all of a sudden, Faiman has a double kill lined up. Allie outspeeds the Scunch with Hazrat Embers. Did Faiman not go for Jutsu? At -1, he's outsped by 2 prio. And the burn matters! Oh, the Stunch just manages to survive! Thanks to the burn! And the Oshi Roller is punted from the stadium. Look at that damage. Incredible stuff coming in. Allie taking advantage of that -1 from the Tesla. The Rat getting ahead of the Scunch. Holy smokes. Scaravolt is in. Faiman down to his last 2 Tems here. Scunch with no prio. A bit of a sitting duck for Allie now. She can't quite double into it, but we know she has some faster stuff. So Scunch deposits the last of its damage into the Scaravolt. That's so low. Wastewater can finish it off. No, she's gonna, again, continue to put pressure on the Scunch. With the Embers. This does mean that Faiman gets 2 attacks off. At Oshi in response, Hazrat drops low. Is it low enough that Electric Storm could finish the deal? Because then all of a sudden, oh, I don't think that's enough for Faiman, but it does make this a little closer. Scaravolt goes for the Electric Storm, but oh no, wait, don't KO the Hazrat actually. Oh, wait, but maybe he needed to. But the Toxic Farewell would have broken the Scunch. But now it's overexerted and she has the move flank. Allie's gonna win this. What a match. Allie is dancing. Goring into the Scaravolt, down it goes. Scunch is overexerted. That's all she wrote. Wow. GG's to both. Faiman will drop to lower bracket here, loser's bracket. Allie will move on to face the winner of our next set. I think if you are an Allie stan, buy now. Buy the Stonks. Buy the Stonks. That was, I think, one of the best combinations of utilizing priority, speed, status, and control that we've seen Allie put forward in a long time. That looked clean. Very well done from her. Of course, if you're a Faiman stan, it's not over yet. You know, players have gone on tons of losers bracket runs all the time, and Faiman definitely has the experience to do so. Been playing this game for a long time, and no slouch at all himself. As we are going to go into our next game, we're going to take a quick break first, mostly so I can get some water. Because oh man, what a set! Hype. That was very hype on both sides. Good plays. GG's to both. And we will catch you back here after a quick break. Woo! Welcome back, everybody. Hope you're having as good of a time as I am. This is... Where else would you rather be on a Sunday, you know? The sun is shining. It's actually blocking out my rightmost monitor. But we've got one more game to cast coming in here. We've got Magnetonics going up against ArcTech, 2 players who've been around the scene for a long time. Both of them, I believe, the solo representatives of their clubs as well. Magnetonics for Vanity, mostly known for being a PvE, Luma hunting club. Now, with some competitive presence as well. And on the other side, ArcTech making it in from Phoenix, which is a club that's been around for a pretty long time. And we see the matchup going to these 2 teams. We see Magnetonics. This does look, I will say, potentially quite awkward. Going into this triple electric, double digital setup from ArcTech can create some pause for Magnetonics. I think Magnetonics is going to have to play very, very well to win this set. But that is something he's more than capable of doing. And if anyone has a plan for Digital Tems playing this sort of team, I would imagine it would be Mag. So we'll see if we can kind of get that going here, as we're going to get into our draft pretty quickly here. Into our last set of the day. Interesting to see ArcTech. One of the things we've noticed is that, I'm sure you guys have noticed this in the audience as well, if you've been following the TemCS season, it was thought for a pretty long time that Munko and Zaubian were sort of paired, like they were played pretty much entirely together. But with the exception of Notna, who has brought the same team he's played throughout most of the season, most players have been not bringing Zalbian. I think there's only one Zalbian in the entire tournament. On the other side, we see Munko crop up in all different sorts of team builds. This one alongside the OB10 and Gazuma as well, and also the Amphader. So we'd see like triple electric sort of synergy for the microwaves, makes it very hard for Magnetonics to sort of pin it down. Shaolin creates interesting lead options as well. As we see right away, the Mimit banned out. So only one tag team will be available to Magnetonics. As you can see, has a bunch of different options kind of centered around. He's got some humiliating slap synergies, some tag team synergies, and I believe this is Friendship Pig to sort of continuously amplify damage. But Magnetonics goes for the ban on Amphader, and that means we're going to see Shaolin picked up here. This is really interesting. So Arctech says, I don't need double digi to beat you on lead, and I wonder how true that is. Because now all of a sudden, yes, this Nesla starts to really open things up for Magnetonics. Particularly if there's if he has a way to deal with Shaolin's evasion, we could see a drill on something perhaps. Mag approaching reserve time here. The one thing he does have to watch out for that Magnetonics will be aware of, because he's played with evasion quite a bit in the past, is the potential of OB10 to duplicate the evasion status. The target replicator or source replicator allow OB10 to duplicate positive traits. And we will see it come out here right away. This creates definitely some cross-ups in the opener. One of the ways that this opener has really changed over, I would say, the last 2 years or so that it's been available. We see Shaolin and OB10. Normally how this works is the Shaolin can only really receive sparks from the OB10, but with the changes to how harmful microwaves and Tesla Prison works, OB10 is actually in a class, totally able to be played in a class of special attacker that just allows Arctech to, as my good buddy HKen would like to say, throw hands immediately into this Mooflank, for instance. We do see the Chimerian bans out, which does clear up things for Gazuma a little bit, although it still has to contend with a Tuveen. But the Tuveen, I would say even worse than Chimerian into Munko, which has managed to persist this far into the back. Bit of a struggle for Magnetonics in that case. We see Saipan. Magnetonics has one more pick before we see the last two Tems for Arctech. OB10's hands are so tiny. Are those hands or are those legs? I refer to them as legs. It makes OB10 a little bit stronger if it has more legs. Tatsu gonna get picked up now. Munko, Gazuma ending things out. We'll see the last pick for Magnetonics as we get in. It's going to be Tuveen, so Gazuma not as comfortable in the back. So, we recently had open gear information on lead revealed here. Shaolin's Welcomer comes in. Mooflank, Hurry Wart active. Nesla has Drill. So it's immediately revealed to Arctech that this is not a winning opener anymore. The OB10 definitely vulnerable to getting stricken by a Water Blade at priority through the evasion. So that definitely mixes things up if that OB10 then goes down to a double from the Mooflank. So Magnetonics doing a little bit better of a job here, kind of cleaning things up. Arctech will, of course, be able to ban that for game 2 and 3, but off to an early advantage here. Arctech just takes it. I mean, and look at the bulk. Actually, quite a bit of bulk on the OB10, and it's going to go ahead and fire back with Tesla Prison. But look at the bulk on the Mooflank. Also, nothing to be shy about there. Soul Shout back from Shaolin. Mooflank takes quite a bit of damage, but it doesn't go down, so it will be able to get an attack off here. But both players just simply trade out. You're pretty happy about that if you're Magnetonics in the sense that now you can get Goring off and sort of win the trade a little bit here. Although, at -1 speed, it's unclear if your Goring actually outspeeds Shallent and the Soul Shout. So now it starts to become like a very interesting back and forth. Does Arctech go for the Sparks to sort of sign off on the Obi-10? On the other hand, on Magnetonics' side, the Mooflink could leave. It's unlikely to get off another attack, although it might due to its bulk. But Tatsu looking pretty juicy as a swap in here with Shallent on the offensive. But Drill Nesla being exactly what Magnetonics needed to sort of reverse this lead, put himself in a much better position. Oh, we see an outspeed. It's going to go ahead and Plasma Beam the Nesla, Goring into the Shallent. This is a little bit maybe greedy here from Magnetonics, not going for the Water Blade to take the free KO. Nesla's going for Electric Storm, but it's burned. Yeah, the Obi-10 has no problem living that. And on the other side, Shallent gets off the Soul Shout and manages to keep the Obi-10 in the game and also reveals that they are the faster of the two. This necessitates that Magnetonics target the Obi on the next turn, I believe. Well, not necessarily. The Shallot could be targeted instead. We see Magnetonics' response. Definitely not that unhappy to see the Obi-10 almost down. Tatsu coming in. Now a bit of an interesting back and forth here, right? Bush is available, but I think a double will be enough to bring down Shallent. So, do we see the Momo maybe come in instead? If Arctech brings Momo in and Magnetonics goes for the double into it, that's quite good. Instead, it's going to be the Obi-10 leaving, Momo coming in on the other side. I like this for Magnetonics if he stays focused on the Shallent. He does not, however. He tries to pick up the Momo. Tatsu goes for a humiliating slap into Shallent, but we do see that it outspeeds. On the other side, Shallent goes for Zen Meditation, so actually not clear if it outspeeds or not. All of a sudden, this Momo is large and in charge. This Tatsu's got to watch out, because it is definitely being hunted now. Shallent also nothing to slouch. You know, it's got +2 attack, +2 special attack. This Sensei Robe is going to hurt. Momo, the first him to move, undermines, slams into Nesla. It's not enough to bring it down, however. Does Arctech follow with a hook? Something, maybe to clean it up. No, we don't see that. We see E-Storm instead, and that should be enough to clean up. It's not enough to clean up the Shallent because of the Undermine tick. Tatsu, Feather Gatling doesn't go for the Shallent. The Shallent gets to go again. And it's the Soul Shout that'll clean up the Nesla. So no Prio Water Blade next turn. Tatsu, as we see, outsped by Momo. It's going to get another attack off here. And now Nesla's down, Mooflank's down, Gazuma Munko still in the back. Magnetonics played the tune and will have to pay the piper here. Saipat has Schween's Horn. It's not clear with the outspeed that it can bring down the Momo from 43. Does he have a Tornado on the Tatsu? Something to kind of amplify that damage a little further. Does Shallent have like a Kesagatame or something that it can use to maybe influence the game here? Likely doesn't outspeed Shallent or Saipat or Tatsu, so Haito Uchi's not very useful. Mag swaps out the Pat. Very interesting. Maybe he feels like the Tuvine is just going to be a better suited to take this hit. Knockback is going to go into it at +2. Look out. Oh, tag team, the only thing keeping that Tuvine in the game. Feather Gatling follows up into the Momo, but now all of a sudden he's given value to Shalant. And Shalant goes for the Inner Spirit. Does Tuvine just take it? Yes, it does. So Shalant Momo traded for the Tuvine, and now it's 2 Tems to 2. This Tatsu, how does it beat the 3 remaining? Artec goes for Munko Gazuma here. Mag brings in Saipat. Nice fast charge there on the Munko. It means that Synergy Microwaves is going to get ahead. On the other hand, though, it doesn't get ahead. It might not be enough to bring down the Saipat, right? It's quite strong. No, Saipat hangs on, so the Saipat is definitely going to be able to get off a Noxious Bomb here. Unless the Gazuma's faster, it's not. Schween's Horn Noxious Bomb. This is going to deal a ton of damage to Munko. Oh, but not nearly enough to bring it down. And you see on the other side, Tatsu adds the Feather Gatling. Will that bring down the Munko? No, that's not what you want to see if you're Magnetonics. He takes the overexertion, and Gazuma can clean this up all by itself. It has Tesla Prison ready to go. And Saipat falls, and you can see after that Drill Nesla opener, Magnetonics just... the backline so weak into the Munko. Just not enough to get it done. And already pushed to game 2. As we get ready for game number 2 here in the set, Magnetonic's going to have to find a way through Digis. As we get into that game number 2, the Drill Nesla means it's an even higher prio ban. As we look into the draft here. And Fate are going to be taken out. And it's going to be the Drill Nesla. So Mag won't have that option available anymore. They can go for Chimerian if they want here. Or the Mimit, which is also potentially an option. But they're going to have to contend with no drill to stop the Shalant now. So Shalant, Obi-10, definitely looking like a very strong combination. Saipat comes in. Gazuma Munko in response. This is interesting. Back the other way. We do know that Munko lives a double from... we know that Munko lives a double from Tatsu, so no tag team here. On the other hand, this does look like a much better option for Magnetonics in the sense that this Chimerian combined with the Saipat should be enough to bring down the Munko, and then Mag is in a much better position. Hovering the OB10. Nope, Tulkin going out instead. So that second ban does sort of dictate terms of play for both players a little bit here. It makes Chimerian much stronger, Saipat much weaker. Move flank getting picked up, and we see in the back Obi-10 and Shallant coming out of the back. And it's going to be no Tatsu this time. Momo finally in the back for Arctech. So we're going to see immediately the fast charge come out. This does mean that it is quite likely that Arctech is going to get Soul Shout off before Tamarine can attack. I'm pretty sure Magnetonics is incentivized to play a very bulky Tamarine here, though, so even a sparked up Soul Shout might not be enough to bring it down, and if it's not, then all of a sudden the game gets very hard for Arctech off the opener, because Gazuma can be brought down by Crystal Plume Gatling, potentially, and Munko can be brought down by Noxious Bomb, followed by Venomous Claws. Unless, like, if the Gazu doesn't go down, then the Munko maybe just has the straight-up speed advantage with the harmful microwaves, especially when you factor in the Tesla Prism. So Arctech's got to be a little bit careful here, you know? You don't want to just throw away a Tem here, but at the same time, maybe he just clicks buttons. You know, if he's up a game in the series, I think he has to make Magnetonics prove to him that he can beat his lead here. And I wonder if that's what he'll go for, or if he'll, you know, make the more defensive swap. I gotta think that actually for Arctech, it just makes more sense to not leave. And it's Magnetonics who blinks first. Yeah, gonna be swapping out. The 2v is nice to take the Tesla because it won't get speed dropped. We see Munko goes for microwaves, so Magnetonics does call the turn 1 correctly. Oh, the 2v still takes so much from the microwaves. Chim, CPG, it's actually faster than the Gazuma, so it's quite a fast Chim. The T-Prison... Oh, that's enough damage that it's tough. With Munko not taking any damage, it's just, he's not going to be slowed down here at all. Not disincentivized in any way from just targeting... Again, Microwaves is available, Tornado's available to, like, chip the Chim before it goes down. Although the Chim is faster, so Glass Blade could take care of business here. We do see that the 2v is kind of forced out, though, so this could be a Momo swap in turn for Arctech, as he has a +1 sort of available to him here. If this Munko has, like, Hook, that's probably enough to bury the 2v. Doesn't look like anybody swaps out. So we'll see a fast Turbine come in. That means no Microwaves was clicked. Oh, Gazuma outspeeds Chim. It's going to Sparks up the Munko. Watch out, Chim. Big Soul Shout coming in. Will it survive at 95? Just enough. Chim goes back the other way. Frond whip the Munko. Oh, but Arctech is just bulky enough. He won't go down. He's already committed his Turbine. Something's taking big damage here. Right away, the Glass Blade comes out. Gazuma going down. Oh, and that gets the outspeed on the CPG. Arctech went for Microwaves, and he goes down. Nice play there from Magnetonics. He gets the double. Now the question is, can he handle what comes next? I think he's done a really good job of preserving things properly, not bleeding any KOs. So, immediately, Shallant comes in. We do see the double evasion. So this turn, the value is there to be had once again. This Psypat looking a lot better into the backline now, though. Turbine going to clear out. The OB-10, the Glass Blade, just chip it. That might be enough for Psypat to bring it down. Plasma Beam. The Burn going to be what finishes off the Chim. Soul Shout's going to finish off the 2v. So, we go to 3-3. If Magnetonics has his speed staggered properly, this could be the Friendship Pig turn. Yeah, I like this a lot more for Magnetonics. Psypat looks incredibly well positioned here. aarrggnn did not take an opportunity to get Momo into the game. Psypat move flank come in. Just going for the double. Priority ward on move flank. Goring is up. But it's so slow. Is it going to be enough? Magnetonics really wants to avoid getting hit with something like a binary flood here. Assume he has the speed advantage over Obi, but even a binary flood means he might not be able to get Venomous Claws in for the KO next turn, and it does cut his damage by quite a bit. Wait and see what kind of these tamers are going to square up here. The Shallent maybe starting to lose a bit of value for aarrggnn. That non-Psypat slot is open. Which means where Noxious Bomb is the first thing to move. I don't think that's enough. It is! Oh, okay, that's huge for Magnetonics. He's very likely forced to game 3 with that play. Bestial Charge to finish off the Obi-10 if it had lived. On the other side, Shallent gets that Soul Shout into the move flank. Inner Spirit should be a KO from here. The Nutbar Momo, though, definitely creating some issues here. The double is probably enough for Magnetonics to get the KO on Shallent. And then that should be enough to get the value to take down the Momo. Which means our Noxious Bomb, so not going for the Nicho Sai. Targets the Momo. Base jump into the Momo as well. Oh, watch out for a Zen Meditation double edge here. Nope, just Inner Spirit. That should be enough to bring down Mooflank. It is. But I believe this is going to make it so that Psypat has the KO into Momo next turn. aarrggnn doesn't look like it has a turn 1 move on the Momo. It rests. The Nutbar. Pig with Boomerang should be enough. Magnetonics, against all odds, forces a game 2. Sorry, game 3. The tricky part about the game 3 for Magnetonics is going to be not having blue side. That's kind of the problem. Nicho Sai coming back in. Momo takes the hit. It goes down to 6.9, but that's enough for Boomerang to finish things off here. Yeah, nicely played. And Shallent, no way to damage the Psypat and no stamina to work with is enough. Shallent will rest. I believe we'll get the concede. Yes. Game 3 is upon us. Magnetonics manages to get that outspeed, that crucial outspeed there with the Glass Blade. The speed tie coming in big important there. Very important turn. Now, Magnetonics is going to have to go up against aarrggnn with counterpick on blue side. That is going to be tricky. As we've already seen, the Nesla wasn't enough. But we're going to get right back into the draft here. Mag starts with the... Interesting, the Nesla gets banned, so Mag goes right away for the ban onto Tolkien. And aarrggnn immediately goes for Shallent now that Nesla is banned. Psypat Chim back the other way. Arctic hovering. The nice thing about this opener for Magnetonics is that Psypat and Chim can kind of break bamboozles for, like, break evasion for each other. Glass Blade preempts Noxious Bomb, and Venomous Claws preempts Crystal Plume Gatling. So Mag is going to get his hit here, no matter which way he wants to go. And it's going to be the Amphader coming in for Arctic. So, higher base speed than Psypat or Chim normally have. Very fragile. Could go down to a Crystal Plume Gatling, but that does force Magnetonics to stay in and take the Soul Shout. And does match up much better into Psypat. Potential, if it survives turn 1, which Arctic presumably does. Mag going very low in reserve time is going to take the Munko out. It's actually going to be the 2-Veen taken out. On the other side, this does open things up quite a bit if Chim goes down turn 1. Gazuma and Obi-10 looking really, really nice into... Oh, he does get Mimid in. Let's get Mimid in the game. The Mimic complicates things quite a bit for Arctech, I think. Doesn't complicate him enough, you should go, oh, he's going to go Acronox, okay. I don't think I complicated it that much, but... we'll see. No OP10. Managed to get the digital out of the game here. Alright, Arctech's got the lead, but... they've picked their lead in such a way. It's interesting. I actually quite like Mimic can really start to mess things up here for Arctech. We'll have to see as we get into the last game of our upper bracket here. Definitely a potential Mimic swap on either side for Magnetonics here. It resists Soul Shout if it replaces Chimerian, and it resists both of Amp moves if it comes in for Psypat. Unclear that you need to preserve Psypat at all this game. It's not as valuable in the late game as Chimerian is. But I wonder if Arctech tries to predict that, if they're just going to go for Tesla Prison, boost the speed, get things going. There's no defensive swap on both sides. It's move flank in for Psypat. Chim out from Mimic. So Magnetonics just goes right into double move flank instead of trying to duplicate either of those temps. Tesla Prison, about 20%. Soul Shout back the other way. Oh, that's a lot of damage from Soul Shout. That might be enough that Bright Beam Soul Shout is enough to score a KO here. Unclear if Arctech will risk that or not. If this is settling Amp, it starts to become very unsettling for Magnetonics. You don't have a drill. You don't really have any ways other than Chim to remove the Amp from play, and the Amp gets to act first. It's just very difficult to pivot into this defensively, so Mag is not going to bother. Big goring into the Shallant. War Drum from the Mimic, amping up that damage. We see Tesla Prison come out. It might be on the wrong slot, though. It's not going to preempt. It will force a KO, but that might not be enough. Soul Shout back from Shallant. Mimic goes down. But it did sponge enough damage that Shallant, which is definitely Arctec's best option to check Chimerian, going down. But the move flank does take -1 speed, so is it actually faster than Shallant with the Goring? We know this is a naturally very slow move flank. Chim is coming in. It can just opt to target the Shallant itself if it wants. Could we see Aarrggnn maybe pivot in here? It is a nice Aarrggnn swap in for Arctec. But they have to be able to protect Amph from the Chim as well, so maybe the Amph is the one that leaves? Could see Momo come in from Amph as well. Shallant is out. Shallant is in for Aarrggnn. On the other side, no, we see the move flank goes for Goring. Aarrggnn takes that pretty well. Arctec just stays in on Amph. Intimidation, gonna work against those Tems there. And give some evasion to the Amph. We see handcuffs trapping in the move flank. Chim goes for the CPG and it's blocked off. Move flank trapped in, but the Amph is not really building up much in the way of stability here. And the exhaustion not really that valuable on the move flank. I wonder if this Chim is just going to kind of run away with the game now with the Aarrggnn lowered down. Magnetonics would like to get a -1 speed onto the Chim. Sorry, Arctec would like to do that. Magnetonics leaves, swaps in the Pig. Amph goes for the Tesla Prison, but this is targeting move flank instead. This makes some sense. It means Soil Steam will likely get to go off before anything untoward happens to the Aarrggnn. The bulk in this move flank definitely a factor now, though. Its Held Anger is going to deal a ton of damage to Aarra. Will it bring it down? Ooh, not quite. You would like to have seen that kill if you were Magnetonics. The Pig might have enough speed to boomerang ahead of the Aarra, but this move flank has to eat a Tesla as a result. Could we see a turbo from the Pig here? Arctec's actually going to bring Aarra out and put Momo in that slot instead. Oh, able to use Tesla Prison on the move flank, so it's going to turn off the benefits of Friendship on the Pig. It's Oshidashi instead. That did not do very much to Amph at all. And Momo gets in for free, which is bad news for Magnetonics. So now, Arctec reasonably happy to just save this Amph for later. Momo can start cannon driving into the Chimerian. It's got Undermine up, it's got Knockback up. Oh, and Arctec just goes for a Sparks. This is going to be a lot of damage, but this is very risky behavior to play with the Amph. Momo gets the Undermine off first, onto the Chim. I mean, that's enough to a 2-hit KO it, but it's not that much. And this should be it for the Amph. If Magnetonics... Oh, he goes for Sharpening! Sharpening into Turbo, wow! The Chim jumps to the front of the pack, but it takes so much damage to do that. Amph gets relaxed off. But now Chim, it can't stay in. Momo was primed to take it out, unless there's a potential play. The Pig could have Bamboozle. And that would protect the Chim. +3 attack, +3 speed, definitely enough to bury the Amph. Nice play here from Magnetonics. Artec out on Amp. Aarrggnn comes in, mostly a sacrifice play here. Pig does go for Bamboozle. Blocks out the knockback, but this is only a temporary reprieve here. Frond whip back the other way on Momo. That's big damage. Nice play by Magnetonics. Once again, he has the advantage. He can get a double kill here. Artec, trying to protect the Amp, ends up being really bad for them. What a play by Magnetonics. Completely retakes the driver's seat here. Artec brings down the Momo. Shaolin coming in on this side. Now his only play, really, is to just try to wear the stamina out. Aarrggnn out on the other side. Gazuma coming in. Boomerang coming out from the Pig. Gazuma just takes it like a champ. Mag, CPG, did it cover? No, it went the other way. Shaolin goes down. Psypat's still available here in the back. Artec brings in the Momo. Looking pretty good still for Magnetonics. This Chim absolutely looks like the king of the game right now. 47.3% left. Artec swaps out again. Momo coming in. Aarrggnn now. On this side, but no matter which way he goes, like Glass Blade takes out the Aarrggnn. No stamina being used. Pig goes for Boomerang. He tries to call a swap. Oh no, does the Pig get hit? No, the Chim takes a tornado. Not enough to go down. Pig can go for Bamboozle, but it's low. Artec has Amp in the game now. He's got the option to play the stamina game. Plague could control the Chimerain, which is faster than the Pig. Unless the Pig goes for Frond Whip. Amp does go for Plague. Chimerain definitely won't go down to that, but it will overexert. There's the CPG. This should be enough to bring down the Amp from full. Yes, it is. But it's a big overexert back the other way. It's enough to take out the Chim. What does Magnetonics do in the other slot? He tries the Bamboozle! No! He forgot about the overexertion penalty. He doesn't overexert, however, on the Pig itself. Artec manages to save the Momo. But the Momo is too slow for the Psypat. Gazuma chips it with marbles. The Momo shouldn't have enough. The Momo shouldn't have enough to survive here, but Artec has 2 moves still in this Momo. If he goes for a bark, if he barks the Psypat, it could be very difficult for him. This one's coming down to the wire. Psypat doesn't have any prio, but it should be the fastest time on the board. It is. Noxious Bomb's gonna come out. This should bring down the Momo. No! 3 hit points! Oh, and that's the... No, the Pig follows up! Big Oshidashi from the Pig! That's a heavy OX from Magnetonics, but it will bring down the Momo. This is a really nice Electric Storm here. Nope, gonna go for Tesla Prison. Is this a 2-hit KO? 98. 48. I don't think it is. And we saw Hurricane, so it probably isn't Electric Storm. He's going to be able to do it with Nichosai, perhaps? He goes for Nicho. He doesn't save it. He does have Venomous Claws next turn if he lives. Does Gazuma have Electric Storm to put away this? No, he goes for Tesla. Is this a KO? Psypat hangs on. Magnetonics is going to round 2. What a finish. Not prepared for Digis. Gets the win. Gazuma should go down here. Yeah, Gazuma goes down to Noxious Bomb from here. Surely, yes. What a game. What a game. Mag takes it. Arctech will drop down to the lower bracket. And Magnetonics is going to be... Oh man, I'm pulling my hair out watching this game. Okay. Magnetonics will go on to face Allie in the next round. Should be a really good matchup. And in the lower bracket, I believe it's going to be Faiman going up against Arctech. Hopefully we get a nice match there to close out the day. That's not going to be on stream. So for those of you who are watching, we will be back not tomorrow, but we will be back next weekend. Saturday, same time, same place. We've got 24 players who will be left after day 1. And we're going to be down... Sorry, after day 1 and day 2. We have 24 players left. We're going to be down to 6 by the end of day 3. So lots of eliminations going there. And then make sure to tune in on day 4, the Sunday, for grand finals, with the winner taking home $10,000 here at the TemCS World Championships. In the meantime, on behalf of GG Tech Production, Krama Games, all of our friends who have been casting so far, Mr. Rishi, Laura Weaver, BFlattened, HKen, my name's East, and we will catch you here again next weekend. Until then, see you around. TemCS up.